C3113 Whoever comes up first will die. The Qin Lin Great Chaos was divided into 36 paths, 180 provinces, and 3,600 prefectures. That was only a rough division. Below prefectures, there were 3 more levels: county, city, and town. For example, the Dark Firmament Prefecture had 136 counties, 7,689 cities, and countless small towns. Of the 136 counties, the bigger ones were the size of hundreds of light chaos, and the smaller ones were the size of dozens of light chaos. Xianxia County was one of the 18 border counties in the profound Kang Prefecture. It was about the size of nearly 100 light chaos, and among the 136 counties, it was considered a medium-sized one. It was adjacent to Yunlong County, which was one of the 180 counties in the residence of Yun. Xianxia County, Fallen Dragon City. This was one of the 63 cities in Xianxia County. Legend has it that a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Divine Dragon fell here 500 years ago. This was the reason why the Fallen Dragon City was named. As for whether it was true or not, it was still up for debate. 500 Nanji eras, not 500 eras, but for many Great Tao Sovereign, this was an extremely long period of time. Many 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not even live to 500 derivatives, let alone those below the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, there was one thing that was certain. Even if the Divine Dragon of the level 8 didn't fall in this Fallen Dragon City, it must have had something to do with the Divine Dragon race. One had to know that there were a large number of Divine Dragons that possessed the bloodline of Divine Dragon in the vicinity of Fallen Dragon City. Without the Divine Dragon, it was simply impossible for so many draconic beasts to be born in Fallen Dragon City. Fallen Dragon City, 10 billion light-years away. There was a huge canyon connected to 100 million light-years away, called Divine Dragon Gorge. This was one of the 4 great draconic beast gathering points around Fallen Dragon City. From low-grade God Kings comparable to God King, a quasi-supreme being, to peak-grade 6th Empyrean and 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign draconic beasts, everything was available here. In the past, a large number of supreme beings from Fallen Dragon City and other nearby cities would swarm in and hunt draconic beasts. It was bustling with activity. However, at this moment, the massive Divine Dragon Gorge was deathly silent. It was like a land of death, with no signs of life. It was extremely strange. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light cut through the void, and a dragon-shaped flying boat appeared above the Divine Dragon Gorge. This dragon-shaped flying boat was none other than the precious treasure of the profound Blue Marquee Palace, the Profound Dragon. Speaking of which, the Divine Dragon Gorge and the Profound Dragon really had a great relationship. This was because the Divine Dragon Gorge was the place where the Profound Dragon had fallen after being severely injured by the 3rd generation of the Profound Blue Marquee Palace, the Marquis Zan Kang. It was precisely the dragon blood that infected the Divine Dragon Gorge, causing it to give birth to a large number of draconic beasts. At the same time, the Divine Dragon Gorge was also where the medium-sized Divine Essence Mine was located. The reason why the previously bustling Divine Dragon Gorge had turned into such a ghastly state was all because of the medium-sized Divine Essence Mine. Once the Profound Blue Marquee Palace learned about the medium-sized Divine Essence ore, experts immediately came to the Divine Dragon Gorge, expelling all the supreme beings and draconic beasts out of the Divine Dragon Gorge, and completely occupying the Divine Dragon Gorge. If it wasn't for the Shangyun Marquee Estate's crossing of arms, the Profound Blue Marquee Palace would have already started mining the medium-sized Divine Essence ore. Profound Dragon, on the deck. The Great Elder of Profound Azure Clan frowned. This group of people really came early. It seemed like they really came prepared. There was still 500,000 years to go before the 1,000,000-year deadline set by the 2 great Marquee Palaces. They had originally thought that they had arrived early enough, but they hadn't expected that the person from the Shangyun Marquee Palace had already been waiting for them here. Right at this moment, "Ha ha ha, brother Zan Qing, I didn't expect you to lead the team." A burst of hearty laughter echoed as a 7-colored cloud tore through the sky and arrived. A group of 17 people appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. The leader of the group was an old man in a purple robe. He looked to be in his 60s. His aura was extremely noble and high up in the sky, as if he was a noble being that was above all living beings. He gave Yang Fann the feeling that he was not inferior to the great elder of the Zan Qing family. Obviously, this purple-robed elder was the same as the great elder of Zan Qing. He was also a quasi-9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Out of the remaining 16 people, 6 were 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 1 was a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 2 were high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 3 were intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and the other 10 were quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Most of their auras were infinitely close to 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. However, 3 of them had an unpredictable aura. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, he still couldn't see through them. These 3 people were most likely the reliance of the Xianxia Marquis estate. It was unknown whether these 3 people were the peerless evildoer who could defy the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann was looking forward to it. He wasn't afraid that these 3 were too strong, but he was afraid that they weren't strong enough. Yang Fann was very confident in his current strength. As long as he didn't run into those 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Even if he was a quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he would still be able to defeat them. He had the strength to fight them all. Even with the help of the heaven-defying divine body of Great Dao Sovereigns, he was confident that he could win in a prolonged battle. After absorbing so many Great Dao divine sources, Yang Fann's Sovereign God's body had improved tremendously. The terrifying recovery ability was shocking. Even a true 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign would find it hard to compare with him. As for a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, the combat strength of a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Not to mention the tiny Marquis of Xianxia Palace, even the Supreme Qin Lin Court might not be able to find such a monster. Even if it was a quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he might not be able to find one. It was a legend. In any case, he had never found such a monster in the memories of the soul of Supreme Lord Yu Huang and the others. There was no one who could use a mere quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to fight a quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Supreme Force. It was said that in Qin Lin's courtyard, when quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was still in his realm, those few Supreme His Highness the Crown Prince could barely fight a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. No matter how well they hid themselves, the fact that they had the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was their limit. It was very likely that they would only have the strength to fight an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Although the Xianxia Marquis Palace was ranked in the top 500, it was only 1 or 2 major powers in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. Their level of contact was limited, and they could barely be related to the 180 dukes. Zhengyang Old Ghost, cut the crap. How do you want to compete? The Great Elder's voice was cold and contained a hint of anger. He was too lazy to compete with Xiangyun. Zheng Yang was too polite. This medium-sized divine source ore was within the territory of their Xuanshuan mansion, and it was also their people who discovered it first. However, the Marquis of Xiangyun mansion had relied on his powerful strength to cross the line. How could the Great Elder of Zhanqing not be angry? How could he not give them a good look? Xiangyun. Zheng Yang was not angry, either. So what if Zhanqing's attitude was slightly bad? It was not like he would lose a piece of meat. Eating the medium-sized divine source ore was the most important thing. If they could obtain a medium-sized divine source ore with over 10 billion units of high-quality divine source ore, they would at least be able to increase the number of high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the Xiangyun Marquis Manor. If they were lucky, it would be possible for them to gain a new top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Furthermore, they also wanted to take this opportunity to solve a major hidden problem in the Xiangyun Manor. Unknowingly, Xiangyun, Zheng Yang's gaze swept past Yang Fann, and a dangerous light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Why is the leader of the Xiangyun Marquis Palace looking at me? A wisp of doubt surfaced in Yang Fann's heart. Could it be that the Xiangyun Marquis Palace is plotting against me? If that's the case, I'll definitely give all of you a great surprise. As long as it wasn't those 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign from the Xiangyun Manor who personally acted, he wouldn't fear anyone else. Even if he was no match for them, he still wanted to leave. These quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign would never be able to keep him alive. Brother Zhanqing, you and I will take turns fighting the great quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign until one side is completely defeated. The battle will end here. Every quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, as long as they are willing to, can continue fighting. If they are strong enough, they can even fight 10 opponents at once. What do you think? Alright, old monster Zhengyang, do as you say. The elder of Profound Azure Sect pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. This rule was beneficial to the Profound Blue Marquis Palace. If each person could only fight one battle, it would be bad for them. Yang Fann couldn't see through the depth of the 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, but he also couldn't see through them. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and it was very likely that the 3 of them had the power to fight 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. Apart from Yang Fann, there was probably no one amongst the remaining 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors who could be their match. If they could only fight one match, it could be said that they had already lost 2 matches. 10 matches, 6 victories. At that time, as long as they lost another 4 matches, there would be nothing left for the profound Blue Marquis Palace to do with this medium-sized divine origin mine. Of course, to be fair, the arena match is not allowed to take any forbidden pill, and they are not allowed to use any external forces either. Those who violate the rules will die at the end of his sentence. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's voice was extremely cold, causing one's hair to stand on end, and it sent chills down one's spine. Of course, Great Elder Zhan Qing nodded lightly. If there were no restrictions, there was no need to compete. A quasi-9 heavens like them, Great Tao Sovereign, could easily take the lives of these juniors by gifting them some treasures. Very quickly, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. A huge void arena appeared in midair. This arena was made up of the Great Elder of the Zhan Qing family and Shang Yun. The 2 quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, Zheng Yang, worked together to create this ring. The Zhan Qing family's elder didn't trust Shang Yun. Zheng Yang was deeply afraid that he would do something to Shang Yun secretly. It was the same for Zheng Yang. It was fair and just to build it together. No one could do anything about it. Su. A stream of light cut through the void, and an undefeatable great man appeared on the stage. He was wearing a golden divine armor, and his entire body was shining with a golden light. He looked like an undefeatable warlord who had descended from the heavens. Aphids from the profound Blue Marquis Palace, which one of you will come up and face your death first? His voice was high and mighty. It was boiling, and it swept across the sky. C-3114 Successive Defeat Kenya County, Fallen Dragon City, Divine Dragon Gorge 10 billion light-years away. Rumble. A powerful pressure that was comparable to a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign came crashing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. The quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace, who wore golden warlords and was surrounded by golden light, looked down from above, as if he was the undefeatable warlord who had descended from the heavens. His voice was high and mighty, and he was extremely arrogant, and he didn't put Yang Fann and the 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in his eyes at all. It was as if they were just a bunch of ants that he could easily kill. The Marquis, residence of Grey Cloud. On the other side, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he prepared to fight. Although he wasn't one of the 3 mysterious quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, a mosquito was still meat no matter how small it was. Moreover, this golden armored supreme being wasn't a mosquito, he was at least a grasshopper. His aura was so powerful that it was several times stronger than the Jade Desolate Supreme that he had previously suppressed and devoured. A single person would probably be able to withstand the pressure of 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If he suppressed and devoured it, it would be enough for his cultivation to improve by quite a bit. However, Zhan Qing seemed to have seen through Yang Fann's thoughts. She gave him a glance. Little friend Yang Fann, now is not the time for you to attack. Leave this battle to the others. Yang Fann was the key to their victory, and they couldn't reveal it to the others early on. Once the Marquis of Shang Yun's estate saw through Yang Fann's background, it would be extremely difficult for them to win. Yang Fann hesitated slightly, but he still managed to suppress the urge to attack. Although in his point of view, this move of Great Elder Zhan Qing was a complete waste of time. With his current cultivation base and strength, he could even fight a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. There was no doubt about it. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times more, it wouldn't be able to cause him any danger. There was no need to go through so much trouble, arranging the troops and setting up the formation slowly. However, the Great Elder of Profound Azure was after all the person in charge of their line of work, and he was one of the higher-ups in Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Great Tao Sovereign, who had just stepped into the 9 heavens, had to give him some face. Forget it, those 3 mysterious quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were the biggest ones. As if he gave up on them. One should know that a normal low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's strength of origin was enough to match the sum of the 7 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Those three mysterious supreme beings could become the reliance of the Xianxia Marquis estate. They would at least have the strength to challenge a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If his estimations were correct, the strength of origin was even greater than some low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. After consoling Yang Fann, Zhan Qing turned around and looked at a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. Qianyi, you go for the first battle. Yes, Elder. This was a peerless swordsman, who was wearing a long white robe and had a sword qi that could travel hundreds of millions of miles. Both of his eyes were flickering with countless sword lights. It was as if a single thought was enough to unleash the ultimate killing technique, the sword qi, that could slaughter gods and devils. In the next second, Puchi, a brilliant sword light tore apart the void and headed straight for the void arena. Golden Spear Supreme Being, I would like to see what kind of ability you have to dare provoke us so arrogantly. The friction between Xiangyun and the dark green marquis wasn't just one Yanji or two Yanji periods. The two sides could be considered old acquaintances and old rivals. Don't worry, Thousand Leaves Paragon. I'll let you know how powerful I am very soon. Is that so? Then let me see how much progress you've made in the Yanji era. Killing intent flashed in Thusanleaf's eyes. Golden Spear Exalt, watch my divine ability. Dai Qianyan slashed out with his sword boom low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in his hand. The divine sword turned into a fire dragon, splitting into 2, then into 4. 4 into 8. In an instant, it split into tens of thousands, forming a profound sword formation. It charged towards the Golden Spear Supreme Being in a formidable manner. Puny tricks, break it for me divine ability, myriad god golden light boom boom boom. Soon, the two figures, one gold and one white, collided with each other. The sword chi swept across the battlefield, and a divine light shone from it. It was constantly being destroyed and vaporized. For a moment, it felt like it was a game of chess against an opponent. It was as if it was going to meet a good talent, and it was going to fight until it was inextricably locked in battle. Thusanleaf, you can be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use this move. Suddenly, Golden Spear let out a hideous laugh as his aura skyrocketed. Roar Lu's divine ability, 7-star Cold Flame. Not good, it's a powerful thaumaturgy. Zhan Qing's expression changed. The divine ability of the lower grade level 8, the 7-star Cold Flame Mastery, and the small success stage, were two completely different concepts. The difference in strength was more than 100 times, 1,000 times. This attack, even some of the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just advanced had no choice but to dodge. Defeated Chenny Zhijun is going to lose this round. Qian Yan Divine Sword, the divine ability of the low-grade level 8 that Chenny Zhijun had comprehended. He was only at the peak of the small completion, so he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the 7-star Cold Flame that had already reached the large success stage. As Profound Qing had expected, after struggling for a few breaths of time, Thousand Leaves was forced down from the void arena. Brother Zhan Qing, thank you for letting me win. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang cupped his hands towards Zhan Qing and chuckled, his face filled with pride. HMPH Zhan Qing snorted coldly, a hint of solemnity flashing through his eyes. He had mastered a divine ability at the mastery stage. The combat strength of the 7-star Cold Flame's Supreme Golden Spear had just stepped into the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, which was no weaker than the newly advanced 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Normally speaking, those who had just advanced to the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign rarely had the ability to master the Great Tao of level 8. What should he do? Could it be that he was going to send Yang Fann, this trump card, in the second round? The other 8 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, even if they were slightly stronger than Thusanleaf, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Among them, only Yang Fann had the strength to defeat the Golden Spear Zhijun. However, if they sent Yang Fann just like that, there was basically no suspense in the outcome of this bet. The 3 mysterious supreme beings of the Marquis of Xiangyun's estate that he was unable to see through had never made a move before. It wasn't just the Zhan Qing exalts. The other 5 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts, as well as the group of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts. Their expressions were also extremely solemn. The things that Zhan Qing could think of, how could they not? No matter who attacked them, the outcome would probably be the same as the Thousand Leaves Supreme. Of course, there was also one person who was different. Not only did Yang Fann not show any signs of solemnity, there was a faint trace of excitement in the depths of his eyes. The stronger this Golden Spear Supreme Being was, the better. It would be best if he could defeat all the Amphioxus in one go. At that time, the chance of him defeating 10 of them in one go would come. It might really be possible for him to capture all of these 10 great supreme beings in one go. Golden Spear Supreme Being, my happy life will be entrusted to you. You mustn't disappoint me. Fortunately, Zan Qing and the others didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, they would have been so angry that they would have vomited blood. Are you a sinecure of the profound Blue Marquis Palace, or are you a sinecure of the Marquis of Xianxia? How can you support an outsider? Next, who's going to die? The golden spear in the Golden Spear Supreme's hand pointed at where Yang Fann and the others were standing and challenged once more. His eyes were filled with provocation. Bitch, at a small success, the 8 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign gritted their teeth. Long Wen, you go. Zan Qing contemplated for a moment, but still didn't send Yang Fann this trump card. Although the other 8 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors weren't a match for this Golden Spear Supreme Being, they still couldn't defeat him. After fighting for 3 or 4 rounds, he was still quite confident that he would be able to defeat this Golden Spear Supreme Being. Yes, Great Clan Elder. Au! With a heaven-shaking dragon's roar, a golden divine dragon tore through the sky. Supreme Dragon Rune. This was an elder of the Golden Divine Dragon clan in Dark Firmament Prefecture. He could be considered one of the best amongst the 8 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. He was still a bit stronger than Thousand Leaves Supreme, and had a chance of entering the top 3. 2. However, he was still a little weak compared to Golden Spear Sovereign, who had mastered the Great Tao Divine ability of level 8. He was only able to hold on for a few breaths longer than Thousand Meddling Sovereign before he was forced to step down from the Void Arena. The third match, Luo Feng, you go. Brother Zan Qing, you'd better not send these aphids. They are not a match for Jin Jie. I heard that your profound Blue Marquis Palace has recruited a new peerless evildoer. His name seems to be Yang something. It's better to let him fight. Humph. Zan Qing looked at Shang Yun coldly. Zheng Yang didn't refute him and continued to send out the 4th quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was determined to use the Wheel of Battle to kill this Golden Spear Sovereign. Alright, this brat Jin Jie was about to run out of fuel. Zhang Yu, you go for this battle. When the 4th quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was defeated, not only did Paragon Zan Qing not show a trace of rage, a wisp of pleasant surprise flashed past instead. At this moment, Paragon Jin Ji's face was ghastly pale and devoid of blood, and he seemed as if he'd just recovered from a serious illness. Although the Great Tao Divine ability of Mastery Level 8 was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. Even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Jin Jie wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Brother Zan Qing, don't be happy too early. What, could it be that this brat with the golden spear is hiding something? Zan Qing's heart sank, and a trace of unease arose within her. Ah, that's the Profound Origin Golden Core. Bitch, at C3115 Yang Fann was going to fight Kangya County, Fallen Dragon City, Divine Dragon Gorge 10 billion light years away. Bitch, it why didn't I think of this? Zan Qing's face. Zan Yuan Golden Core, it was actually a Zan Yuan Golden Core. He thought that he would be able to take down the Golden Spear Supreme in a battle of attrition and help Yang Fann clear some obstacles. He didn't want Yang Fann to really fall into an awkward situation where he could fight 10 of them at the same time. Never would he have thought that the Marquis of Xiangyun clan would be so well prepared that they would actually equip this Golden Spear Supreme Being with a Xuanyuan Golden Core. This was the most suitable life-saving divine pill for a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With just one divine pill, he would be able to instantly recover all the divine power of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not to mention a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like the Gold Spear Supreme. Qian Yi and the others' efforts were in vain. The Xiangyun Marquis Palace had come prepared. A Xuanyuan Golden Pill was worth 1 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source. Even many low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to get one. For a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Jin Jie, even if he emptied all his belongings, he might not be able to buy a Xuanyuan Golden Pill. It was obvious that this Zan Yuan Golden Pill was given to him by the Xiangyun Manor. What should we do? The next step would be to continue the war of attrition. Should we fight this Golden Spear Supreme Being, or should we send Yang Fann here? Hesitation flashed across Zan Qing's eyes. With the help of the Profound Origin Golden Core, the divine power that Golden Spear Supreme Being had consumed had been restored to its original state. If they continued to fight, even if they sent out all 4 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, it would still be very difficult for them to take down this Golden Spear Supreme being. Besides, the Golden Spear Supreme might not only have one profound origin golden core. To a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the profound origin golden pill was a rare treasure, a divine pill. But to a colossus like the Xianxia Marquis estate, it was nothing. It was not impossible for them to give a few Xuanyuan Jindan to this Golden Spear Sovereign. If they continued to send out other quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, it was highly likely that it would be useless. However, sending out Yang Fann and looking at the 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors that he couldn't even figure out what was going on made him feel conflicted. These 3 men were definitely not simple. There was a high possibility that there was a peerless evildoer whose combat strength was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If Yang Fann were to attack them now, it would most likely fall into the old monster Zheng Yang's trap. Brother Zhanqing, it's better to send that Yang earlier. Oh, right, good job, Yang Fann. If the brat with the golden spear pierced 9 of them, at that time, the face of the profound blue Marquis Palace. It wouldn't be that good. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's playful voice drifted over from the side, as if he was thinking for his own good. Eccentric Zhengyang, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. With a cold shout, Zhanqing waved his hand and sent out another quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Currently, the situation in profound blue Marquis Palace was unfavorable to them. So what if Yang Fann attacked them in advance? Once Yang Fann was defeated, the remaining 4 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to change anything. They might as well keep Yang Fann until the end. Could it be that this Golden Spear Supreme only had 1 Xuanyuan golden core? Of course, the most important thing was to follow Shang Yun. Zheng Yang, you want me to send Yang Fann ahead of time, but I can't let you do as you wish. A good heart is like a donkey liver and lungs. If you really get beaten by that brat Jin Jie, the one who will lose face will be your profound blue Marquis Palace. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang sneered. Zhanqing, old ghost, let's see how long you can hold on. Luokan, you go next. Ha ha ha, the profound blue Marquis Palace is only so-so. Who else could it be? Bang, bang, bang. Golden Spear's wild laughter resounded throughout the empty grandstand. 1 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign after another was forced to step down from the void arena by Golden Spear. Golden Spear, who had mastered his divine ability, was an invincible existence compared to these quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who only mastered the Great Tao of Small Success stage level 8. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann was the only one left among the top 10 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in profound blue Marquis Palace. Right at this moment, with a flash of golden light, another Xuanyuan gold core appeared in Golden Spear Supreme's hand. After consuming the Xuanyuan golden core, Golden Spear's pale face returned to normal. His supreme godforce was once again at its peak. Bitch, it, this brat Jin Jie really does have a second Xuanyuan golden pill. Zhanqing frowned and cursed in his heart, even though he had already thought that there was more than 1 Xuanyuan golden core in this Golden Spear Sovereign's hand. The 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts of the profound blue Marquis Palace were furious. It was a wasted trip. Brother Zhanqing, I have told you about it a long time ago. I told you to send Yang Fann here as soon as possible. How are you doing now? Let that brat Jin Jie wear 9 of them. Very soon, Shang Yun Zhengyang's mocking voice rang out. If this were to be spread out, what does the world think of your profound blue Marquis Palace? Don't you think that there is no one in your manner? Otherwise, how could you not even deal with my clan's little brat with the golden spear? He ignored Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's mockery and bickering with old ghost would only make him even prouder. In the next second, Zhanqing turned to Yang Fann and said seriously, little friend Yang Fann, I'll leave the rest to you. This medium-sized divine source ore was almost equivalent to a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If there was even the slightest possibility, Zhanqing wouldn't be willing to give it up. Every 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they were the core of the Marquisate Kingdom's strength. In the past 1,200 years, the profound blue Marquis Palace had only accumulated 17 peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, and there were only a few dozen of them that came from Xuanwang's family. With every additional peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the profound blue Marquis Palace would become stronger. While they were talking, Zan Qing shoved a jade bottle to Yang Fann. There were a total of 10 Zan Yuan golden pills in it. Don't worry, Elder. Leave the rest to me. Yang Fann smiled confidently and took the bottle of Xuanyuan Jindan. Although it was just a bunch of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, it was impossible for them to consume a lot of his power of chaos gods. Furthermore, to tell the truth, he would be like a lamp that had run out of oil. It's not something this bottle of Xuanyuan Jindan can make up for, even a fraction of his divine power. It was hard to recover, the power of chaos gods on his body were so vast. It was hundreds of millions of times stronger than a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, the benefits that were given to him for free, it would be a waste if he didn't take them. Since he couldn't use it himself, it was also good to exchange it for Great Tao divine sources. 10 Xuanyuan Jindan per bottle, that was 10 billion units of Great Tao divine sources. It was enough for his strength of divine body to increase by half a level. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved, and with a flash, he appeared on the void arena. Alright, Yang Fann had finally made his move. First, let Jin Jie test Yang Fann's strength. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Void arena. Yang Fann, look at my divine ability. 7-star cold flame. A hint of seriousness flashed across Golden Spear Supreme Being's eyes. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he attacked with his most powerful killing move. It was to the extent where this attack directly condensed all of his essence energy, one of his most terrifying attacks. Hong. The terrifying cold flame covered the sky and covered the earth, and it was faintly able to freeze and kill a quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Soul. The Golden Spear Supreme knew very well that Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. His chances of winning would not exceed a single point. Furthermore, after this strike, there was probably no longer a chance for him to launch a second attack. He had to seize this opportunity and force Yang Fann to use his trump card as much as possible to create an opportunity for his comrades. This was also Shang Yun. The mission given to him by Zheng Yang was to force Yang Fann to use his trump card. It would be a great achievement. What does he want to do? Suddenly, Golden Spear Supreme Being's heart jumped, a look of disbelief on his face. Under his 7-star cold flame, this Yang Fann seemed to have been scared silly, not reacting at all. Allowing the 7-star cold flame to wrap around his entire body. A good opportunity. Very quickly, Golden Spear Supreme Being was overjoyed. Regardless of whether Yang Fann was in a daze or if there was something strange going on. This was definitely his best chance. How dare he face his 7-star cold flame without any preparation? Even if this Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Furthermore, his 7-star cold flame had directly incinerated the soul. Once the soul was seriously injured, most of Yang Fann's potential would be destroyed. Not to mention breaking through to the 9 heavens and above, whether or not he could break through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, in the future. Hong Long. It would no longer be a threat to the Shang Yun manor. At that time, he would be able to monopolize the credit. The manor would definitely not treat him unfairly. Not good. Yang Fann, dodge quickly. Dodge. Zan Qing let out a heart-wrenching wail. The divine power in her body moved, and she was about to save Yang Fann. He felt extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have called Yang Fann into this gambling match. Compared to Yang Fann, who was a monster, a medium-sized divine source ore was nothing. However, Shang Yun, Zheng Yang was obviously prepared for this. He moved his body and blocked in front of Zan Qing. Brother Zan Qing, this arena match is a matter of the younger generation. It's better for us not to interfere. Not only Zan Qing, but the other 5 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts of the profound Blue Marquis Palace were all locked onto by the 6 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace. However, if there was any unusual movement, they would surely suffer a thunderous strike. Kekekeke. Yang Fann, your life is mine. C3116 battling a top elite prodigy on the void arena. Jehia GGGGGGG. Yang Fann, you're courting death. How could I not let you go? Golden Spear revealed a ferocious smile, and his eyes couldn't conceal the excitement in them. He had already calculated in his heart what rewards the Marquis estate would give him after he heavily injured or even killed Yang Fann. He would definitely not disappoint him. This time, not only did he obtain the medium-sized divine origin mine for the Marquis estate, he had also helped the Marquis estate resolve the great threat that was Yang Fann. It was truly a great contribution. Not to mention breaking through to the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in one go. It would save him dozens of years of hard work during the Yanji period. Black Moon Supreme Being, just you wait. I, Jin Jie, am the strongest amongst the young generation of the Marquis Palace. I never expected that this little son Yang Fann would actually be such an idiot that doesn't know the difference between life and death. Fortunately, we still view him as a great calamity. Shang Yun, Zheng Yang sneered. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He had painstakingly designed this little son Yang Fann. Any random challenge from little son Yang Fann would be able to hook him up. The reason why he had chosen to attack this medium-sized divine essence mine was only one of the reasons. More importantly, he wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Yang Fann, this monster, so as to avoid becoming a major threat to the Xianxia Marquis estate in the future. Unfortunately, before Golden Spear Supreme Being and the others could be happy for long, the expression of the Golden Spear Exalt changed abruptly as his pupils dilated. It was as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as his face was filled with disbelief. No, this was impossible. It was not true. This was definitely not true. What did he see? What did he see? Completely unharmed, that Yang Fann, under his great Dao divine ability, the 7-star cold flame, was completely unharmed. It was as if his great Dao divine ability was not some ultimate skill at all, but an illusion of bluffing, completely without any lethality. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it at all. No one knew better than him how terrifying his divine ability was. Not to mention that Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even a true intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to defend against it. Even if he took this attack head-on, he would still be severely injured by the soul. How could he act like nothing had happened? Right at this moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved, directly shattering that heaven-overflowing cold flame and appearing in front of the Golden Spear Supreme Being. In an instant, Yang Fann's figure expanded endlessly in the eyes of the Golden Spear Supreme Being. It was like a poem, a supreme expert that came out of a legend. It was so majestic that no one could arouse the interest of a single resistance thought. It had taken away all of the Golden Spear Supreme Being's mind. Little aphid, come here obediently. His right arm moved like an eagle grabbing a chicken, easily grabbing the stunned Golden Spear Supreme Being in his hand. Ah, no, Jin Jie, Shang Yun, Zheng Yang let out a heart-wrenching cry. He never expected the situation to change in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann, stop, release the Golden Spear now. Being able to cultivate the Great Dao of level 8 to the mastery with his quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign cultivation base, the supreme talent of the Golden Spear could be seen. Compared to top-level Heaven's Pride, who was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, the Golden Spear was only slightly weaker. This talent was even slightly stronger than the talent of an elder of the Hu family. As long as he didn't die in the future, he had at least half a chance to become a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Even in the Xiangyun Marquis estate, such geniuses were extremely rare and could be counted on one's fingers. They were the mainstay of the Marquis estate. Eccentric Zheng Yang, you were the one who said it just now. It's best that we, these old fellows, do not interfere in the arena matches. Why did you forget so quickly? Zhan Qing has blocked Shang Yun directly. Zheng Yang mocked him. It was truly the turn of the tides. Old monster Zheng Yang, it's your turn to be anxious now. Old man Zhan Qing, you. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang glared at Zhan Qing and wanted to make a move, but he held himself back in the end. With Zhan Qing staring at him, it was impossible for him to save Paragon Golden Spear right under his nose. The two of them could be considered to have fought hundreds of Yan Ji's old rivals. He knew very well how much Zhan Qing weighed. As for the other 6 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors of their manner, they were also being stared at by the elders of the 5 major families of Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Even if there was one person who could escape, it would be impossible for him to save Supreme Being Jin Jie. The Void Battle Ring was jointly set up by him and old man Zhan Qing. It was nothing compared to these 2 quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, but to the other 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, besides the peak. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even the high 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have to spend a lot of effort to enter the Void Battle Ring. As for the only top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he had already been guarded by that top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from Profound Blue Marquee Palace. He would never be able to escape. Furthermore, Yang Fann wasn't a weakling. Even if an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were to step onto the Void Arena, it would be extremely difficult for him to take back the Supreme Golden Spear from Yang Fann. Little son Yang Fann, I thought that I had overestimated you. I didn't expect that I would still look down on you. Xianxia Zhengyang's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, who was standing on the Void Arena. How could he withstand the attack of the Golden Spear Supreme Being so easily? The strength of this Yang Fann's strength of soul was not even comparable to a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This talent, it was much stronger than what they had expected. Its overall combat strength was definitely not an ordinary intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In comparison, it was probably not much weaker than some quasi-high-rank 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, don't be complacent. You won't be arrogant for long. Unknowingly, Xianxia Zhengyang's gaze fell upon the three mysterious quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. To be precise, with him in the middle, not to mention Yang Fann's strength of soul, even if he had the strength to fight a high-ranked 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be hard for him to escape death today. His fate had already been decided since the beginning of the battle. Void Battle Ring, Wang. With a thought, Yang Fann stored the Golden Spear Supreme Being into the chaos and suppressed it completely. After waiting for so long, it finally opened. Next, who's going to die? Yang Fann's gaze lingered on the remaining 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Xianxia manner. His voice was cold, and it sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was as if he was looking at them. These 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting to be slaughtered. Who should I send to fight the next battle? Xianxia. A hint of hesitation flashed across Zheng Yang's eyes. He turned around and excluded the 6 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. With their meager strength, they were even weaker than the Golden Spear Supreme. It was an instant kill against Yang Fann. Even if they wanted to waste some of Yang Fann's vital energy divine force, they wouldn't be able to do it. Furthermore, he had seen all of Zhan Qing's little tricks. With that bottle of Zhan Yuan Golden Core as his backing, the battle of attrition was a complete joke. Even if he consumed 1 Xuanyuan Jindan in one battle, that bottle of Xuanyuan Jindan was more than enough. Looks like the 3 of them still have to make a move, but who should make a move first? Very quickly, the person in the middle was attacked by Xianxia. Zheng Yang stayed behind. This was his true trump card to kill Yang Fann. Now was not the time to use it. He had to force Yang Fann to use all of his trump cards first. Besides, he had to avoid any accidents from happening in the end. Jide and Fen Yang's strength are about the same. It doesn't really make much of a difference between the two of them. Xianxia. Zheng Yang muttered in his heart. The next second, he pointed at one of the young men and said, Fen Yang, from now on, you will be the one to deal with this Yang Fann. Try your best to force out all of his trump cards. Elder, don't worry, leave the rest to me. While speaking, boom, a brilliant sun shattered the void and landed on the void arena. Finally, it turned into a golden-robed man who looked to be around 30 years old. He had a handsome face, as if he was carved out of a rock. His body was covered in divine flames. Every movement of his seemed to want to transform the entire void arena into a flame world. His brows were like swords, and his eyes were filled with pride and conceit. It was as if there was nothing in this world that he could put in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings with him as the center. Kai, Kai, Chi Chi. In all directions, a large expanse of air was trembling, as if it was prostrating itself in worship. The pressure was so great that even many low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt their hearts palpitate. Although there was still a gap between them and intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, however, amongst the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they were considered to be at the top. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were at the quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The combat strength of a quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Sure enough, my guess is right. Those 3 are not simple. Zhan Qing's heart tightened, and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. Although this burning sun venerable wasn't enough to put Yang Fann in danger, he was only one of them. He was the first one to make a move. Logically speaking, the first one to make a move was definitely not the strongest one among them. Yang Fann, let me think about how much weight you have. C3117 Anxiety Empty Grandstand. The eyes of the Burning Sun Supreme being lit up, eager to give it a try. A terrifying battle intent was boiling in his heart like a chaotic storm, sweeping across all directions. Although it was said that Yang Fann possessed the strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and his combat strength was even greater than his, there were some things that could only be seen by the eyes and heard by the ears. Before he had truly witnessed Yang Fann's attack, Supreme Being Fen Yang had some doubts about it. The combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was more or less a little exaggerated. As for the rumors, they were more or less exaggerated. Besides, this was just a small profound firmament prefecture. In the 3,600 provinces of Qinlin Great Chaos, it could only be considered ordinary. Even the top 1,000 was somewhat difficult, so how could there be Heaven's Pride evildoer? Furthermore, it was said that Yang Fann was a lowly native of the small chaos. With the shallow foundation of the small chaos, what kind of Heaven's Pride evildoer could be born from it? Intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was very likely that the profound Blue Marquis Palace was boasting about themselves. Today, let me reveal your true colors. Yang Fann, take my punch. Divine ability, 9 suns extinguishing the world Hong Long. A punch was thrown out, and numerous scorching suns shattered the void. With the force of 9 stars, it charged at Yang Fann. Each of them was stronger than the last, and they were multiplying in size. At the last scorching sun, its strength had increased by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Not only that, its power was so terrifying that it had the power of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Alright, not bad. Looks like in this Yi Yanji era, Fen Yang has made great progress. With his means, he should be able to force Yang Fann to use all of his means. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang was delighted when he saw this. Compared to before the Yanji era, the power of the Burning Sun Exalt had skyrocketed by more than a level. Back then, the Burning Sun Supreme was only a peak low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Now, even amongst the numerous quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wasn't considered weak. In the blink of an eye, puny tricks, break for me. Yang Fann sneered and took a step forward. He didn't know who gave him the confidence to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Hong. Yang Fann's chi rose endlessly and sharply. He was like an ancient ferocious god that had crossed the time-long river and returned to this era. The scariness of his chi was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, even so, Yang Fann did not use all his strength. He did not even use the power of Chaos God in his body. He only used a tiny bit of his strength. Below the void arena, there were still a few fat sheep waiting for him to suppress and devour them. Yang Fann didn't want to scare them. At that time, if they were afraid, they would not dare to fight. That would be a huge loss for him. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had already regarded them as his property. Of course, even so, Yang Fann's strength was still above that of many high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could at most defeat him with just the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was no hope for him to defeat him. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. From the moment the Burning Sun Supreme was struck, Yang Fann had already made up his mind in his heart. He must keep this Burning Sun Supreme here. Poochie poochie poochie. One after another, the scorching sun was like a small fireball. Under Yang Fann's terrifying pressure, it broke into pieces and collapsed completely. Ah, this pressure is high-level 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He really has the combat strength of a high-level 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Shang Yun Zhengyang's expression changed abruptly. Even though Yang Fann had ignored the ultimate killing technique of the Golden Spear, it was hard to say for sure. Yang Fann's combat strength had reached the high-ranked 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but he really thought that it was all because of this. He still couldn't accept that it had become reality. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the combat strength of a high-ranked 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Such a monster could be counted on one's fingers in the entire 3,600 constabularies and even the 36 kingdoms, let alone in their 3,600 constabularies. Most kingdoms might not even be able to produce such a monster. Indigenous people of small chaos. This Yang Fann was a lowly native of small chaos. In the past, it was extremely difficult for a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to be born. How could this be? How could there be such a monster? No, it wasn't real. This definitely wasn't true. Ah, Gao, high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Little friend Yang Fann is actually a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ha ha ha. Good. Zhan Qing was so excited that he started to speak incoherently. He had thought that their profound blue marquee palace wouldn't have much of a chance of winning this battle, but he had never expected that. There's such a big surprise waiting for him. Ha ha ha. He was definitely going to win. Their profound blue marquee palace was definitely going to win. Their previous worries were completely unnecessary. No matter what tricks Marquis Shang Yun had up his sleeve, it would be difficult for him to turn the tables against a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Zhan Qing even felt a trace of regret. In his heart, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent Yang Fann here from the beginning, so as to avoid being defeated by that brat with the golden spear, which would ruin the reputation of the profound blue marquee palace. Of course, all of this was just a small matter. The most important thing was that Yang Fann was a worshipper of the profound blue marquee palace. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying talent, as long as he didn't fall in the future, there would be at least 3 levels of hope above atavism. At the very least, he would be invincible amongst 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. With such a relationship, the rise of profound blue marquee palace would be just around the corner. If they were lucky, they would be able to take over a province and replace it with a government. It wasn't impossible. Qin Lin Great Chaos. Among the 180 duchies, the duchies that were ranked at the bottom were the strongest on the surface. It was only the top 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, but only the top 30 duchies. Under the King Realm, there was an invincible supreme being guarding the duchies. Ah, not good. Yang Fann, stop. Quickly release Fen Yang. Suddenly, Shang Yun, Zheng Yang's expression changed once more. Yang Fann took a step forward and appeared in front of the burning sun exalt, instantly seizing all of his attention. Then, he sent a palm pressing down on him. Ah, no. Save me, clan elder, save me. The burning sun supreme being only had time to let out a heart-wrenching wail, completely unable to muster up any will to resist. Stop, Yang Fann, did you hear me tell you to stop? Boom. The supreme divine power in his body was boiling. Shang Yun, Zheng Yang was just about to make a move to save supreme being Fen Yang. Unlike the Golden Spear Supreme, the Burning Sun Supreme was considered to have just barely stepped into the threshold of top-level Heaven's Pride. He was the true top-level Heaven's Pride, and was considered one of the best amongst the top-level Heaven's Pride. In the future, it would only be a matter of time before he became a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Even an intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign wasn't his limit. It wasn't impossible for him to become a 9 Heavens like their first-generation Shang Yunho. No, he couldn't let this Burning Sun Supreme Being follow the footsteps of Golden Spear Supreme Being. However, he was fast. Someone was even faster than him. A figure flashed past, and a person blocked his path. It was Profound Azure Exalt. Brother Zhengyang, it's better for these juniors to settle their own conflicts. At this moment, Profound Azure's voice rang out. Her mood was indescribably pleasant. Eccentric Zhengyang, oh eccentric Zhengyang, even you have such a day. I told you to covet my clan's divine essence mine. Now, it's better to steal a chicken and not eat a grain of rice. Retribution. This was retribution. Old Zhan Qing, you. Shang Yun Zhengyang gnashed his teeth in anger. At this moment, he really wanted to do whatever it took. He had fought with this old man Zhan Qing before, but he only had the rationality left in his heart. He wanted to tell him that even if he and this old man Zhan Qing were to fall out with each other, their strengths were equal. The outcome of the battle would be 50-50 at most, let alone in an extremely short period of time. He had taken down this old man Zhan Qing. Suddenly, Shang Yun, Zheng Yang seemed to have thought of something, and the surging divine power in his body gradually stabilized. In the next second, he glared at Zhan Qing coldly and said, "Old man Zhan Qing, don't be so proud of yourself. It's not over yet." What does old monster Zheng Yang mean by that? Does he have any other trump cards that can turn the tables? Zhan Qing frowned, feeling uneasy. However, was this possible? Unless, within the Shang Yun Marquis estate, there was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base, and his combat strength was comparable to a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Peerless Evildoer. But would Peerless Evildoer be so easily encountered? Among the 3,600 marquee countries, Yang Fann had appeared. That's a miracle. Zhan Qing would never believe that there was such a monster in the Shengyan marquee estate even if he was beaten to death. However, looking at eccentric Zheng Yang's appearance, he didn't seem to be deliberately mystifying. Damn it, what was this eccentric Zheng Yang up to? Right at this moment, Shang Yun, Zheng Yang's gaze turned to a person. Black Moon, the rest is up to you. He did not continue to send out the Paragon, whose combat strength was at most comparable to that of the Burning Sun Paragon. If he was sent up to fight, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, he would not be able to make it back alive. That little monster, Yang Fann, was definitely not someone a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could contend with at this moment. There was only one person he could rely on. That was the most mysterious Great Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, Black Moon Supreme. Especially the trump card of Black Moon Supreme. Even a Quasi-9 Heavens like him, Great Dao Sovereign, faintly felt a trace of fear in his heart. He would definitely be able to deal with this little son Yang Fann, and he would be able to eliminate the great calamity that would befall their marquee estate. Yes, Clan Elder. Hui Zhejun's voice was flat. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic in his voice, as if he didn't know what kind of monster he was about to face, but an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Could it be that this Black Moon brat really has some kind of technique that can defeat little friend Yang Fann? C3118 Lunar/Blade Kenya County, Fallen Dragon City, Grand Canyon 10 billion light-years away. Old monster Zheng Yang sent out this Black Moon Supreme being at this time. Could it be that he? Zhan Qing frowned, feeling even more uneasy. This eccentric Zheng Yang wasn't an idiot. If he didn't have the slightest confidence, he definitely wouldn't have sent out this Black Moon Supreme being. And Paragon Black Moon Zhan Qing could tell that he wasn't pretending to be calm. Instead, he was truly confident that he could defeat Yang Fann. Could it be that this Black Moon Supreme was also a heaven-defying monster like little friend Yang Fann? Hiss. Was this possible? Do you really think that this kind of monster is like cabbages on the roadside that you can casually touch? He had lived for hundreds of Yanji eras, and up until now, he had only met Yang Fann alone. But other than this explanation, he really could not find a second reason. The other forbidden medicine pills, or other external forces, had long been banned by them. In fact, to be on the safe side, they had even added some special divine restrictions into the Void Arena. Anyone who dared to consume forbidden medicine and use external force would instantly trigger the special restrictions and turn them into slag. Everyone present knew all of this very clearly in their hearts. As long as this Black Moon Supreme's head wasn't squeezed by the door, it would be impossible for him to use such a strategy. Void Arena. Yang Fann and Black Moon Supreme being were separated by 100 years, facing each other from afar. This was a black-robed young man who looked to be less than 30 years old. His face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He was thin and weak, like a weak scholar who couldn't even truss a chicken. He had a hooked nose, and his eyes were flickering with a strange green light. He looked like a poisonous snake, giving people a creepy feeling. Kai, pissed. Streams of dark black light were emitted from his body. It was as though the absolute darkness wanted to corrode the entire arena. In an instant, half of the arena turned into darkness. Boom 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 boom, the black and silver divine beams quickly collided and were obliterated. They were clearly distinct. Yang Fann, I have to admit that your extraordinary talent is the only one I have ever seen in my life. In terms of talent, even I am inferior to you. Hui Zhejun looked down at Yang Fann. He spoke frankly and confidently, you should have walked further. 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, even surpassing the Supreme. It wasn't impossible for him to become unparalleled king. Unfortunately, you have met me. This is the biggest tragedy of your life. Your life ends here. When he finished speaking, Black Moon Paragon's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. A monster like Yang Fann was only at the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He had the strength to fight a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and that was the strength of the 36 kingdoms. There were only a few people who could be found. They were the top geniuses of the monster in Qin Lin Great Chaos. Even in the 3,000 great chaotic worlds, he was still a peerless demon. Now that they were going to die in his hands, it was definitely a great event that he would remember for the rest of his life. In the vastness of the chaotic world, how many people would have the chance to kill this peerless evildoer? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. It was enough to be recorded in the history of Qin Lin Great Chaos. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with just you alone? Yang Fann burst into laughter, as if he had just heard a huge joke. He was laughing so hard that his stomach started hurting. With his current cultivation base and strength, even a low-grade 9 heavens-like Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to kill him. Yang Fann really had no idea where this quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign came from. How could he have the confidence to speak such arrogant words? Even if he had only revealed the combat strength of a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would still need to possess the quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Supreme Force in order to be confident enough to kill him. What Black Moon Supreme Master? Does he have a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Supreme Force? It was unrealistic to even think about it. This peerless evildoer, even the high and mighty Qin Lin court might not be able to have him. Furthermore, it was just a mere marquis of Xianxia Palace. Yang Fann, smile, laugh to your heart's content. Very soon, you will know how powerful I am. Black Moon Supreme's expression was cold. His strange green eyes flickered with a dangerous light. In the next second, Boom Hui Zhejun was no longer suppressing his aura as his aura surged out from his entire body, blotting out the heavens and covering the earth. Very quickly, his aura surpassed that of the burning sun exalt. Om, om, om. In all directions, the enormous voids trembled as if they were bowing their heads towards him. Black Moon Supreme Being, you want to kill me with just this bit of power? A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Could it be that this Black Moon Supreme was here to make a joke? Although the chi he unleashed was powerful, it was only 10 times stronger than that of the Burning Sun Supreme. 100 times stronger, he could be considered to have just stepped into the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With this bit of strength, not to mention the current him, even he, who had yet to enter secluded cultivation, could easily defeat him. And yet, he still said something to show him how powerful he was. He really suspected that Paragon Darkmoon's head had been squeezed through the door. Otherwise, how could he possibly have spoken such nonsense? Below the void arena, old monster Zheng Yang, is this what you're relying on? Zan Qing's heart relaxed, and a wisp of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. She'd thought that eccentric Zheng Yang had some sort of trump card that caused him to worry for nothing. If Yang Fann only had the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, combined with the combat strength of the other 2 low-grade Great Tao warriors of level 8, he might still be able to defeat Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann didn't have the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Instead, he had the combat strength of 100,000 times, a million times more powerful than a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A mere intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was nothing more than a piece of cake. There was no chance of victory at all. To put it bluntly, even if there were 10 more Black Moon Exalts, they still wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann. Zan Qing, old ghost, why are you in such a hurry? Everything has just begun. Soon, you will know what Black Moon is capable of. Xianxia. Zheng Yang smiled mysteriously, as if he was confident in his own abilities. It was as if Black Moon Supreme was a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, while Yang Fann was only an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was no sign of guilt in his heart. Bitch, why is old monster Zheng Yang still like this? No, he shouldn't be like this. Could it be that this Black Moon kid has some other methods that we don't know about? Zan Qing's heart skipped a beat, and her heart, which had just been at ease, once again leapt into her throat. He could tell that Xianxia, Zheng Yang's appearance did not seem to be fake. He was definitely not bluffing. This Black Moon Supreme really had some unknown trump card that could turn the tide and threaten Yang Fann's life. However, he couldn't think of anything. What kind of tricks did this Black Moon Supreme have to turn the tables? Hiss. Could it be that he wanted to use the forbidden divine ability at all costs to forcefully increase his own combat strength? Suddenly, Zan Qing's expression changed, and a thought surged into his mind. All external forces, including forbidden pills and forbidden medicine, were strictly prohibited, but the forbidden divine ability was not one of them. To a certain extent, the forbidden divine ability was the power and means of a cultivator. It was not like they were competing against each other. The arena match could determine life and death. There was naturally no such restriction. Gulp. No, it can't be, right? How could this Black Moon Exalt be so ruthless? Zan Qing swallowed her saliva with great difficulty, and she found it somewhat difficult to believe. Although the forbidden divine ability was powerful, if he wanted to kill Yang Fann, he would need to at least have the combat strength of a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If he could increase his combat strength by 2 grades in one go, the side effects would be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if Black Moon Supreme didn't die, he would be completely destroyed. Just to kill Yang Fann, would Black Moon Supreme have to sacrifice so much? Just thinking about it made him feel that it was unrealistic. Between the two of them, there was no irreconcilable enmity. Furthermore, this was peerless evildoer who had the potential to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Even if Hui Zhijun was willing, the Shangyun Marquis Manor would never be willing to part with him. Yang Fann hadn't truly grown up. Even with his monstrous talent, if he wanted to have the supreme force that could rival the Nine Heavens' Great Tao, he would have to wait for the passing of time, let alone surpassing the supreme realm. There was no need for that at all. This was an extreme situation. It wasn't like no one in the Shangyun Marquis Palace could kill Yang Fann. Let alone those Nine Heavens' Great Tao Sovereign. Even a quasi-Nine Heavens' Great Tao Sovereign like old devil Zheng Yong was confident that he could kill Yang Fann as long as he was willing to pay some price. On the empty grandstand, Yang Fann, if you can die under my attack, you will be able to rest in peace. Hui Zhijun's voice was high and mighty, like the voice of the god of fate, announcing Yang Fann's fate. Die Lunar God Slaying Saber Boom. A dazzling saber light burst forth from Paragon Darkmoon's body. It was so fast that it seemed to be faster than the thought process of a high-level 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Among the people present, only Zan Qing and Shang Yun were present. What? Zheng Yong and the 2 high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were able to capture the trajectory of the saber light. Ah, not good. Lunar God Slaying Saber. This Black Moon actually cultivates the Lunar God Slaying Saber. C3119 Monster Kangya County, Fallen Dragon City, Divine Dragon Gorge. Murderous light flickered in Black Moon Supreme Being's eyes. He had finally unleashed his trump card, and needed to kill Yang Fann with a single slash. Little son Yang Fann, let me kill you with a single strike, and establish my supreme ferocity. Ah, not good. It's the great Yin God Slaying Saber. Yang Fann is in danger. Zan Qing's expression changed. She had never expected that Black Moon would have such a trump card. There were countless divine abilities of the Great Tao, and most of them could be roughly divided into offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and forbidden divine ability types. In addition, there was also a rather special type of divine abilities. It was a single-use divine abilities. Once it was used, the countless years of accumulation and comprehension that he had accumulated over the years would be wasted. If he wanted to use this divine abilities again, he would have to spend a long time cultivating it. In fact, some one-time use divine abilities could only be used once in his lifetime. As far as most Great Tao Sovereign was concerned, this one-time use divine ability was. Not many people would practice them. No matter how powerful this divine ability was, it could only be used once. It was a complete waste of time. One should know that Great Tao Sovereign had unlimited longevities. He would encounter countless challenges and fights in his life. It was simply impossible to rely on a single battle to completely settle down and have nothing to worry about. But never had he imagined that this Black Moon Supreme actually grasped such a one-time Great Tao divine ability, the Lunar God Slaying Saber. This was an extremely powerful one-time Great Tao thaumaturgy, devouring the extreme yin qi and nurturing an absolute kill divine saber. It was rumored that as long as this extreme yin divine saber had abundant yin energy, this extreme yin divine saber's power would increase infinitely. Before over 1,000 eras of Yan, there was an extreme yin divine lord on the Qin Lin continent, who was also the founder of this extreme yin god slaying blade. He spent his entire life nurturing that extreme yin god slaying blade. Finally, with a mere low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base and the great yin god slaying saber that he had nurtured for his entire life, he killed the intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and avenged his deep hatred for him. At the same time, he had also established a fearsome reputation for the great yin god slaying saber. It made the great yin god slaying saber one of the 10 great one-time Great Tao divine abilities in Qin Lin Great Chaos. One should know that there was a gap of 1 first layer and 6 major realms between the low and intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. The forbidden divine ability was a skill that only very few people could achieve. Moreover, the price was usually the destruction of the soul, causing both of them to perish together. Black Moon Supreme Being's extreme yin god-slaying saber had only been nurtured for a short period of time. Its power was far inferior to a billionth of the extreme yin divine lords, but its power was terrifying. It was still not inferior to a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign ultimate skill, and most importantly, it was still the great yin god-slaying saber's terrifying speed. It did not have the strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He couldn't even see the arc of the great yin god-slaying saber, let alone dodge it. He blocked it. It could be said that as long as one wasn't a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they would die under this blade. Roar! Old monster Zheng Yang, get the hell out of my way! Zhan Qing roared furiously, and her eyes turned red. She was like an enraged beast, and the supreme divine power within her body was going berserk. It was hard to encounter a monster like Yang Fann even in 1,000 cycles of Yanji. If there was really something wrong with him, it was almost impossible for their profound blue marquee palace to encounter a second one. No matter what, Yang Fann couldn't afford to lose it. This was the key to the advancement of their profound blue marquee palace. Old Zhan Qing, how about Black Moon? Are you satisfied? Shang Yun. Zheng Yang looked at Zhan Qing mockingly. He was no longer as flustered and exasperated as before. As long as he could kill little son Yang Fann, the sacrifice of Fen Yang and Jin Zhe wouldn't be a big deal. Furthermore, they were only suppressed by Yang Fann. They hadn't truly fallen yet. Once little son Yang Fann died, they would be able to escape successfully. Speaking of which, their Shang Yun Marquis estate hadn't suffered any losses. At most, it was Hui Zhejun who had lost a trump card. At that time, they would just need to spend some time nurturing it. Old monster Zheng Yang, I don't have time to waste with you. Are you going to let me or not? Murderous intent flickered in Zhan Qing's eyes. As long as Shang Yun. Zheng Yang said no, and he struck out with lightning. In the blink of an eye, Hui Zhejun, this is your trump card. You do have some capabilities. However, it's not enough to take my life. On the void arena, a cold smile flashed across Yang Fann's face. If he really only had the combat strength of a high 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, this blade strike might really take his life. He wasn't one of them. The thought process of a blade that surpassed a high-ranked 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was just one thing in his eyes. It could even be said that it was a little slow. If he wanted to, he could easily dodge this deadly blade. However, there was no need for that at all. It was only a strike that was comparable to a strike from a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it would be enough to shatter it with a single strike break. For me, a roar that sounded like devil gods, rolled and boiled, and swept across the divine dragon gorge. Boom! The supreme divine power in Yang Fann's body rose to the 5th level, and the energy in his body was like a flood that was bursting out endlessly. Hong Long! He threw out a punch that was no weaker than the deadly strike of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Kai, 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 Kai! Wherever the energy passed, the world would be thrown into chaos, and not a single blade of grass would grow. Everything would be obliterated. Ah, no, how could this be? He actually hit it. No, this was not true. It was not true. Shang Yun. The smug look on Zheng Yang's face disappeared, and he let out a hysterical wail. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it at all. The combat strength of a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was already so shocking. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone hiding something. Was this still a human? Not to mention the 36 kingdoms, even in Qin Lin's court. Only His Highness the Crown Prince had such monstrous talent. A lowly native of small chaos could be compared to the Crown Prince of the Qin court. What kind of joke was this? Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? Poochie. Yang Fann's fist landed on the great yin god-slaying blade, and the terrifying force of his fist destroyed everything in its path. In 1,000th of an instant, the great yin god-slaying saber shattered into pieces, completely disintegrating. Ah, shattered. Break. My great yin god-slaying saber is broken just like that. No. Paragon Darkmoon's pupils constricted. His mind collapsed. This divine crescent blade had been nurtured by atavism since the beginning. It had been nurtured for nearly 20 cycles, and even that high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was killed by him with ease. How could he be killed so easily? Yang Fann, a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was killed with a single punch. Fake. This must be fake. That's right. Illusion. It must be an illusion. It's true. That Yang Fann really blocked it. Great Yin God-slaying blade. The combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was not wrong. He must have the strength to fight a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's eyes were a little dull. At this moment, he finally believed that horrifying fact. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann would never have been able to withstand the deadly strike of Black Moon Supreme so easily. In fact, this power could be considered one of the best amongst all the peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. It was 10 times, 100 times more powerful than ordinary peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Gulp, gulp, this Yang Fann, what kind of monster is he? In the void arena, it's impolite to not reciprocate. Next, it's my turn. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. His right arm moved, and a palm pressed down on Black Moon Supreme Being. Bang! The power of a top 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was unleashed. It was like a chaotic storm that swept across the entire area. Kai, 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 the countless restrictions around the arena started to crack. It was as if in the next second, the entire arena would be destroyed by Yang Fann's palm. Ah, not good, Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's expression changed. The terror-fighting power's true combat strength was only at the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and there was no way that Black Moon Supreme could defend against it. Even running away was an extravagant hope. He wanted to help, but there was no time for that. Stop, Yang Fann, if you dare to hurt Black Moon, my Shang Yun Marquis Palace will not divorce you. The Golden Spear Supreme Being and even the Burning Sun Supreme Being had finally succeeded. Even though it was only a first grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, it was still very useful to their Shang Yun Marquis estate. It was still not enough to push their Shang Yun Marquis estate further into the ranks of the 180 duchies. However, Black Moon Supreme was different. Even if it was in the 36 kingdoms, he was Heaven's Pride evildoer, who had the potential to surpass a supreme. It was the #1 monster of the Shang Yun Marquis estate, and it was the hope of the Marquis estate. He could not afford to lose it. Ah, this power. No, Yang Fann, I admit it. 3C3120 End Void Arena. Ah, no, it's true, it's not an illusion, everything is real. The signs of imminent collapse caused Paragon Darkmoon to finally recover from his shock. He completely believed in the cruel reality before him. That power had surpassed his by 1 billion, or even 10 billion times. It was absolutely not something he could match up to. In fact, there had always been a voice in his heart that was speaking. Under this strike, resisting stubbornly with all his might was a dead end. Admit defeat. The only way was to admit defeat, only then would he have a slim chance of survival. However, before he could say the word defeat, he was mercilessly grabbed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Boom! A terrifying and invincible power. It surged into his body, sealing all of his power, souls, 6 senses, and everything else within his body. If he really said the last word, at that time, he would truly be in a bit of a dilemma. Should he continue to suppress this Black Moon Paragon? Ah, top grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Little friend Yang Fann is actually a top grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This. Zan Qing stuttered, and she spoke incoherently. It seemed that only now did she manage to barely believe that horrifying reality. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He had only heard of such a monster in legends. He had never thought that one day, it would appear in front of them, and they would even join the profound Blue Marquis Palace, becoming a tribute to their lord's manor. Thinking about it now, it felt unreal. Their profound Blue Marquis Palace was merely an ordinary marquis estate on the Qinlin continent. What virtue did they have to be favored by this peerless evildoer? One had to know that this level 1 Heaven's Pride evildoer could easily become a distinguished guest of the 36 kingdoms as long as he was willing. Even those kings of the great Tao that surpassed supreme beings were willing to personally appear and take him under their tutelage, teaching him with utmost care. It was difficult to seek a master, but on the other hand, how could a good disciple not be like this? There were few people who did not wish for a king of the great Tao to appear among their disciples. Ah, Yang Fann, how dare you! Roar! You deserve to die, you deserve to die! Shang Yun. Zheng Yang let out a heart-wrenching cry as if he had lost his parents. His eyes were bloodshot, as though blood could be seen dripping from them. If the gaze could kill Yang Fann would have been torn into pieces and turned into ashes. The Black Moon Supreme Being was not Jin Jie or Fen Yong. He was the #1 monster of the Xianxia Marquis estate, and the hope for the Xianxia Marquis estate to advance further. Yang Fann had suppressed the Black Moon Supreme Being so brazenly. This meant that he was going to fight to the death with the Xianxia Marquis estate. Especially after he had carried out the Xianxia Marquis estate, he had still dared to attack Paragon Black Moon in such a ruthless manner. This was a blatant disregard for their Xianxia Marquis estate. Rumble. The terrifying pressure of a quasi-nine heavens great Tao sovereign erupted from within Xianxia Zhengyang's body. It tore through space and charged towards the void arena. Roar. Yang Fann, you bastard, die divine ability, void sky cloud hand. Boom. A terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. Its power was so terrifying that it seemed to have surpassed the power of a quasi-nine heavens great Tao sovereign under the huge palm. It seemed as if the entire space and time was under its control. Fate, falsehood, and falsehood. Everything was under its control. Xianxia Zhengyang had no intention of holding back. He attacked with his strongest attack, aiming to kill Yang Fann with one strike. There was only one chance. Once Zhan Qing realized what was going on, he would have absolutely no confidence in killing Yang Fann, a monster, right under his nose. In fact, for the sake of killing him with a single strike, Xianxia Zhengyang was even willing to consume his own vital energy to forcefully increase his strength. In the end, Yang Fann, this monster, was only slightly weaker than him, a quasi-nine heavens great Tao sovereign. Under normal circumstances, he wasn't completely confident that he could take down Yang Fann in one fell swoop. On the void arena, Yang Fann's brows furrowed. That terrifying force made his heart palpitate. If he was replaced by an ordinary peak 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, he would only be able to crawl and tremble under this palm. But soon, a cold smile flashed across his face. Although this force was terrifying, it was still far from enough to take his life. Just as he was about to counterattack, Pucci, the void in front of him twisted, and a man appeared in front of him. It was Zhan Qing, old monster Zhengyang, the dignified quasi-nine heavens great Tao sovereign. If you attack a junior like this, don't you feel ashamed and want to fight him? I'll fight with you. He had long been on guard against Xianxia. As he had expected, Zhengyang was a shameless person who did not care about his reputation and bullied the weak. Roar. Break it. Zhan Qing is angry. Boom. The same heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air. It was like the hand of the blue sky, controlling everything. Rumble. The green and purple void palms collided. A terrifying force exploded in all directions. The endless chaotic flows of space and time were flowing in reverse, collapsing, and going berserk. Even the void arena could not withstand the aftershocks of that terrifying power, completely collapsing and disintegrating. Kai, seeing this, the power of Chaos God that was about to explode in Yang Fann's body was once again suppressed by him. It was better not to use his true strength unless he could unleash his true strength. The current him was far from being as invincible as he was in Hung Meng Heavenly Void, where he was born. Even those Chaos Lords who knew that he was hiding a great secret wouldn't dare to covet it. The outstanding would be destroyed by the wind. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although it was frightening, it wasn't unheard of in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. However, once the combat strength of a quasi-nine heavens Great Tao Sovereign erupted, it would be another matter altogether. If something went wrong, perhaps the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos would be shocked. Even the high and mighty Qin Lin's divine court might have designs on him. 1. Should know that the most powerful monster in the Qin Lin Great Chaos only had the strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Most of them were born in the Qin clan, and they had been nurtured by the Qin clan since they were young. The vast amount of resources was not something that a native of the small chaos could compare with. If they really attracted the attention of a giant like the Qin clan, it would be hard to say what the consequences would be. It would be fine if they didn't have any malicious intentions, but if they really had malicious intentions, they were definitely not someone he could deal with. Even the profound Blue Marquis Palace would sell him without saying a word. Compared to the huge Qin Lin's divine court, the profound Blue Marquis Palace was just a lowly aphid that was on a completely different level. Although it was important to take a step further, it was nothing compared to the inheritance of thousands of Yanji in the Lord's Manor. Bichit Xianxia. Zhengyang gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this old man Zhan Qing to react so quickly. He didn't give him any chance at all. Although he had gained the upper hand in this attack, that slight advantage was nothing to him. Who else? Yang Fann ignored Shang Yun. Zheng Yang was being blocked by Zhan Qing. This Shang Yun, Zheng Yang is no longer a threat to him. As he spoke, Yang Fann's gaze swept across the remaining 7 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign experts of the Shang Yun Marquis estate. Although the Void Arena had been destroyed, and he knew in his heart that once he unleashed his peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign combat strength, as long as these quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign weren't idiots, they wouldn't be able to fight him. However, there was still a trace of hope in Yang Fann's heart. He wasn't afraid of 10,000. He was afraid of 100,000. What if there were really idiots amongst these 7 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors? However, Yang Fann was destined to be disappointed. Wherever his gaze passed, including the quasi-intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Supreme Being of Virtue, all of them lowered their noble heads, not daring to meet Yang Fann's eyes. What a daring man! Each and every one of them was really scared out of their wits by Yang Fann. This monster was absolutely not someone they could fight against. Compared to this monster, all of them were nothing but trash. There was no comparison at all. Old monster Zheng Yang, what is the meaning of this? If no one else is going to fight, I will think that you have forfeited and admitted defeat. Zhan Qing looked at Shang Yun with a playful expression. Zheng Yang glanced at him and asked despite knowing the answer. HMPH Shang Yun. Zheng Yang snorted coldly. Old monster Zhan Qing, don't be complacent. You win this time. The biggest trump card in his hand, Black Moon Supreme, was suppressed by Yang Fann. The other 7 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors attacked together. It wouldn't be enough to withstand a single slap from Yang Fann, this monster. If he continued to persist, besides losing face, there wouldn't be any other use. Furthermore, even if he insisted on not admitting defeat, there was no way that the other 2 would fight him. It wasn't like he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Even though he knew he was going to die, he still went forward as usual. Even though he was a great elder of the Shangyun Marquis estate, he did not have the authority to send Paragon Jide and the others to their deaths for nothing. This was especially true for Zhejun Jide, as the rare top-level heaven's pride of the 100 Yanji cycles. His status in the manor wasn't much inferior to a grand elder like him. In that case, according to the agreement, this medium-sized divine source ore will belong to our profound Blue Marquis Palace. In the future, your Shangyun Manor will not be able to use any excuse to covet this divine source ore. Zhan Qing, old ghost, it's just a medium-sized divine origin mine. My Shangyun Marquis estate won't be unable to afford to lose. Shangyun, a hint of disdain flashed across Zheng Yang's eyes. The reputation of their Shangyun Marquis estate wasn't worth such a medium-sized divine source ore. If it was that large-sized divine source ore, there was still a possibility the next second. Shangyun. Zheng Yang turned around and looked at Yang Fann. Yang Fann, the battle has ended. We can let Black Moon Trio go now. C3121. You will definitely regret it. Fallen Dragon City, 10 billion light years away, Divine Dragon Gorge. Shangyun. Zheng Yang looked directly at Yang Fann. With a solemn tone, Quasi-9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign's awe-inspiring power rolled like a tide, crushing towards the void battle ring. With a solemn expression, it was as if he was saying, as long as Yang Fann dared to say no, he would definitely not divorce him. Kai. Around Yang Fann, a large area of space was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a lone boat drifting on the ocean of fury. There was a possibility that he would be destroyed at any moment. Although he was only suppressed by Yang Fann, it was these 3 people that almost broke the hope of their Marquis Shangyun clan. Especially that Black Moon Supreme Being. He was merely at the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, yet he possessed the strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. His talent was extraordinary, and he was even above Marquis Shangyun, the first generation of Marquis Shangyun's clan. He could be said to be the #1 monster in the history of Marquis Shangyun's clan. As long as he didn't fall, he would at least be a top grade 9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign in the future. It wasn't impossible for him to advance to the quasi-Great Dao King with just a little bit of resources. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for the Shangyun Marquis estate to become one of the top 100 marquisate countries in the Qinlin continent. One should know that the strongest person in the top 3,600 marquisate countries was only a peak 9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign on the surface. Especially in the top 100 marquisate countries, there was only one peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in charge. To put it bluntly, Golden Spear Supreme Being and even Burning Sun Supreme Being could fall, but Black Moon Supreme Being could not be allowed to lose no matter what. On the Void Arena, you want me to hand them over? This old man Zheng Yang really dared to say such a thing. Yang Fann sneered and didn't even look at Shang Yun. Zheng Yang left the arena and walked towards Zhan Qing and the others. What kind of joke was this? How could he spit out the fat that had entered his mouth? As for Shang Yun, Yang Fann didn't take the danger of Zheng Yang to heart at all. He, Yang, was not scared. So what if he offended the Marquis of Shang Yun's estate? Others might be afraid of the Shang Yun Marquis estate, but he was not. It was just a mere Marquis kingdom. What did it matter? With his terrifying speed of breakthrough, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed the Shang Yun Marquis estate. One had to know, how long had it taken for him to grow from the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to the quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Counting everything, it had been less than 50 billion eras. How much time would it take for him to break through to the 9 heavens, and even surpass Great Tao Sovereign with a single step? 10 times 100 times in this short period of time, it could not even be compared to 101 times of the Yanji era. Compared to those 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign who had lived for hundreds and thousands of Yanji, it was just a casual period of time for them to close up for a short period of time. How could it be called a long period of time? If this Marquis Shang Yun really wanted to fight him to the death, Yang Fann definitely wouldn't mind letting their Marquis Shang Yun become his nourishment for his growth. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's heart was burning with rage. Both of his eyes were filled with heat lights. The strength of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace was even above the profound Blue Marquis Palace. It was said that the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign alone was more than the number of hands, not to mention. It was not impossible for 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign below the first grade to surpass 3 digits. If he could obtain all the top grade experts in the Shang Yun Marquis estate, atavism, it was almost certain that he would advance to the second layer. He might even be able to break through to the 3rd Empyrean at that time. His combat strength would increase by many times, and he would become a supreme being. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that. However, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight a high grade or even a peak 9 heavens like Great Tao Sovereign in this Qinlin continent. He could be considered to have entered the ranks of top grade experts. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. Little son Yang Fann, stop right there. Didn't you hear what I said? The battle has already ended. Hurry up and release Black Moon Supreme and the others. Shang Yun. Zheng Yang's brows were tightly furrowed, and he was burning with rage. Ever since he had become a Grand Elder of the Shang Yun Marquis estate, he had never been looked down upon like this. And he was just a junior who had yet to grow all his hair. Did he really think that he could look down on anyone just because his talent was unparalleled? He did not know that potential was only potential after all. You, Yang Fann, only have the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. You are far from qualified to ignore a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign like him. In the world of cultivators, the most important thing was strength, not potential. He only responded to Shang Yun. What Zheng Yang said was still a blatant disregard. Bang! Shang Yun. The fury in Zheng Yang's heart could no longer be suppressed. It was as if billions of volcanoes had erupted. Little son Yang Fann, you've gone too far. Boom! The terrifying pressure of a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign was rolling and boiling, crushing towards Yang Fann. At that moment Pucci, Zhan Qing moved her body and stood in front of Yang Fann. Eccentric Zheng Yang, what are you trying to do? Kai, a force that was not inferior to Shang Yun. The righteous Yang awe-inspiring power erupted from Zhan Qing's body and collided with it unceasingly, obliterating it. Yang Fann was a precious treasure of the profound Blue Marquis Palace, and Zhan Qing wouldn't allow anyone to bully him. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Such a terrifying talent could be counted on one's fingers in the entire Qinlin Great Chaos. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would definitely be able to become a Great Tao King. Whether their dark green Marquis Kingdom could become a Dukedom Kingdom or even a kingdom in the future depended entirely on Yang Fann. Whoever dared to touch a hair on Yang Fann's head would be the sworn enemy of their profound Blue Marquis Palace. Zhan Qing, old ghost, the battle has already ended, and you are still holding onto Black Moon Supreme Being and the others. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you want to start a war with my Shang Yun Marquis estate? Shang Yun. Zheng Yang stared coldly at Zhan Qing and directly carried the Shang Yun Marquis estate out. He wanted to borrow the power of the Xianxia Marquis estate to force Zhan Qing to submit. Old man Zheng Yang, don't speak nonsense. The arena match will kill anyone who lives or dies. We have already made it clear that Black Moon's supreme being and the others are not as skilled as him. Being suppressed by Yang Fann is Yang Fann's spoils of war. If we want to kill or cut them up, we will have to let Yang Fann decide. Zhan Qing didn't budge an inch. Competing against each other, although their profound blue marquee palace. The Xianxia Marquis estate was one of the 3,600 marquee palaces. There was no qualitative difference between the two. They weren't afraid of the Xianxia Marquis estate. Even if the Xianxia Marquis estate was able to defeat them, the Xianxia Marquis estate would surely pay a heavy price. It wasn't impossible for them to perish together with the profound blue marquee palace if something went wrong. Furthermore, Yang Fann had suppressed Black Moon Supreme and the other two. Compared to the profound blue marquee palace, the benefits were greater than the disadvantages. If they let the three of them go just like that, once they truly grew up, they would definitely become a huge threat to the profound blue marquee palace. Among the three of them, even the weakest golden spear supreme being had the potential to break through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, let alone Black Moon Supreme Being. This peerless evildoer would be a high-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign at the very least in the future. As for their profound blue marquee palace, the strongest first-generation profound blue marquee palace, it was only at the threshold of a high-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign one. Letting them go was no different from letting the tiger go back to the mountain when that Black Moon Supreme advanced to a top-grade 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. Perhaps it would be the day of their profound blue marquee palace's destruction. The Xianxia Marquee Palace had always wanted to devour the heart of profound blue marquee palace. It was just that on the one hand, they had the suppression of Qin Lin's divine court, and on the other hand, they didn't have much confidence that they would be able to completely destroy profound blue marquee palace. That was why they had been suppressing their ambitions and didn't dare to invade profound blue marquee palace on a large scale. Once the Xianxia Marquee Palace had sufficient strength, they absolutely wouldn't let the profound blue marquee palace go. The best outcome would be that they would become their puppets, and their life and death would be completely controlled by the Xianxia Marquee Palace. Zhan Qing, old ghost, are you really unwilling to let him go? Xianxia. Zheng Yang's expression was extremely gloomy, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. Old monster Zheng Yang, the arena match is a place where life and death are determined. Since we have entered the arena, if you take down little friend Yang Fann, will you let him go? Zhan Qing sneered. As long as he could get rid of these three major threats, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he were to fall out with the Xianxia Marquee Palace. In any case, the two sides had long been in conflict, and they were constantly at odds with each other. They were only a step away from falling out with the Xianxia Marquee Palace. At most, it would be a battle in advance. Good Zhan Qing, old ghost, I promise you that you will regret it. Xianxia. Zheng Yang was so angry that he laughed instead. He took a deep look at Zhan Qing and Yang Fann. It was as if he wanted to engrave them in his mind forever. Let's go. They didn't continue nagging, nor did they start a fight. Although they had one more intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, with Yang Fann here, if they really started a fight, they would be the ones to suffer. Perhaps, a few more intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might even die. Yang Fann could easily suppress them. Of course, Black Moon Supreme also had the power to suppress them. He was able to suppress the other intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. He actually left just like that. This old man Zheng Yang can endure it. Unwillingness and disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Why did he leave just like that? He was prepared to seize this opportunity to take down a few 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. If he was lucky, he would be able to take down that peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and that would be great. Perhaps, he would be able to take down atavism in one fell swoop. It wasn't impossible, it was just that Black Moon Supreme and the other two were still a bit lacking. It was virtually impossible for them to break through into the Paragon level even if he didn't consume the Great Tao Divine Source and continued to improve his strength of divine body, it would still be the same. Xianxia, who thought that he was burning with rage, under his deliberate provocation, Zheng Yang would immediately explode. He never expected that he would be so calm in the end. These old fellows were indeed intelligent people. None of them were easy to deal with. Little friend Yang Fann, the Xianxia Marquee estate will not give up so easily. In order to avoid any accidents, We should hurry back to the Marquis estate as soon as possible. C-3122 Full support. Fallen Dragon City, 10 billion light-years away, Divine Dragon Gorge. A hint of worry flickered in Zhan Qing's eyes. Zheng Yang's words still echoed in his ears. Even if he were to use his toe to think, he would know that the Shangyun Marquis estate would not let this matter go easily. The Kangya County where Fallen Dragon City was located at the border of Profound Blue Marquis Palace. It was closer to the Shangyun Manor and was even closer to Dark Green City. If the Shangyun Marquis estate really wanted to harm them, the expert of their Marquis estate might not be able to reach them. Even if he, a quasi-Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, was present, he wouldn't dare guarantee Yang Fann's safety. The Shangyun Manor would either not make a move, and once they did, it would definitely not be an ordinary quasi-Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. There was a high chance that it would be in Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, or even the first generation of the Shangyun Manor. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Marquis of Shangyun's Manor attached great importance to a monster like Yang Fann. In today's battle, Yang Fann had offended the Marquis of Shangyun's estate. It was a situation that would not end until one of them died. In his position, he would absolutely not say a word. He would use the strongest person in the clan to kill Yang Fann in the shortest time possible. This kind of monster. Its growth speed was far from what an ordinary genius could compare with. It was hard to say when he would reach the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and possess the Nine Heavens Great Dao Supreme Force. Compared to Yang Fann, it was not impossible. If he didn't die, everyone in the Shangyun Marquis estate wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Although he was very anxious, Zhan Qing's tone was quite gentle. She did not directly give the order to return. Instead, she acted as if she were communicating with her peers, not daring to overstep her boundaries at all. Things were different now. It was different from the past. Yang Fann wasn't the top-level Heaven's Pride of that province. Although he had the hope to become a great Dao King in the future, the small one was almost negligible. Currently, Peerless Evildoer was the only one in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos who could be found. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the future Great Dao King. His status was far from what a quasi-Nine Heavens-like Great Dao Sovereign could compare with. To put it bluntly, even their Profound Blue Marquis Palace's first-generation Marquis Zhan Kang was inferior to him. When they saw this Yang Fann, they had to treat him as an equal. They did not dare to take advantage of their old age to act like a Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Furthermore, he was a quasi-Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Zhan Qing wouldn't dare to speak to Yang Fann in a commanding tone. Even the way he looked at Yang Fann faintly revealed a trace of respect and fawning this future big shot. It was not something he could afford to offend. What he could do was to curry favor with Yang Fann at that time. When this big shot grew up, with this kind of relationship, just touching him a little would be enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. Even a high-grade Nine Heavens-like Marquis Shangyun, Great Dao Sovereign, did not dare to easily offend him. Elder, you can arrange everything. I have no objections. Yang Fann nodded slightly and said. Now was not the time to flaunt his abilities. He had suppressed the 3 Great Heavens Pride Evildoer of the Shangyun Manor in one go, and the Shangyun Manor wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. If he continued to stay in Fallen Dragon City, a single mishap would cause him to fall. With his current cultivation base and strength, he would at most be able to save his life under the hands of a low-grade Nine Heavens, Great Dao Sovereign. When he encountered an intermediate Nine Heavens, he would be able to save his life. Great Dao Sovereign would have a slim chance of survival. If that first-generation Marquis Shangyun personally attacked, he would have no chance of survival. The only way was to return to Profound Azure City, the base camp of the Marquis clan. With the protection of numerous Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign in Profound Blue Marquis Palace, his safety would be guaranteed. As the lair of the Profound Blue Marquis Palace, the entire city had been fortified by the thousands of Yanji of the Xuanwang clan. Not to mention a high-grade Nine Heavens-like Marquis Shangyun, even a top-grade Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign would not be able to gain much benefits in this city. Furthermore, after suppressing the 3 Great Heavens Pride Evildoer, he needed a place. He needed a little time to digest what he had gained this time and improve his cultivation base and strength. Upon hearing this, Zhan Qing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Fann didn't act arrogantly and willfully, and refused to return to the Profound Blue Marquis Palace with him. Otherwise, if Yang Fann really refused his proposal, he would be in a dilemma for a moment, not knowing what to do. He couldn't forcefully bring Yang Fann back to Profound Azure City if something went wrong and made Yang Fann, this monster, bear a grudge against him. He would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Alright little friend Yang Fann, let's return to the manor now. Without much hesitation, Zhan Qing made a firm decision, as if she was deeply afraid that Yang Fann would change his mind in the next second. Boom! Very quickly, the profound dragon soared into the sky. Its speed was so fast that it was more than 10 times faster than before. It was comparable to an ordinary low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. In order to bring Yang Fann back to Profound Blue Marquee Palace as soon as possible, Zhan Qing had put in a lot of effort. She didn't hesitate to consume the source of the profound dragon. She took the risk of the profound dragon's grade falling to forcefully increase the profound dragon's speed. Compared to the Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Yang Fann was the most important person. He could not allow any accidents to happen. Profound Dragon, in a luxurious attic. Rumble. Yang Fann's soul moved, and a terrifying spiritual consciousness that was comparable to a quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign shot out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It quickly tore apart the supreme chaos crystal wall of the Golden Spear, and quickly plundered the massive amount of chaos resources within. 800 years later, Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The three of them were worthy of being the top geniuses of the Shangyun Marquee Estate, Heaven's Pride Evildoer. Their wealth were far from what the 5 supreme beings of the Jade Desolate Hall could compare with. Even the weakest Golden Spear Supreme Being had more than 50 billion Great Tao Divine Sources. The other resources in divine fruit and divine medicines were piled up like a mountain, and there were countless of them. If all of their belongings were combined, they wouldn't be less than 200 billion Great Tao Divine Sources. As for the Black Moon Supreme Being with the highest value, it was even more terrifying. It was several times more than the Golden Spear Supreme Being, and its total value would definitely exceed trillions of units of Great Tao Divine Source. He was probably much stronger than a true intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and could even be compared to some of the weaker high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The three of them combined. Even if he didn't have 2 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. It was more than enough to increase his strength of divine body by more than 10 times. At that time, he would truly have the strength to fight against Zhan Qing and the others. Soon, another 500 years passed. Profound Dragon slowly descended from the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. It was unknown whether it was because they were too fast, or if it was for some other reason that Marquis Shangyun was unable to react in time. The snipe that Zhan Qing had anticipated did not happen. It had made many of his arrangements useless. Of course, this was a good thing. It would be best if he didn't take revenge on Yang Fann, giving him enough time to grow and truly break through to the 9 Heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior had the strength to fight a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. Once Yang Fann broke through to the 9 Heavens, Zhan Qing wouldn't dare to imagine what kind of combat strength he would have. He was even more powerful than Marquis Shangyun. At that time, Marquis Shangyun's manor would no longer be able to threaten Yang Fann's safety. Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Kangling Palace. This was one of the major palaces in the Profound Blue Marquee Palace, and it was heavily guarded. There were almost no places in the Profound Blue Marquee Palace that could be compared to it. Even a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to easily break through the defense of the Green Spirit Hall. After returning to the Dark Green City, Yang Fann didn't return to the Qilinda Palace. Instead, he moved straight into the Green Spirit Hall. Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Dark Green Hall. Young Master Xuelin, the current Dark Green Marquis, accompanied the last seat. Above him were 7 peerless experts with terrifying auras. Each and every one of them had terrifying auras that far exceeded Zhan Qing's by hundreds of millions of times. One of them was the previous Xuanwang who had presided over the Marquee War back then. The other 6 people's identities were self-evident. They were none other than the other 6 great Xuanwang of Profound Blue Marquee Palace. The true core pillar of Xuanwang's prefecture. In the center of the main hall stood a group of people. They were the elders and elders who had just returned with Yang Fann, as well as the other 9 great quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts. Zhan Qing, are you seeing things? Does that little friend Yang Fann really have the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? The white-haired, childlike old man who had the most terrifying aura among all the generations of Xuanwang spoke. He was none other than the founder of the profound Blue Marquee Palace, the first generation of Xuanwang. It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhan Qing's words, it was just that the news was too frightening and unbelievable. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This kind of monster was almost a legend, and there were only a few people in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos who could do this. It had actually appeared beside them just like that, and had even become a tribute of the profound Blue Marquee Palace. It was truly unbelievable they were merely a small marquisate. How could they obtain peerless evildoers' favor? It was like a dream to ancestor. I swear that little friend Yang Fann really has the combat strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If you still don't believe me, Zhan Meng and the others can stand guard for me. Ancestor, what great elder Zhan Qing said is true. We can all testify, right, ancestor, we can all testify. In that case, all of this is true. Good, this is the greatest opportunity of our profound Blue Marquee Palace. We must not miss it. From now on, our family will definitely do our best to help young friend Yang Fann grow as quickly as possible. C3123 Paragon of the Grand Dao Paragon Physique Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Dark Green Hall Buzz. A divine light flashed in the eyes of the first Xuanwang. He immediately decided to use the power of Profound Blue Marquee Palace to fund Yang Fann's cultivation. He wanted Yang Fann to grow in the shortest amount of time possible. A top-level Heaven's Pride monster from the great chaotic world was worth their investment. As long as Yang Fann grew up, he would return thousands of times, even tens of thousands of times more to their Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Although he had never come into contact with Yang Fann directly, from the description of Xuanwang, Zhan Qing, and the others, he was almost certain that Yang Fann was not that ungrateful wolf. Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Kangling Palace. He was still hesitating in his heart as he handed over the resources in his hands to God Lord Zanjiao. Would he still be able to bring back great Dao divine sources that far exceeded his expectations like the previous 2 times? In the end, God Lord Zanjiao was only a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, not one of the top disciples. His level of contact was limited. Humans gathered together, and things were grouped together. It was almost the limit for an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to be able to come into contact with a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This Xuanwang clan actually wants it. Yang Fann raised his brows, and his eyes flickered with astonishment. He had never thought that the Profound Blue Marquee Palace would have such courage to support his growth with all their might. This decision wasn't something that could be easily made. He would do his best to nurture the Profound Blue Marquee Palace with all of his family's strength. It could be said that he had placed all of his destiny on Yang Fann's shoulders. If they failed, even if it wasn't a devastating blow to their race, they would still suffer heavy losses and shake their foundations as expected of the founder of a marquee kingdom. The first generation Xuanwang was truly bold. He was far from what an ordinary marquis could compare with, but this was a good thing. Currently, he had always been lacking in resources. The 3 of them could at most increase his strength by 12 or 20 times, allowing him to gain a firm foothold in the quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to make any qualitative leap with the full support of the Xuanwang clan. Everything would be different. His cultivation base would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, especially the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann seemed to have seen that the supreme great perfection of the body of the god was waving at him. Of course, Yang Fann also understood that Xuanwang's family didn't open a charity hall. There was no free lunch in the world. There must be a reason why Profound Blue Marquee Palace was willing to give up resources to support him. When he truly grew up, he would have to return the favor to Profound Blue Marquee Palace. He would even give 10 times, 100 times more to Profound Blue Marquee Palace. However, in Yang Fann's opinion, all of this was worth it. Without the full support of Xuanwang, who knew how much time it would take for him to obtain the supreme great perfection of the body of the god. And as long as it was a supreme great perfection of the body of the god, his combat strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be difficult for him to challenge those who were stronger than him if he could still make another breakthrough with his cultivation base. With atavism's double breakthrough, his strength would skyrocket. It wouldn't be 1 + 1 = 2, it would be an unlimited increase. Not to mention intermediate, it was also the low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Even if it was a high level, even a top-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign might have the strength to fight him. But as long as he had the strength, would it be difficult to obtain any resources? For example, it was extremely difficult to earn a single unit of Great Tao Divine Source from a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It would cost him 1,000,000. It might not even succeed even if it was 1,000,000 eras ago, but to a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, a single unit of Great Tao Divine Source was nothing. Even the movement of a finger would not be limited to this tiny bit of divine essence. Soon, a large number of Great Tao Divine Sources were sent into the Green Spirit Hall. There was a total of 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Sources, and this was only the first batch. As long as Yang Fann needed it, he could transfer another batch at any time. This time, the first generation Xuanwang really made up his mind to place everything on Yang Fann. One should know that 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source was not a small number. Many of the top 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns' belongings might not even have 10 million units of Great Tao Divine Source, let alone the first batch of resources. The amount of Great Tao Divine Sources invested in the end was not something ordinary people could imagine. 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more, it was not impossible. A huge gamble on the fate of their profound Blue Marquee Palace. A monster like Yang Fann. If they missed it, they would never have a second chance in their lives. Opportunities could not be lost. They could not be lost again. Although it would be safer to invest when Yang Fann's cultivation base improved a little, it would be better to spend money on it. How could it be compared to providing timely assistance? Funding Yang Fann to make things difficult for them would bring the greatest benefits to Xuanwang's family. Boom! Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to its limit. Boundless power of devourings gushed out from the countless devouring black holes, crazily devouring the Great Tao Divine Sources in the surroundings. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. On average, less than 1,000 years had passed, and 1 unit of Great Tao Divine Source had been devoured and refined by Yang Fann, completely turning into a flying ash. 100 units, 10,000 units. 1 million units. 100 million units. 10 billion units. Trillion units. In less than an era. Poochie. The last unit of Great Tao Divine Source was completely devoured by Yang Fann, but he didn't come out of seclusion immediately. Although the first generation Xuanwang had said that as long as Yang Fann was willing, he could get Xuanwang Prefecture to provide the second batch of Great Tao Divine Source at any time. However, it was too exaggerated to ask Profound Blue Marquee Palace to provide the second batch of eras in such a short period of time. That was 10 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources, not a trillion, and not even 100 million Great Tao Divine Sources. Even those quasi-Great Tao Kings who had stepped into the Great Tao King realm did not have much confidence. To be able to devour 10 trillion eras in less than a single era in the next moment. Buzz. A golden light flashed, and the Golden Spear Supreme Being, one of the 3 great geniuses of the Xianxia Marquee estate who had been suppressed by Yang Fann, appeared in front of Yang Fann in the following period of time. It was better to refine these 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, so as to avoid scaring the Xuanwang clan. It would be bad if some evil intentions were to be aroused in Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Although the Profound Blue Marquee Palace was very close to him, they didn't hesitate to gather the strength of their entire family to increase his cultivation base and strength. However, one must always be wary of others. If the first Xuanwang knew about his true devouring speed, he might have some thoughts about it. The most difficult thing in the world was the human heart. Sometimes, it was better not to deliberately challenge a person's moral bottom line. Especially these old monsters who had lived for countless eras. The so-called kindness had long been cast aside by them. There was only one thing that they truly took a fancy to, and that was profit in Xuanwang Prefecture. If the first Xuanwang really wanted to harm him, it would be like capturing a turtle in a jar. He wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Boom. An extremely pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. It had to be said that this Golden Spear Supreme Being was worthy of being called top-level Heaven's Pride, who had a higher cultivation base than him. The purity of the strength of origin was several times greater than the Jade Desolate Supreme and the others. Before this, he had underestimated this Golden Spear Supreme Being. How could he be compared to the 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like the Desolate Jade Supreme? Even if it was 1 versus 10, it would still be more than enough. Even the Golden Spear Supreme Being with the weakest talent and potential was like this. Then what about Burning Sun Supreme Being and Black Moon Supreme Being? It was very likely that they weren't inferior to a true intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the low-grade level 8. Unknowingly, a wisp of anticipation climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras, 100,000 eras. In the blink of an eye, a million eras had passed. Half of the strength of origin on Golden Spear Supreme Being's body had been used up, and his body had clearly become much thinner. His face was pale and bloodless, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A million eras have passed. It's about time to ask for the second batch of Profound Blue Marquee Palaces from Profound Blue Marquee Palace. A million eras and 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Sources. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, even many intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to refine so many Great Tao Divine Sources. However, it was still within the acceptable range of Profound Blue Marquee Palace. After all, he was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with a monstrous monster that could challenge a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was normal for him to show some unusual behavior. How could a monster be like an ordinary person? 2. What? 10 trillion units of Great Tao Divine Sources have been completely refined by him. Hiss. I didn't hear wrongly, right? That's 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source. Gulp gulp. Could this be the difference between a mediocre person like us and a true monster? Including the first generation Xuanwang. Including them, all the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the Profound Blue Marquee Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. When they were at the peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they could barely refine 10 million units of Great Tao Sovereigns with just a million 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns. Not to mention when they were at the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, absorbing 100 units of Great Tao Divine Sources was their limit. Compared to Yang Fann, this monster was like heaven and earth. After a while, the first generation Xuanwang and the others finally believed in this frightening fact. Not long after, another 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source were sent into the Green Spirit Hall. Since they had decided to fully support Yang Fann, they wouldn't be crippled midway. Going back on your word was a taboo. Not only could they not get on Yang Fann's good side, but they also couldn't get on Yang Fann's good side. On the contrary, he might offend Yang Fann. The Great Tao Divine Source would be sent into the Green Spirit Hall one batch at a time. On average, 10 million Great Tao Divine Source would be sent into the Green Spirit Hall in a million eras. Yang Fann's sovereign god body quickly advanced towards the Great Perfection stage. The strength of divine body was 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. 100 million eras later. This was the 100th time the Profound Blue Marquee Palace had sent 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Sources to the Green Spirit Hall. Yang Fann and Sovereign God's body had finally reached the critical point of the perfection stage, and they were only a step away from breaking through. Supreme Great Perfection of the body of the God, let me unveil your mysterious veil. C3124 Primordial Chaos Divine Art Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Kangling Palace. Boom! The energy within Yang Fann's body surged like a tsunami, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and infinitely Kai. A terrifying pressure rolled out like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth below the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Even a quasi-Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign like Zhan Qing would find it hard to take a single step into the Green Spirit Palace. He had made a breakthrough, and nearly 12 million eras had emptied most of the Great Tao Divine Source reserves in the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Yang Fann's divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had finally taken that final step and successfully stepped into the Great Perfection stage. Poochie. In all directions, countless Great Tao Divine Sources were destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into powder. The speed was so fast that it was enough to make countless Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign despair every day. Hundreds of millions of Great Tao Divine Sources were devoured and refined. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 eras had passed. Wang. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually rose to its peak at this moment. If someone took a step into the Green Spirit Hall, it would be the low-ranked Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Anyone below the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, except for a few geniuses who could jump ranks to challenge the monster, would instantly be crushed by the awe-inspiring power and be unable to move. Luckily, the Green Spirit Palace wasn't the Qilinda Palace. It was one of the most important divine hall in the Profound Blue Marquee Palace, and it was surrounded by layers of seals set up by the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of Xuanwang Prefecture. For the sake of Yang Fann's safety, the first Xuanwang had even personally taken action. He had added a few divine formations to the Green Spirit Palace, which were strong enough to defend against the attack of the intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If it was Linde Palace, they wouldn't be able to withstand the awe-inspiring power. It completely shattered. 100 million years later. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brilliantly, and it couldn't conceal his excitement. An excitement powerful. He was truly too powerful. A huge perfection divine body of Great Tao Sovereign required a lot of resources, and it was far beyond his imagination. Even some intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign might not have so many Great Tao divine sources in his possession. 1,000,000 eras was equivalent to 10 billion units of Great Tao divine source, and nearly 120 million eras were equivalent to 12 trillion units of Great Tao divine source. This was not even counting the Great Tao divine sources that he had absorbed and refined during the process of his breakthrough. However, his harvest was also astonishing. The strength of divine body had increased by more than 1,000,000 times. Initially, he thought that the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign was a huge perfection, and his strength of divine body was comparable to a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In fact, it had far exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. The current him, the power of the strength of divine body, was not any weaker than some low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He unleashed all of his strength into the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. His combat strength had far surpassed the quasi-Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign like Zhanqing. It was enough for him to fight a low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If he used the power of Chaos God and unleashed all of his combat strength, he would be the intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. This strength could be considered to be the top in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. If it was within the 3,600 marquisate countries, it could be considered invincible, and all of this could not be without the full support of Xuanwang family. Without Xuanwang family emptying most of the divine source storage, just him alone, who knew how many eras it would take to accumulate those 1,000, several hundred trillion, and trillions of Great Tao divine sources. This was equivalent to all the belongings of an intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If he wanted to take down an intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, he would have no hope without the combat strength of a high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, he was still a long way away from a high-ranked Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann would always remember this kindness in his heart in the future. He would definitely repay this kindness. He would definitely not let Xuanwang family regret today's decision at this moment. Bang! A massive flood of information surged like a tidal wave within his sea of consciousness. It's coming. Yang Fann's heart tightened as he focused all his attention. Having received so many inherited memories, Yang Fann was already used to it. He thought that there would be no exceptions this time. As he expected, his divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had just stabilized for a short period of time. The inherited memories came one after another, and immediately, a hint of anticipation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying divine art it will bring me this time. A single divine body of Great Tao Sovereign was enough to make his strength of divine body comparable to a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With just a half-step martial saint cultivation base, he had the ability to defy the Nine Heavens Great Tao Supreme Force. This inheritance would only be more profound than the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art. At that time, it was hard to imagine what kind of realm his strength of divine body would reach. It was hard to say whether the strength of divine body alone could defeat the King of Great Tao. Just thinking about it made him feel indescribably excited. The current him was not the same as when he had just entered the Qin Lin Great Chaos. His understanding of the Qin Lin Great Chaos was not any less than those 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the marquis palaces that he had grown up in. He knew that those above the Supreme were the kings of the Great Tao. Those were the kings of the Supreme level. Millions upon millions of supreme beings, supreme experts that surpassed supreme beings. With a single thought, he could kill a large number of Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He was the pinnacle expert that stood at the peak of the Qin Lin continent. The founder of the 36 kingdoms was the king of the Great Tao. Even the Qin Lin court had to show them some respect, not daring to provoke them. This is. However, not long after, Yang Fann's facial expression changed. The inheritance divine arts that he had imagined didn't appear. Instead, the scenery in front of him changed. Yang Fann found that he had already left the Green Spirit Palace and appeared in a vast continent. That continent was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. Yang Fann couldn't help but think that even the Qin Lin continent couldn't compare to this continent. In fact, even the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos was far inferior to this continent. If he called it a continent, it was more like the boundless primordial chaos. Bang! Suddenly, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The vast continent exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless tiny fragments and 3,000 large fragments. There was also another continent, the central continent, that was a third the size of the vast continent. Vaguely, Yang Fann could see numerous terrifying devil gods surrounding and killing a mighty existence. Each of those devil god was enormous. It was a lot bigger than the 3,000 fragments. Each strike was the evolution of the Tao, incomparably profound and profound. When a palm was struck out, it was time and space flowing in reverse, primordial chaos surging at this moment. Yang Fann couldn't help but feel tiny and insignificant in his heart. In front of those devil god, he, the nine heavens' great Tao sovereign, was like the lowly aphids on the ground. They could kill countless of them with just a breath of air. This power had even surpassed the power of the great Tao. Gulp. Who are they exactly? Could it be that above the great Tao King, there are even more experts? And that giant god that was surrounded and killed, who is he? Yang Fann's heart trembled. He was shocked because of the divine body of great Tao sovereign, huge perfection. The trace of pride and complacency that was born from it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Compared to these true supreme experts, they were still very young. They were on a completely different level. Just the venerable devil god alone made him unable to muster up any thoughts of resistance. However, in front of the giant god in the middle, he was like an ant. Every strike and punch would severely injure or even blow up a venerable devil god. The power was far beyond his imagination. He was afraid that the giant god could kill him thousands of times with just a breath of air. Devouring great Tao. That giant god controls the devouring great Tao. Could it be that he is? Suddenly, Yang Fann's heart shook, as if he had thought of something. At this moment, the scene changed. The vast continent and the giant devil god disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. The next second, Yang Fann also returned to the Green Spirit Hall. What is going on? Who are those devil god? Why did they surround and kill that giant god? That giant god is really mine. All of them were confused. Like a tidal wave, it surged into Yang Fann's heart. Suddenly, Yang Fann's face distorted, as if he was experiencing an infinite amount of pain. Bang! A vast stream of information exploded within his sea of consciousness. It rushed towards Yang Fann's soul like a swarm of bees. It was as if Yang Fann's soul was going to explode. 1 minute and 1 second. 1 day, 1 month, or even longer. Yang Fann's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Primordial divine arts, devour the heart of primordial chaos, form a supreme primordial combat physique. Palm the primordial supreme force. There is actually such a terrifying divine arts in this world. C3125. It was a fight to the death. Xuanwang Palace, Kangling Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. An indescribable shock flashed in the depths of his eyes as he expected. The mysterious inheritance had once again given him a terrifying body refinement divine art. Primordial divine arts. This was a supreme divine arts that was many times more terrifying than the great Tao Sovereign's divine art. To transform my body into the primordial chaos, I am the primordial chaos, and the primordial chaos is me. A casual strike was the crushing force of the Hung Meng heavenly void. Not to mention great Tao Sovereign, even the king of the great Tao was nothing in front of the boundless Hung Meng heavenly void. They were just a bunch of lowly ants. With a wave of his hand, he could kill thousands of venerable. Perhaps only that group of terrifying devil god and that terrifying giant god had the strength to fight against the Hung Meng heavenly void. When he thought of that group of terrifying devil god and that giant god, a trace of doubt emerged in Yang Fann's eyes. What was the background of these terrifying existences? Why didn't he find any trace of them in the soul memories of Black Moon Supreme and the others? Also, what is the origin of the inheritance that I have obtained? Could it be that it really was as he had guessed? Everything was like layers of fog that troubled Yang Fann's heart. Phew. After a while, Yang Fann let out a long breath and stopped thinking about it. Right now, there were so many mysteries and there was very little information left for him. Even if he racked his brain, he could not figure it out. Everything would have to wait for the future. It was hard to say whether he would be able to find out the truth after he made a breakthrough in his cultivation and strength. Just like those devil god and the giant god, after his huge perfection divine body of great Tao Sovereign made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, it appeared in his sea of consciousness. When his cultivation base advanced further, perhaps he wouldn't even need to decrypt it, and he would be able to find out the mystery of the heaven-defying inheritance in his body. Now, he had to first pay attention to the primordial divine arts. When he thought of the primordial divine arts, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The power of the primordial divine arts was unparalleled, far beyond great Tao sovereign's imagination. As long as one could reach the beginning, he would be able to treat those great Tao kings as ants. However, the difficulty of reaching the beginning was equally terrifying. The heart of primordial chaos, what kind of treasure was this? Yang Fann had never heard of it before, let alone seen it. However, there was one thing that Yang Fann was sure of. This so-called heart of primordial chaos was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary treasure. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain a grandmist heart and officially start cultivating the primordial divine arts. 8 to 9. Just like the great Tao sovereign's divine art, it would be sealed away for a very long period of time. Yang Fann helplessly smiled bitterly. He didn't think too much about it. There would always be a path ahead of him. As long as his cultivation base continued to break through, there would be a day when he could obtain the heart of grandmist and cultivate the primordial divine arts. Just like the great Tao sovereign's divine art, the source of the great Tao was also a legendary treasure to him. But now, he had cultivated the great Tao sovereign's divine art to the great perfection stage. Everything was just a matter of time. In the next moment, boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated wildly as Yang Fann continued to devour the great Tao divine sources around him. Although the divine body of great Tao sovereign was already at the huge perfection, the great Tao divine source had no effect on his divine body. However, this didn't mean that the great Tao divine source was useless. Each unit of great Tao divine source contained a large amount of strength of origin, and it wasn't any weaker than a quasi-7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. It could also be used to strengthen Yang Fann's origin of chaos and increase his cultivation base. However, along with Yang Fann's great Tao great perfection of the body of the god, his origin root had become many times stronger. This tiny bit of strength of origin was like mud falling into the ocean, it could not cause any waves. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, and even atavism, he didn't know how many resources he would need. Even if he emptied the entire Xuanwang prefecture, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he would be able to get atavism. What a great happiness. In the blink of an eye, a million eras had passed. Fuchi, a black-robed youth that was as thin as firewood, had exhausted the last trace of the strength of origin and turned into ashes. Not only the great Tao divine sources in the surroundings, even Paragon Black Moon had been completely devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that not only had he broken through a few small realms, he had also broken through to the limit of the half-step martial saint, but he hadn't even broken through a small realm. That tiny bit of improvement could be said to be negligible. Unconsciously, Yang Fann's brows knitted together. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes, and a trace of hesitation appeared. What should he do next? Should he continue to extend his hand to Xuanwang Prefecture and ask for the great Tao divine source? To be honest, Yang Fann really couldn't open his mouth. In such a short period of time, he had obtained less than 13 million eras from Xuanwang Prefecture. In the profound blue Marquis Palace. It could even be said that he had used all of them on him. If he continued to ask for more great Tao divine sources, it would very likely affect the normal operation of Xuanwang Prefecture, and affect the cultivation of the experts in the prefecture. Furthermore, even if he devoured all of the great Tao divine sources, he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation by much. He might even be able to break through a small realm. Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in himself. If he wanted atavism, he would have to rely on those level 8, 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, and especially that 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. If he could suppress and devour a few of them, perhaps he would be able to take the last step, atavism. However, if he didn't ask for the resources from Xuanwang Prefecture, he wouldn't have a second way to get them. He would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources to improve his cultivation base and strength. Why did I forget about them? Suddenly, Yang Fann patted his head as if he had thought of something. Xuanwang Prefecture had 1,200 Yanji, and during this period of time, they would encounter some enemies. Although most of them had been mercilessly killed by Xuanwang Prefecture, many of them had become Xuanwang Prefecture's prisoners and were imprisoned by Xuanwang Prefecture. Among them, although there was no 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, there were many 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors, including even quasi 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. If they were all devoured and refined, Even if it wasn't as good as refining a low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, it wouldn't be too far off. Xuanwang Prefecture, Dark Green Hall. Yang Fann actually didn't continue to ask for Great Tao divine sources. The first Xuanwang let out a long breath. It was frightening. It was truly frightening. In less than 13 million eras, Yang Fann had almost emptied their thousands of divine sources. If Yang Fann continued like this, they really wouldn't be able to hold on for long. By now, it had begun to affect the normal cultivation of the people in their manner. Although Yang Fann was important, their own cultivation was also indispensable. If they couldn't even satisfy their own cultivation, Xuanwang Prefecture wouldn't be far from collapsing. Especially those worshippers, they were afraid that they would have to leave Xuanwang Prefecture as soon as possible. The reason why they joined Xuanwang Prefecture was not because of the abundant resources, but because they hoped that they could improve their cultivation base by leaps and bounds. If they couldn't even maintain their normal cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to do so. Why should they continue to work for Xuanwang Prefecture? But what's the point of Yang Fann wanting those sinners? The first Xuanwang's eyes flashed with doubt, but he did not delve too deeply into it. He agreed. These sinners had not submitted to Xuanwang Prefecture for so long. They were a bunch of stubborn people who wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. The possibility of them surrendering in the future was infinitely close to zero. Giving them to Yang Fann would be regarded as using them as trash. Shang residents of Yun, Shangyun City. This was a huge divine city that was even bigger than Dark Green City. The surroundings of the divine city were protected by the expert of Marquis Shangyun. Divine formations, countless killing formations, and traps. Once they erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Even a high-ranked 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would be in serious trouble if he was careless. Shangyun City, Shangyun Marquis Estate boomed suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color. Endless Lei Yun covered the entire Marquis Estate and rapidly expanded in all directions. It was as if the heavenly duke was furious, and the thunder god roared. Terrifying lightning dragons continuously passed through it, turning the entire Shangyun City into a terrifying thunder prison. Little son Yang Fann, my Shangyun Marquis Estate will not rest until you die. See 3126 Mighty Shangyun City, Shangyun Marquis Estate. No black moon. Blood spurted out from the eyes of the first Shangyun Marquis as he let out a heart-wrenching wail, as though he had lost his parents' death. Yang Fann, I want you to die, I want you to die. That golden spear supreme being, the burning sun supreme being was one thing, but however, the black moon supreme being was the hope of their Shangyun Marquis Estate, and it was the key to their Shangyun Marquis Estate's promotion to a dukedom. Never had they imagined that after little son Yang Fann killed golden spear supreme being and burning sun supreme being, he still refused to give up, and he actually dared to kill black moon supreme being. This enmity, this hatred. It was an irreconcilable grudge. If this little son Yang Fann didn't die, then how would their Shangyun Marquis Estate still have the face to establish themselves in the Qinlin continent? Wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the world? That little son Yang Fann was extremely talented and rarely seen in the world. Even in the Qinlin Divine Court, there were very few people who could match him. However, potential was only potential, not strength. Now, Yang Fann was only a first-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Any 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in their manner could easily suppress little son Yang Fann. If they couldn't even deal with such an ant, what face does the Shangyun Marquis have left to speak of? In that Xuanwang manner, old ghost Zan Kang, I will make you regret this. If it wasn't for the protection of Xuanwang Prefecture, they would have taken Yang Fann down a long time ago. And Nang was able to make him arrogant to this day, causing the death of Black Moon and the other two. Only fresh blood could wash up this grudge. Xuanwang Palace, Kangling Palace. Yang Fann had no idea that he had been hated by the first Shangyun Marquis. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. He would shred him to pieces and scatter his ashes. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann would not take it to heart. Currently, the Shangyun Marquis Estate was no longer in Yang Fann's eyes. In the vast Shangyun Marquis Estate, there was no one who could truly endanger his life. Even the founder of the Shangyun Marquis Estate, the first-generation Marquis Shangyun, did not have the qualifications. He might not be a match for the first-generation Marquis Shangyun, a high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, but he wanted to leave. This first Shangyun Marquis had no hope of keeping him alive. Besides, how could the current him have the time to deal with the revenge of the Marquis of Shangyun's estate? He had to admit that he had underestimated Xuanwang's manner. He originally thought that with the accumulation of Yanji, it would be the limit for Xuanwang's manor to have a dozen 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign captives. After all, 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was considered an expert in the huge Qinlin Great Chaos. It wasn't like 2nd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could get as many as he wanted. Furthermore, capturing them alive was far more difficult than killing them directly. Most of these 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign were killed by Xuanwang's expert with brute force. Besides, there were also some 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors who surrendered. It was better to stay alive than to die a good death in this world. These high and mighty 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign cherished their lives even more. Very few of them were willing to risk everything and fight to the death. However, the truth was far beyond Yang Fann's expectations. Putting aside those 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, even those quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were not worthy of Yang Fann's attention. Even a Heaven's Pride evildoer like Paragon Black Moon was of little use to him. Furthermore, these ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Not to mention a mere profound firmament prefecture. Even if all the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the Qinlin Great Chaos were to be combined, atavism might not be able to do it. Everything would depend on the level 8, 9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign. This time, Xuanwang Prefecture had sent a total of 33 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors to Yang Fann, more than twice as many as he had expected. There were even 2 quasi-9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign and 5 peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign among them. This was a great harvest. With so many 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, it was enough for atavism to kill them all. Yang Fann wasn't very confident, but he was certain that breaking through 2 or 3 small realms was a certainty. At that time, he should be able to increase his strength by a lot. He might even be able to fight a few 9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign. Who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the next moment, swoosh, a divine light flashed, and a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign appeared in the devouring black hole. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit, and numerous pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. As expected of a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, there was a qualitative difference between him and the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin, aside from the Black Moon Supreme Being, no matter if it was the Burning Sun Supreme Being or the Golden Spear Supreme Being, they were all inferior. To him, time flew by. Soon, tens of millions of eras had passed. Out of the 33 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, except for the 2 quasi-9 Heaven's Great Dao Sovereign and the 4 peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, the other 7 were all devoured and refined by Yang Fann. They had become Yang Fann's nourishment for his growth. This allowed Yang Fann to break through to the half-step martial saint late-stage realm in one go. His combat strength had increased by hundreds of times. Xuanwang Prefecture, Dark Green Hall. The first-generation Xuanwang's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. In these tens of millions of years, the relationship between their Xuanwang Prefecture and the Xianxia Marquis estate had reached its peak, and all sorts of friction had risen exponentially. Old man Xianxia, who do you think you are to make me give up on Yang Fann? Ridiculous, the first-generation Xuanwang sneered. In order to nurture Yang Fann, they had put in so much effort, but that old man Xianxia actually wanted them to give up on protecting Yang Fann. Who did he think he was? It was the king of the 36 countries, and also the supreme ruler of the divine court. If you want to fight, then fight and threaten me. Do you really think that my Xuanwang Prefecture is afraid of your Xianxia Marquis Palace? The first-generation Xuanwang's eyes were filled with determination. In order to protect Yang Fann, he would not hesitate to go to war with the Xianxia Marquis estate. As long as he could wait for Yang Fann to truly grow, a little loss was nothing to him now. Even if he turned defeat into victory, it was still possible for him to take down the Xianxia Manor. Xianxia City, Xianxia Manor. Bang! A great Dao divine artifact from the level 8 exploded into powder in the hands of the first Xianxia Manor Lord. The first Xianxia Marquis stood up from his divine throne in an instant. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Good old ghost Zan Kang, you brought this upon yourself. Then don't blame my Xianxia clan for holding hands ruthlessly. C-3127. An undercurrent was raging. Xianxia City, Xianxia Marquis estate. Boom boom boom, surging killing intent surged like a cosmic storm in the air above the Xianxia Marquis estate, Wreaking havoc, the first generation of Marquis Xiangyun wished that he could immediately lead the expert of his manner to charge into the profound blue Marquis Palace and kill Yang Fann. He would shred Yang Fann to pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. However, the rationality in his heart still made him give up on this idea. It was easy to lead his clan's expert to slaughter his way into the profound blue Marquis Palace. However, it was not easy to take down the profound blue Marquis Palace in one fell swoop. With Xuanwang's cultivation base, the terrain, and the resources of the profound blue Marquis Palaces over 1,000 times, he could even fight a peak 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. With his quasi-top-ranked cultivation base, he could even fight a peak 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. With Great Dao Sovereign's cultivation base and the 12 9 heavens great Dao sovereign from the Xiangyun Marquis Palace, it would be very difficult for him to fight a top-ranked 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. A great Dao 9 heavens, especially the last 9 heavens, the gap between each minor realm was huge. A difference of one realm could easily rival 10 or even one lower grade great Dao sovereign. Furthermore, the first generation Xuanwang was not alone. He also had 6 9 heavens great Dao sovereign by his side. If he brought his men to kill his way in, if he wasn't careful, he would end up like a meat bun hitting a dog, and he wouldn't be able to return alive. That was true. If the profound blue Marquis Palace was so easily suppressed by them, it would have been taken down by the Xiangyun Marquis Palace a long time ago. As for the hundreds of Yanji, the Xiangyun Marquis Palace only had the upper hand and occupied less than a tenth of the territory of the Black Firmament Prefecture. Everything needed to be carefully planned. On the Qinlin continent, the Xiangyun Marquis Palace was not the only one who had a grudge with the profound blue Marquis Palace. Even if there was no grudge, not all powers were willing to watch little son Yang Fann grow. The Qinlin continent could be said to be very big, but it could also be said to be very small. There were only a few resources, and they had already been allocated. Once that Yang Fann fully matured, profound blue Marquis Palace would definitely borrow little son Yang Fann's power to rapidly expand. At that time, the surrounding powers would suffer a great impact from the profound blue Marquis Palace. No major power would be willing to have a sovereign emperor on their side. The first generation Marquis Xiangyun was very certain that there were many in the neighboring kingdoms that wished for Yang Fann to die. Profound blue Marquis Palace, Kangling Hall. Boom 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 boom. Streams of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, causing his cultivation base to slowly advance towards the Great Dao Sovereign stage. One had to admit that a quasi-9 heavens great Dao sovereign was a quasi-9 heavens great Dao sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was incomparable to any other 8th Empyrean great Dao sovereign, even a peak 8th Empyrean great Dao sovereign was far inferior. Time flew by. More than 100 million eras had passed. The 4 great peak 8th Empyrean great Dao sovereign, after stepping into the other 8th Empyrean great Dao sovereign, had become Yang Fann's food for growth. The power of Chaos God in his body had increased by several times. Even Yang Fann himself had no idea what level his overall strength had reached. He had never fought with a 9 heavens great Dao sovereign before. Everything was a mystery. Those 8th Empyrean great Dao sovereign warriors, including the memories of the 2 quasi-9 heavens great Dao sovereign soul. It could only be used as a reference, and it might not be that accurate. In the end, none of them were true 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. Many of them had only heard rumors about 9 heavens great Dao sovereign, and their own imagination. Profound blue Marquis Palace, Dark Firmament Palace. The first generation Xuanwang paced back and forth, and between his eyes, there was an unconcealable doubt. Something was not right, something was not right. These eras were truly too calm. After the Xiangyun Marquis Manor was in danger of their profound blue Marquis Palace, it was as if they had completely forgotten about this matter. Not to mention taking revenge on their profound blue Marquis Palace, even the small conflict between them and the profound blue Marquis Palace had been reduced by more than 9 levels all of a sudden. This was completely illogical. The Xiangyun Marquis Palace had always been overbearing, and they were not the kind of people who would swallow their anger. It was rather like the calm before a storm. Sigh, what is this old man Xiangyun planning? The first generation Xuanwang understood in his heart that the first generation Marquis Xiangyun was surely scheming something, but he'd carefully investigated the last 100 million eras, and he'd obtained very little. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy it caused him to feel. During this period of time, the more stable it was, the more terrifying the danger that erupted afterwards. Mystic Firmament City, Mystic Sword Palace. This was the leader of the 10-second Young Master, the divine palace of Young Master Dark Sword. The profound Sword Palace was once bustling with activity. There was a sea of people, and the streets were bustling with activity. There were countless visitors. Even many elders and reverends of the level 8 were frequent visitors of the profound Sword Palace. However, since 30 billion years ago, Yang Fann, this monster, had appeared out of nowhere and helped young Master Xuelin sweep away all the powerful enemies. He had taken the 8th generation Xuanwang's position, and the vast profound Sword Palace had gradually declined. After losing Xuanwang's position, young Master Profound Sword's talent was very high. His greatest achievement in the future was to break through to the quasi-9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, and become an elder of a major family in Profound Blue Marquee Palace. If he wanted to break through to the 9 heavens, he might be infinitely close to 0. His future achievements could be said to be completely incomparable to young Master Xuelin's. Not to mention, young Master Xuelin also had the support of Yang Fann, the monster. His marquee position could be said to be impregnable. In the future, when Yang Fann truly grew up, he would take care of young Master Xuelin a little. It would not be difficult for him to break through to the intermediate, or even to advance to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. Profound Sword Palace, Sword Radiance Pavilion. Young Master Zhang was no longer as high-spirited as he was before. At some point in time, his age had become a bit older than he should be. He was completely different from the previous him. The position of Marquis Xuankang had become old Eiza. This was a blow that couldn't be described with just a few words. He had even been drunk for a period of time. 3. He had always regarded Xuanwang's position as something in his bag. Who would have thought that Yang Fann would appear? Such a freak, and everything that happened after that, with the departure of all his followers, made him understand what it meant to be cold and indifferent to the world. Wang. Suddenly, space distorted. A black figure appeared. His entire body was covered by a black robe. Even his face was covered in a layer of black mist. Apart from his eyes, it was hard to see anything else. Who are you? Young Master Zhangjian's heart skipped a beat as he looked warily at the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared. His heart had unknowingly jumped to his throat. Although his profound Sword Palace wasn't as heavily guarded as the Great Divine Hall of the Marquis Estate, it was still a place of great importance. However, it wasn't a place that ordinary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors could enter and leave as they pleased. Especially since he was able to sneak up to him without making any noise. The strength of the newcomer was at least a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a peak, or even a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't impossible for him to do so. Young Master Zhangjian, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I have come here to find you for a good reason. A good thing. Young Master Zhangjian laughed coldly. He did not believe the words of the black-robed person at all. If there was really a good thing, he could just pay him a visit. Why did he need to sneak in like this? Not to mention, he did not even dare to show his face. That's right, young Master Zhangjian, could it be that you're so willing to be inferior to that Zhan Lin kid? C3128 6 Nations joining hands. Dark Green City, Dark Sword Divine Palace. The words of the mysterious black-robed man were like the mysterious Pandora's box, attracting the evil thoughts in young Master Dark Sword's heart. Are you willing? Was he really willing to give the position of Marquis to 8th with clasped hands? No, I'm not willing. In terms of birth, his mother was from the Mingya clan. She was one of the top clans in the Zhonkang prefecture, and she was a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was more than one clan, and it was the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. They had to give their mother, Mingya Hu, some face, while old 8 Zhan Lin. His mother clan was merely a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As for his own talent, he, the young master of the Profound Sword clan, was the number 1 amongst the 10-second young master in the manor, and he possessed the potential to break through to the quasi-9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. He was even a level stronger than the old 8th Zhan Lin. No matter how one calculated it, the position of Marquis should belong to Zhangjian. Young Master Zhangjian, as long as you agree to work with me, I promise that it won't be long before you replace Zhan Lin and become the new Xuanwang. An evil smile flashed across the corners of the mysterious black-robed man's mouth as he enticed once again. Let me replace old 8 and become the new Xuanwang. Young Master Zhangjian sneered. Sir, what a big tone. His words were even better than his singing. It wouldn't take long for him to replace Old 8 and become the new Xuanwang. Who did he think he was? The high and mighty king of the great Dao. Zan Lin, who has the support of Yang Fann, his position could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Unless he obtained the support of the legendary king of the great Dao. Otherwise, even if some of the peak 9 heavens great Dao sovereign, or even quasi-king of great Dao were willing to support him, they might not be able to change the minds of the old ancestor and the others, allowing him to replace Old 8. Currently, the weight of Yang Fann in the hearts of the old ancestor and the others was beyond their imagination. But could this black-robed man be the king of the great Dao? Even if one thought about it with a pig's brain, one would know that it was unrealistic. The high and mighty king of the great Dao. That was the expert of the peak of the Qin Lin Great Chaos. As long as one was willing, one could easily establish a duchy, or even replace one of the 36 kingdoms and establish a new kingdom. How could he be such a cowardly rat? Young Master Xuanjian, it seems like you don't really believe in our strength. The mysterious black-robed man chuckled lightly, but he wasn't angry at all. If this young Master Xuanjian were to be persuaded by him with just a few words, then he wouldn't be young Master Zhanjian. He was the #1 genius amongst the young generation of profound Blue Marquis Palace. Young Master Zhanjian, take a look at what this is. As he spoke, a purple light flashed in his hand and turned into an ancient purple talisman. Shangyun Z token, you're a member of the Shangyun Marquis estate. Young Master Xuanjian's heart jumped. In the next second, young Master Zhanjian's expression turned cold as he said, you are truly bold. I, Zhan Kang City, am not a place that you should come to. Leave immediately, and I will pretend that I have never seen you before. The Marquis of Shangyun's estate was a great enemy of the profound Blue Marquis Palace. Especially during these eras, they had practically shed all pretenses of cordiality. Cooperating with them was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Once he was exposed, not to mention replacing Old 8 and becoming a marquis, his cultivation would not be crippled, and he would be considered lucky if he was expelled from the profound Blue Marquis Palace. Young Master Zhanjian, why are you being so unreasonable? Wait for me to finish speaking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another brilliant stream of light cut through the void, forming 5 tokens of different colors in front of the black-robed man. This is the ancestral god token. The heavenly azure forbidden law, the river source heavenly talisman. There was also the howling moonwolf order. This. Young Master Zhanjian's voice was trembling, and his entire body was shivering. It was as if an extremely cold aura was being emitted from the bottom of his feet. Each badge represented a large faction. None of the 5 factions were below the Shangyun Marquis Palace, especially the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom, which was ranked above the Shangyun Marquis Kingdom. It was ranked in the top 50 of the 3,600 Marquis Kingdoms, and it even had a chance of reaching the top 30. It could be said to be one of the strongest marquisate countries below the 180 duchies. Even the duchies had to be wary of the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom. The tokens representing the 5 marquisate countries appeared in one person's hands. The result was obvious. The 5 marquisate kingdoms had most likely. No, wait, there was also the Shangyun marquisate country, the 6 marquisate countries, and the 6 marquisate countries. The mystic sword young master took in a cold breath and didn't dare to continue imagining it. If the 6 marquisate countries really wanted to work together to deal with their mystic Kang marquisate country, that was not something that their mystic sky marquisate country could handle. Young Master Xuanjian, just as you have imagined, not only do I represent the Shangyun marquisate country, I also represent the alliance of the 6 marquisate countries. With the full support of the 6 marquisate countries, you will be able to retake Xuanwang's position. That will be a piece of cake. This hesitation flashed across young Master Zhanjian's eyes. None of the 6 marquisate countries were ranked below 1,000. The combined strength of the 6 marquisate countries was not inferior to the duchies that were ranked lower. If they were willing to fully support him, even the old ancestor would have to think twice. There were at least 5 levels of hope for him to regain the position of marquis. However, there was no free lunch in the world. Young Master Xuanjian did not believe that the black-robed man had come to him to support him in obtaining the position of marquis, and he did not need to pay any price. It was very likely that the price was beyond his imagination. However, he wasn't willing to give up just like that. This might be his only chance to seize the position of marquis. Phew. Taking a deep breath, young Master Zhanjian calmed his hesitation and said, Your Excellency, I would like your 6 nations to support me. I believe you have other conditions. Young Master Xuanjian, actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to help us a little. A little bit. Upon hearing this, not only did young Master Zhang not relax at all, his expression became much more solemn instead. Don't look at how easily the black-robed man spoke. Whoever really took his words seriously would be a fool. Young Master, yes, it's just a small matter. As long as you, young Master, do it. What, you want me? No, this is impossible. Young Master Zhang glared at him and rejected him directly. Although he wasn't willing to let the position of Marquis fall into the hands of old Eight, it didn't mean that he didn't have any feelings for Xuanwang. He could accept giving up some of the benefits of the Marquis's manor, but he never would have thought that the 6 nations would actually have designs on the Guardian formation in profound Blue Marquis Palace. That was the foundation of their Marquis's estate, and it was the foundation for their Marquis's estate to be established in this world. If anything were to happen to the Guardian formation, at that time, if the 6 nations had any ill intentions towards their profound Blue Marquis Palace, the Profound Heavens clan would be like a fat piece of meat on a chopping board, allowing the 6 nations to knead it. Young Master Zhang, you have to think this through. Among the 10-second young master, you are our first target, but not our only one. You, what do you mean by that? Young Master Zhang, if you don't want to live, you will be punished by the heavens and the earth. Today if you refuse me, in order to keep this a secret, I can only C3129 Mighty Profound Blue Marquis Palace, Kangling Palace. Pucci. Within the devouring black hole, the Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had used up the last bit of his strength of original life and turned into a flying ash. He had to admit that the Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was the Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He was far from comparable to any 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. One person could almost compare to the total number of 31 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, pushing Yang Fann's cultivation to the peak of the half-step Martial Saint, or even infinitely close to the limit of the half-step Martial Saint. If there were dozens or even hundreds of Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, even atavism would be able to do it. There is still one Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign left. I wonder if he can help me break through a small realm. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although it was only a small realm difference, it was enough to increase his combat strength by several times or even more. In the next second, whoosh, a stream of light cut through the void, and the last Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign appeared in the devouring black hole. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit, and numerous strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center like a long river of stars, nourishing Yang Fann's origin of chaos. This allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to slowly advance to the half-step Martial Saint extreme stage. In a flash, 50 million eras had passed. The Quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had lost a lot of weight. Not only that, there was less than a tenth of the strength of origin in his body. 3 million eras, the most he could do was 3 million eras. Yang Fann was confident that he could completely absorb and refine it. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed colors as the winds and clouds in Mystic Firmament City surged. Terrifying pressure that made 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign despair descended from the sky, crushing towards Dark Green City. Kai, 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 Kai. The defensive barrier that was automatically activated shook violently. Faintly, thin and dense cracks could be seen. Ah, this. What is going on? Hiss. Okay. Such a terrifying pressure. Activate crack. The protective barrier cracked. It just cracked like that. Gulp gulp 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. This was the strength of a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. There was more than one of them, and there were 2 of them. Within Dark Green City, countless of Great Tao Sovereign were terrified. Their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. The defensive barrier of Dark Green City was no ordinary object. It was personally laid down by the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Even an intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would need to put in a lot of effort to break the defensive barrier. Furthermore, he didn't even attack. Just the pressure alone was enough to crush the defensive barrier. A 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, that was definitely a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Right at this moment, who is it that has come to my mysterious green city? A voice that sounded like a bronze bell resounded from the Black Firmament Manor. In the next second, boom 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 boom, Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's awe-inspiring powers rose from the profound blue marquee palace. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor and the others are here. The old ancestor and the others are here. Phew, it's safe now. We're safe. In an instant, in the profound azure city, countless great Tao sovereign spirits were lifted. His restless heart was immediately relieved. In their hearts, the old ancestor was invincible and the strongest. He would definitely be able to ensure their safety. Not to mention that this was the old nest of Xuanwang. Even a peak Nine Heavens Great Tao sovereign might not be a match for their old ancestor in this city. Old Ghost Zan Kang, you have finally come out. With a cold laugh, a purple stream of light representing nobility cut through the void. Numerous peerless experts with extremely noble auras were revealed. Each of them was so high and mighty, as if they were born superior to all living beings. Old man Shang Yun, it's all of you. The first generation Xuanwang frowned. Those who came with ill intentions would not come. This old man Shang Yun had endured for hundreds of millions of eras. By jumping out at this time, could it be that he already had full confidence in dealing with them? But was this possible? Apart from one of the 13 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign guarding the manor, the other 12 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had also arrived in profound Azure City. This lineup couldn't be said to be weak, but it was no different from daydreaming if they wanted to take down profound Azure City. Not to mention these 12 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, even if they doubled their numbers, they still wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, if he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, given his understanding of old man Shang Yun, he definitely wouldn't bring his men to attack profound Azure City openly at this time. Could it be that this old man Shang Yun still had something to hide? It seemed like he wanted to verify the speculation in the heart of the first Xuanwang. Boom! A cloud of fire ripped apart the void, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky above profound Azure City. Standing on top of it were 7 terrifying chaotic starry skies with imposing auras that were as vast as the chaotic starry sky. Each of them was no weaker than a Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Flame Marquee Palace. A trace of seriousness flashed across the eyes of the first Xuanwang. The Raging Flame Marquee Palace was a powerful marquee palace that was in no way inferior to the profound Blue Marquee Palace. Amongst the 3,600 marquee palaces, it was ranked in the top 1,000. Although the combined strength of the two marquee palaces wouldn't bring any fatal danger to them, they would still need to use some of their resources. However, the first generation Xuanwang was clearly worried a little too early. Boom! Another 2 auspicious clouds drifted over. 8 people stood on each of them. 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, all of them were 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. A few breaths later, the first generation Xuanwang's expression was extremely solemn. 5 great marquisate countries had already appeared, including the 12 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the Shang Yun Marquee Palace. There were more than 49 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign gathered in their city. There were 46 of them, and there were as many as 4 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Even a peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would have to be wary of them. If they really fought with them, even if they could obtain the final victory, they would still have to pay a heavy price. In less than a breath's time, boom! Another silver light descended from the sky. It was like a pillar that could support the heavens, surging and piercing through the heavens and earth. In the next second, a group of peerless experts with tyrannical auras walked out from the silver pillar of light. Each and every one of their gazes were wild and arrogant as they looked down upon all living beings. Bitch! The Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom is actually the Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom. The first generation Xuanwang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom to appear as well. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. The Howling Moon Marquisate country was different from the other 5 Marquisate countries. Even the Shangyan Marquisate country was far weaker. It was obvious from the formation of the Howling Moon Marquee country. A top-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, 3 high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, 7 intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and 9 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. This strength was even greater than the combined strength of the other 5 Marquisate countries. Xuanwang, hand over Yang Fann obediently and we can let bygones be bygones. Or else, today will be the day of your profound Blue Marquee Palace's destruction. 1C3130 formation destroyed Xuankang City, above the sky. The first generation Moonhowl Marquee looked down at the first generation Xuanwang, as if giving Xuanwang and the others a chance to let bygones be bygones was already his greatest kindness. This was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. Dressed in a bright silver long robe, the silver light around his body flickered and glittered. His eyes were arrogant and insufferably arrogant, as if there was no one in the universal world or Hung Meng heavenly void who could put him in his eyes. As expected, they are all here for Yang Fann. Xuanwang's heart sank when he heard this. Among the 6 Marquisate countries, other than the Shangyun Marquisate country, the other 5 Marquisate countries had at most had some minor conflicts with their dark green Marquisate country. They were far from being qualified to cause such a huge commotion. Almost all of the 9 heavens great Dao sovereign in the Marquisate country were here to threaten their tiny profound blue Marquis palace. Everything was for Yang Fann. However, to be honest, he had been prepared for this for a long time. A tall tree would be destroyed by a strong wind. It would be fine if Yang Fann, this monster, did not expose himself. Once his true talent was exposed, there would be endless troubles in the future. Apart from the profound blue Marquis palace, there were probably not many major powers who were willing to see Yang Fann, this monster, grow up. If he really took that step forward, he would become the great Dao confirming king, and even the nearby kingdoms wouldn't be able to sit still. The rise of the new king would definitely represent the reshuffling of many forces. Since ancient times, the birth of every new king would cause a large number of forces to fall. If the nearby Marquisate countries did not want to become nourishment for the advancement of their dark green Marquisate countries, then it would be wise to completely nip Yang Fann in the cradle before he truly grew up. However, he didn't expect that the first wave of powerful enemies would be this terrifying. Out of the 6 Marquisate countries, there were a total of 66 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even some of the lower-ranked duchies might not have such a large number of 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. If they were not in the mysterious green city and had the geographical advantage, they might not even be able to hold their ground. The difference in strength between the two parties was too obvious. On their side, Great Dao Sovereign was not satisfied with the number of hands he had. It was one thing, but the strongest one had only just stepped into the 9 heavens. Great Dao Sovereign was ranked as an ordinary high 9 heavens, and he was ranked at the bottom among all the ordinary high 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. As for the opponent, there were 7 of them, including the first generation Moonhowl Marquis. This was a top-grade 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. The 2 of them were like heaven and earth right at this moment. The lips of the first generation Moonhowl Marquis moved as he spoke once again. Xuanwang, that Yang Fann is not someone that a tiny profound blue Marquis palace like yours can protect. It's not too late to hand that Yang Fann over now. Or else, Duke Howling Moon, you want me to hand over little friend Yang Fann? Dream on. The first generation Xuanwang laughed coldly and replied forcefully. For Yang Fann, the profound blue Marquis palace had invested a lot of resources and almost emptied most of their divine origin reserves. How could this Marquis Xiaoyu make him yield and compromise with just a few words? If it was the high and mighty king of Great Dao, it would be more accurate. You, the first Marquis Xiaoyu, don't have the qualifications. The combined forces of the 6 countries in front of them could not be said to be weak. Even some of the peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign had no choice but to retreat when he ran into them. However, this was their dark green city, the old nest of profound blue Marquis palace, and they couldn't afford to behave atrociously here. So what if he was a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign? With the strength of Xuanwang's family, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight them. He even had a high chance of winning. Xuanwang, this is the path of heaven that you don't want to walk. There is no door to hell, but you insist on challenging it. You are courting death. The first generation Moonhowl Marquis smiled coldly and did not waste any more words. As a matter of fact, he didn't have much hope either. In his shoes, if the Moonhowl Marquis clan produced a monster like Yang Fann. However, if there was even a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up so easily. As his voice faded, boom, the first generation Moonhowl Marquis no longer suppressed his pressure. With him as the center, the terrifying pressure of a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign swept out like a chaotic storm. Boom 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 boom. Almost at the same time, the other 65 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereigns' divine bodies all increased in size, and the chi around their bodies increased at an incredible speed. They were like terrifying devil god, pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, looking down on everything under the heavens. Kai, 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 Kai. The golden barrier for protecting the city surrounding dark green city was filled with tiny cracks. The cracks were spreading rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it would completely collapse and turn into powder in the next second. Hiss. What should we do? They are about to make a move. Old Ancestor and the others could really do it. We can definitely do it. We can definitely do it. The Old Ancestor is invincible in Xuankang City. He will definitely be able to protect us. Countless exalts in the mystic firmament city were constantly cheering themselves on in their hearts. However, more or less, there was a trace of inadequacy in their confidence. That was a total of 66 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and they were from the profound Blue Marquee Palace. That was a total of 66 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, but in profound Blue Marquee Palace, there were only 7 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, which was almost 10 times more powerful than them. The gap between them was too wide. Mystic Marquee Golden Seal. Let's go boom. An ancient and magnificent golden seal rose from the profound Blue Marquee Palace and appeared above the first generation Xuanwang. Kai, 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 Kai. Bright golden beams shot out from the golden divine seal and swept across the entire mysterious green city. Boom 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 boom. 3. The aura of the first generation Xuanwang was 1,000 times stronger than before. The aura of the first generation Xuanwang is now 10,000 times stronger than before, and it's as if he's going to catch up to the peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, the Duke of Howling Moon. On the other hand, the first generation Duke of Roaring Moon and the others were enveloped by the golden light. Even the first generation Marquis, who was a peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, was greatly weakened by the golden light. As for the 34 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, they had fallen from the position of Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to some of the invincible quasi-Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, they weren't much stronger. The Black Marquee Golden Seal was the divine seal of protector bestowed by Qin Lin's divine court. It was the ultimate divine weapon of every vassal kingdom. In the vassal states, one could use this to mobilize one prefecture, one province, and even one power to greatly increase one's own strength and suppress the opponent's strength at the same time. For example, the Golden Seal of the kingdom, or even the King of the Great Tao, could suppress more than half of one's strength. The various marquisate kingdoms, dukedoms, and kingdoms were able to smoothly control the territories of the various kingdoms. Very few forces rebelled, and this divine seal of the protector played a significant role. If it was only the power of the Shangyan Marquis estate, just the golden seal of the mystic lord was enough to make them suffer. However, it was obviously not enough. The opponent's strength was still far above their Xuanwang prefecture. Roar. Activate the divine protection formation. Suddenly, a flash of determination appeared in the eyes of the first Xuanwang. Although the activation of the divine protection formation required a huge amount of resources, at this moment, he could not care less about it. Boom, boom, boom. Endless rays of light shot up from the surroundings of the divine city and rushed towards the first Xuanwang. In an instant, the momentum of the first Xuanwang, who had stopped moving forward, skyrocketed once again. He had surpassed the first and second level of the Moonhowl Marquis. It was not as simple as surpassing the first and second level, but several times, more than 10 times. Kai, 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 Ka Ka. The terrifying pressure created by the 66 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, including the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis, was instantly swept away by the awe-inspiring power of the first-generation Xuanwang. Ha ha ha, I knew it, the old ancestor is the strongest. So what if you are 66 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Anyone who dares to behave atrociously in our city will have to pay the price. Ah, no, how could this be, bitch? What in the world happened? It's broken. How could the divine protection formation be broken? No. This is not true. C 3131 Danger. Xuankang Prefecture, Xuankang City. Countless profound Blue Marquee palaces of profound Blue Marquee Palace were filled with excitement. Sure enough, the old ancestor didn't let them down. In the profound Blue Marquee Palace, the old ancestor was the strongest. With the support of the divine seal and divine formation, the old ancestor's strength was unparalleled. Not only that, it had increased by more than 10 million times. He had directly surpassed the peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and was on the verge of catching up to the King of the Great Tao. Not only the old ancestor, but also the other 6 Xuanwang. Under the blessing of the God-suppressing seal, his combat strength was more or less the same. All of them had made significant progress, even the weakest 7th generation Xuanwang. His strength was comparable to that of an intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. On the other hand, the Six Nations expert was suppressed by the God-suppressing seal. Its combat strength was suppressed by half a grade at the very least, just like those low-level 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. They were even suppressed by first layer, causing their combat strength to drop drastically. With the current situation, the odds of Profound Blue Marquee Palace winning this battle would be lower. At least 7 floors. Furthermore, the elders and great reverends of their manor weren't weak either. Under the geographical advantage, a few elders and great reverends were strong enough to fight a low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. However, they didn't wait for them to be happy for long. Their ancestors' awe-inspiring power was like a deflated balloon, rapidly weakening and dropping from the top-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Arg, no, how could this be? It's broken. The nation's suppressing divine formation is broken just like that. No, this isn't true. It definitely isn't real. Countless of Great Tao Sovereign were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The nation guarding divine formation was their Profound Blue Marquee Palace's trump card, and their strongest foundation. How could it be broken so easily? One should know that even a quasi-Great Tao King who had stepped into the realm of Great Tao King would have to spend a lot of effort to break the formation. Ah, it's him, damn it, this bastard, how dare he, how dare he. Suddenly, many of the Great Tao Sovereigns' expressions changed. Their pupils shrunk, and they were filled with disbelief. They saw that there was an additional person in the Kingdom Protector God's eye. It was a peerless swordsman who was surrounded by sword chi. If it wasn't the leader of the 10-second young master, who else could it be? Roar. Zhang, you unfilial son. What are you doing? The 7th generation Xuanwang's eyes were filled with hatred. He had never thought that his son, who had always been valued by him, would betray their Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Regret. If he had known about this mysterious sword earlier, he would have done so. He should have strangled him to death when he was born. It would save him the trouble of harming the Profound Heavens clan in the future. Father, this child did this for the sake of the Profound Heavens clan. Just the strength of my estate alone is absolutely not a match for them. Young Master Xuanjian was filled with righteousness and righteousness. Those who didn't know would have really thought that he was doing this for the sake of the Xuanjian Marquis estate. In reality, it was not because he was afraid of death under the temptation of the Marquis position and his own life being in danger. Young Master Zhang wisely chose to betray Profound Blue Marquee Palace and work with the alliance of the 6 nations. Roar. Unfilial son, you deserve to die. The 7th generation Xuanwang was so angry that he was born. 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens. This unfilial son still dared to quibble and break the biggest reliance of their manor, the national divine formation. Was this for the good of their Profound Blue Marquee Palace? Hong Long. A huge blood-red hand descended from the sky and struck towards young Master Zhang. This palm strike was unleashed by the 7th generation Xuanwang in anger. He didn't show any mercy at all. This unfilial son, this little girl, deserved to die. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Ah no. Instantly, an extremely ominous omen enveloped young Master Zhang's entire body. Save me, everyone, save me at this moment. The only one who could save him was the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the 6 states. However, what made young Master Zhang despair was that the expert from the 6 kingdoms, which had promised to ensure his safety, was now watching coldly from the sidelines, as if they had never heard his cry for help. In fact, many 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign even had a cold smile on his face. This Zhang kid was really naive. His only purpose was to break the national divine formation of Profound Blue Marquee Palace from the inside. Now that the divine formation had been broken, his only use was to break it. Why would they save such a useless piece of trash? Could it be that they really wanted to push him to the position of Xuanwang? What kind of joke was this? After this battle, there wouldn't be any Xuanwang prefecture in this world, so why would they need Xuanwang? If one didn't remove the roots of the weeds, they would grow again in the spring wind. They didn't want to face the endless revenge of the dark green Marquis clan. Roar. No, you lied to me, you lied to me. Young Master Zhang let out a hysterical wail. If he still didn't know that he had been duped by the 6 Nations Union, he would have lived for nothing. Ah, no, father, I admit my mistake. Spare me this time. No, I am not willing, bastard, I curse you all to die a horrible death. Bang. The sky collapsed and the earth split apart. The curse of young Master Zhang's enmity came to a halt. One palm young Master Zhang was dead even though he was his own son. the 7th generation Xuanwang did not show any mercy. Good, well done, it's really too cheap to kill this young woman with just one palm. In all directions, countless great Tao sovereign was gnashing his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for this little woman, they would have fallen into this desperate situation. One right at this moment. First generation Howling Moon, whose mouth cracked open as a savage smile flashed across his face. Old Ghost Zon Kang, it's our turn now. Rest in peace. As he spoke, the body of the first generation Moonhowl Marquis moved. It tore through the space, and lunged at the first generation Xuanwang. Not only that, the other 7 high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign also lunged at the first generation Xuanwang without hesitation. To capture a thief, one must first capture the king. As long as they could capture the first Xuanwang, the Xuanwang family would be like a toothless tiger, unable to stir up any more trouble. Bitch it. The expression of the exceptional talent Xuanwang changed. In just a single exchange of blows, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Without the support of the god-suppressing formation, his strength was only comparable to a quasi-top grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he fought alone, he wouldn't be a match for the first generation Howling Moon Marquis, let alone being besieged by 8 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Not only the first generation Xuanwang, but the other 6 generations of Xuanwang were also in a dire situation. Facing the combined attack of 24 intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, even if the combat strength of these intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was suppressed by half of the profound Azure Seal, it was still not something the 6 of them could fight. Of course, the most dangerous ones were the level 8 and 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The massacre was a one-sided slaughter. The 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. His understanding of the Great Tao was far beyond the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even though his cultivation base was suppressed below the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, the 34 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were still invincible and looked down on him. Arg, don't kill me. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ancestor, save me, save me. Kangling Palace, is this the place where little son Yang Fann is in seclusion? Good, let me take this little son Yang Fann. C3132 suppress the 9th Heaven Tao Paragon Zon Kang Palace, in the sky above Kangling Palace. Wang the void twisted, and a terrifying great gods appeared out of thin air. He was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, looking down at the world from above. His eyes were insufferably arrogant, and he looked around as if there was nothing there. He was someone who could make him take him seriously. Shang Yun, Peng Hai, one of the 13 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of the Shang Yun Manor, was a low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. The strength of the Shang Yun Marquis estate was far above the profound Blue Marquis Palace, unlike the profound Blue Marquis Palace. In every generation, apart from the current Xuanwang, it was impossible to nurture a second 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign with the remaining resources. Apart from the previous generations of Marquis Shang Yun, there were also many other 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in the Shang Yun Manor. This Shang Yun, Peng Hai was one of them. The next second, Shang Yun, the corner of Peng Hai's mouth cracked open, and a ferocious smile emerged on his face. His star-like eyes sparkled with an indescribable excitement. He had actually found little son Yang Fann first. It was truly the blessing of the Shang Yun Marquis estate. Yang Fann was a lowly barbarian from the small chaos, but he was able to challenge a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior with a mere quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base, and was ranked among the top monster in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death if he said that he didn't have any great secrets about him. If he could seize this great secret from Yang Fann, he might be able to improve the overall strength of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace. He could also use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and break through to the intermediate 9 Heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't seize the great fortune and opportunity from Yang Fann. Little son Yang Fann himself was a great fortune. Whether it was the possession of a soul fragment or refining it into a puppet, it was an excellent choice. At that time, even if his talent and potential were greatly weakened, he would still surpass the number 1 monster of the Shang Yun family, Shang Yun. Black Moon. Even if he couldn't become the legendary king of the Great Tao in the future, it was still possible for him to become a quasi-king of the Great Tao. If a quasi-king of the Great Path appeared in the Shangyan Marquis estate, even many duchies would have to depend on the expression of the Shangyan Marquis estate. One had to know that within the 180 duchies, only the top 30 duchies had a quasi-great Tao king overseeing them. Roar! Break for me, Shang Yun. Peng Hai's voice was like the sound of a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Divine light flashed in his hands, and two mountain-like golden hammers appeared in his hands. Luminous gold mountain suppressing hammer, Shang Yun. Peng Hai's famous divine artifact, low-grade 9 heavens great Tao divine artifact. The weight of this single hammer was no less than that of a top-grade small chaos. With just a single hammer strike, it could easily smash a top-grade small chaos into pieces. Bang! The two hammers were like shooting stars, shattering the void and smashing towards the green spiritual palace below. In the blink of an eye, Wang, a glass-like barrier rose from the green spirit hall and protected it. Bichit Shang Yun. Peng Hai's expression suddenly changed. This profound blue marquee palace really thought highly of little son Yang Fann. His deadly strike had only managed to shake the barrier. It caused ripples to appear on the barrier. One should know that, even under the suppression of the dark green golden seal. However, this attack, Hong Long, he couldn't even break the barrier, and not even a tiny crack could be seen on it. It was imaginable how terrifying the defensive power of the green spirit hall was. In the entire profound blue marquee palace, there were probably only a few places that could compare to the green spiritual palace apart from the treasure vault of the marquee palace. Ah, not good. Very quickly, Shang Yun. Peng Hai's expression changed once again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, streams of light tore through the void, and in an instant, they appeared not too far away from him. One after another, terrifying 9 heavens great Tao sovereign appeared. Initially, he wanted to use the fact that he had discovered Yang Fann first to suppress him. At that time, even if they couldn't swallow this Yang Fann alone, the Shang Yun manor would still be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Unexpectedly, they had still underestimated the importance that the profound blue marquee palace attached to little son Yang Fann. He had missed a good opportunity. Now that the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign of the other 5 marquisate countries had arrived, he didn't have the chance to monopolize this Yang Fann. Supreme Peng Hai, you really have it. A low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign from the Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom sneered. Although great Tao sovereign from the other 4 kingdoms didn't say anything, he still looked at Shang Yun. Peng Hai's eyes were filled with hostility. The Shang Yun Marquee Palace was eyeing Yang Fann's great fortune, and the 5 Marquee Kingdoms were the same. Fortunately, the profound blue Marquee Palace attached great importance to little son Yang Fann. Otherwise, this old Peng Hai would have really gotten what he wanted. Green Spirit Hall. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. The guardian formation outside the hall had finally awakened him after a long period of seclusion. Hong Long. Divine light flashed in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. Very quickly, Yang Fann furrowed his brows. What was going on? Why were there so many 9 heavens great Tao sovereign? Xuanwang and the others were in a bad situation. However, this is a great chance for me. Looking at the resources in his hands, there were at most a few million eras left, and they would be completely devoured and refined by him. These 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. They had come at the perfect time. 2 quasi-9 heavens great Tao sovereign had allowed his cultivation base to easily break through a few minor realms. If it was the real 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, Yang Fann would have already seen great Tao sovereign waving at him at this moment. The real 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, even if he was a low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, if he really wanted to leave, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could keep them alive. What kind of trump card did these old monsters that had lived for hundreds or thousands of eras have? It was beyond his imagination. However, it was different now. Under the suppression of the dark azure golden seal, these low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign were directly suppressed below the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. However, it was best to suppress them. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to take down these 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. In the next second, Yang Fann suddenly stood up. He impatiently walked towards the exit of the Green Spirit Hall. Boom boom boom. The 6 low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign of the 6 countries unleashed all of his abilities and madly attacked the barrier of the Green Spirit Palace. Crack crack caw. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the Green Spirit Hall slowly opened. A person slowly stepped out of it. His steps were calm and casual, as if he had never seen the violent attacks of the 6 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Ah, it's Yang Fann. What a good little son Yang Fann, he actually dared to come out on his own accord. You really don't want to walk the road to heaven, but you insist on going to hell without a door. Little son Yang Fann, come here obediently. The 6th low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign was startled at first, but then he was delighted. He had no idea what kind of divine formation the profound blue marquee palace had set up, but after gathering the 6-9 heavens great Tao supreme force, the violent explosions only caused ripples to appear on his face. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break the formation. But now, it was better. Little son Yang Fann was courting death by taking the initiative to leave the palace. They didn't believe that a quasi-8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign like him would be able to stir up any waves in their hands. Since ancient times, they had never heard of any monster that could cross 2 heavens with just a mere quasi-8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign cultivation base, and even go against the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. While speaking, the 6th low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign unleashed all of their speed, and lunged at Yang Fann. They didn't even hesitate to use some forbidden arts to increase their speed. They were afraid that if they were slow, they would lose their share. Well done, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. C 3133 respectfully requesting the Patriarch's decree. Profound blue marquee palace, Kangling Palace. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face as he thrust his palm toward the 6-9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. The power of chaos god in his body was pushed to its limit, as if it was going to suppress the 6-9 heavens great Tao sovereign with a single palm. The terrifying power was enough to terrify even a high-ranked 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. It wasn't any weaker than the first-generation Xuanwang, who was supported by the dark green golden seal. After devouring so many 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the half-step martial saint extreme stage. Compared to the half-step martial saint early stage, Yang Fann's overall combat strength had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. It was as if he was going to catch up to great Tao sovereign, a peak 9 heavens. Ah, no, how could this be? In an instant, an ominous sign of collapse enveloped the hearts of the 6 low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Each of their eyes were filled with anger, and they were on the verge of bursting out from their sockets. They couldn't believe it at all. Everything in front of them, no, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. There was only a junior who wasn't even an 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. They could still do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that? Hong Long. That power gave them the feeling that it wasn't much inferior to the first marquis, the Moonhowl marquis. Furthermore, they could clearly feel that this was completely Yang Fann's power. There was no external force mixed within. How is this possible? How is this possible? A quasi-8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign was able to catch up to a peak 9 heavens great Tao sovereign's terror-fighting power. They had lived for so many eras, and they had never even heard of such a monster before, let alone seeing it. Even in the Supreme Qin Lin Divine Court, there was not a single person. Illusion, this must be our illusion. Little son Yang Fann, this illusion technique is really amazing. I almost let you muddle through it. Unfortunately, you still made a mistake. The shock on the faces of the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign were replaced by ferocious smiles. The way they looked at Yang Fann was full of ridicule. Even if it was an illusion, this little son Yang Fann had a better disguise. A low-grade 9 heavens great Tao supreme force was unleashed. They couldn't say for sure, but they had to force themselves to believe it. A quasi-top grade 9 heavens great Tao supreme force. Luckily, this Yang Fann had thought of this. Why didn't he just disguise himself as the king of great Tao and make them surrender without a fight? He actually didn't run away. Good, this is truly great. Yang Fann's heart was filled with wild joy. If these 6 low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign really wanted to run, he really didn't have full confidence that he could catch all of them in one fell swoop. Even though their cultivation base was suppressed below 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, their foundation wasn't weakened by much. Hong Long, the terrifying force that was chasing after the top grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, swept out and devoured everything in its path. Ah, no, really, it's true, this power is real, it's not an illusion. Bitch it, run everyone, run. The expressions of the 6-9 heavens great Tao sovereign changed. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable panic and despair. How could there be such a monster in this world? Quasi-8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, quasi-top grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. In between, there was a difference of 2 heavens, 8 great grades. Was this something a human could do? However, it was clearly a little too late for the 6 great exalts to think of escaping at this time. Ah, no, save me, old ancestor, save me. No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Silence for a moment, the entire profound blue marquee palace was terrifyingly silent. All the major battlefields stopped their attacks. Each and every one of them stared blankly at the scene, and Yang Fann's face was filled with disbelief. This can't be real, right? The 6-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were just like that. They were taken down by Yang Fann just like that. Gulp this. How was this possible? How was this possible? I can't believe it, I can't believe it at all. Those were 6 low, grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, not 6 low grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if their combat strength was severely weakened, they weren't ordinary high grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. They were able to suppress them in one go, let alone. Yang Fann was just a junior. He had only been in seclusion for a few tens of billions of years, and it had only been a few hundred Yanji eras. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, it was impossible for him to have such a huge breakthrough. To be able to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and possess a minor 9 Heavens Great Tao Supreme Force was his limit. There was no way he could suppress the 6-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign with just a single palm. Everyone was stunned. Yang Fann would never let go of such an opportunity given by the heavens. A mere 6 low grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was not enough for him to smoothly break through to the last step. Atavism, he needed more 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and ripped the space apart. Be good and become my food for growth. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann moved his right arm and struck out with his palm, grabbing the 8 low grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He didn't choose to attack those intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. At least, they had the combat strength of a quasi-intermediate 9 Heavens. They weren't easy to deal with. The possibility of taking them down wouldn't exceed the 7th level. 0 with 1,000 birds in the forest, it was better to have one bird in hand. To be safe, it was better to make a move on these low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. The change in quantity caused a qualitative change. With 8 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign combined, the strength of origin was not much weaker than an ordinary intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Ah, no. An extremely desperate and dangerous aura finally brought the 8 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign back to his senses. It was true, everything was true. Supreme Peng Hai and the other 6 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were really suppressed by Yang Fann, this monster. Save me, old ancestor, save me! Roar. Heavenly Profound Divine Pearl, block for me! Profound Sky True Luo Umbrella, open. Boom boom boom. The 8 low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign unleashed all of their trump cards. Unfortunately, all of their efforts were in vain under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was able to catch up to the peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing everything in its path. Ah, no, Long Yu, Howling Wind, Jade River, Bared Teeth. The first-generation Duke of Howling Moon and the other top and high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign let out heart-wrenching cries as if they had lost their parents. Each and every one of them had blood spurting out of their eyes, as if they were enraged beasts. Roar. Yang Fann, you are a lawless person, you have committed a heinous crime. You are a heinous man. Die! I want you to die! I respectfully request for the Patriarch's decree. Rumble. Boom! A terrifying aura that could even make a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's heart palpitate rose from the body of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. It was as if there was a peerless expert that was about to cross the time-long river and revive in this era. The Patriarch's law, Guru, Guru, Guru. Could it be that? Could it be that the rumors were true? Could it be that the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis really came from that place? C-3134 fight with all his might. Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Boom! A terrifying aura that could make even a quasi-top grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's heart palpitate rose from the body of the first-generation Howling Moon Marquis. It rolled and boiled, engulfing the entire profound Blue Marquis Palace. In an instant, the surrounding 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign shivered, and a thought emerged in his mind. According to the legends, the Howling Moon Wolf clan was the descendant of one of the 8 dukes of Tuyi Kingdom, the Silver Moon Duke's mansion. However, regarding this, the various marquises had always been skeptical, and almost no one believed this. The Tuyi Kingdom was one of the 6 great kingdoms in the western part of the Qinlin continent, and the Howling Moon Kingdom was located in the eastern part of the Qin-Lin continent. The distance between the two was simply too great. However, from the looks of it, this rumor was probably not baseless. It was most likely true. The first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. He was the ancestor of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, the leader of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. However, no one was qualified to be referred to as the ancestor. Furthermore, the terrifying pressure. It was 100,000 times more terrifying than the first Marquis, who was a peak 9 heavens great Dao sovereign. 1,000,000 times more terrifying. Not only that, it was absolutely not something that a peak 9 heavens like great Dao sovereign could possess. The King of Quasi-Great Dao, this was the awe-inspiring power of the King of Quasi-Great Dao. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? It was very likely that this power came from the old ancestor of the Silver Moon Mansion, one of the 8 Duke Palaces of the Tuyi Kingdom. It happened so quickly when a bright moon rose from the body of the first-generation Howling Moon Marquis. It was like chaos, boundless and boundless, illuminating the entire dark green mansion. Vaguely, it seemed like an ancient hymn was sung piously in everyone's ears. In the dark, there seemed to be another supreme voice announcing Yang Fann's fate. Boom! The bright moon was falling at a very slow speed, as if any great Dao sovereign could easily dodge it. But in fact, it was far from that. The space around Yang Fann had been completely sealed. There was no other option other than fighting him head-on. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura swept across Yang Fann's soul. If he couldn't block this attack, he would die, he would really die. Gulp. This is the power of a quasi-great Dao King, terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme, unable to block it. The 9 heavens great Dao sovereign gasped. Even the group of high-grade 9 heavens great Dao sovereign couldn't stop it. Their faces were filled with horror. Under the bright moon, they were like lowly ants, unable to put up any resistance. Apart from closing up and waiting for death, there was no other possibility. Good little son Yang Fann, your end is here. Even though Yang Fann had suppressed the low-grade 9 heavens great Dao sovereign in their manner, it was very likely that he would die under this attack. However, they couldn't care about that anymore. Right now, they only had one thought in their minds. That was to leave this monster, Yang Fann, behind. Otherwise, that would definitely be the nightmare of the 6 Marquisate countries. It had only been a short period of time, but in just a few tens of billions of eras, this monster had already reached the level of a peak 9 heavens great Dao supreme force. If he was allowed to leave this place alive, he wouldn't need 100 billion eras. This monster might have the power to sweep across all 6 Hu countries. Die, this monster must die today. A monster like Yang Fann shouldn't have lived in this world at all. It's not that easy to take my life. Yang Fann's face twisted. A fierce light burst out from his eyes. The ferocity in his heart was completely ignited. Roar. Forbidden divine ability. 9 cycles of heavens at Yang Fann's level, the mixed 9 forms, which could only increase his combat strength by 4,500 times, was no longer able to keep up with his pace. One should know that in the level 8, 9 heavens great Dao sovereign, the difference between each level was 100,000, 1,000,000 times, or even more. A mere 4,500 times combat strength would at most increase Yang Fann's combat strength by half a grade. If he really encountered some expert that could endanger his life, the increase of his combat strength by half a grade would not be able to change anything. Just like this time, under the terrifying power of the quasi-great Dao King, even if he increased his combat strength by half a grade, he would only be able to push his combat strength to the peak 9 heavens great Dao supreme force. Under this ultimate attack, he would still have a slim chance of survival. He needed a stronger strength and a stronger forbidden divine ability. And this 9 cycles in the sky was a kind of forbidden divine ability that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more powerful than the mixed 9 forms. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest forbidden divine ability in the profound Blue Marquis Palace. The first cycle of heavens increased the strength by 1-fold, the second cycle of heavens increased the strength by 10 times, the third cycle of heavens increased the strength by 100 times. In the end, the 9th revolution of the firmament increased the strength by 100 million times. Even amongst 9 heavens great Dao sovereign, he was able to fight a battle that was 1.5 levels higher than him. However, the side effects were equally terrifying. For a high-ranked 9 heavens like the first Xuanwang, once he used the 9 cycles of heavens, his strength would increase by 100 million times. At the very least, his cultivation base would drop by several levels. At the worst, his body would explode and he would die. It was as if they were going to perish together. Yang Fann relied on the heaven-defying divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. Although he wasn't like Xuanwang and the others who had to pay such a terrifying price, it was still inevitable for his cultivation base to drop by a grade. However, at this moment, Yang Fann couldn't care less. It was better for his cultivation base to drop by a grade than to die under that deadly strike. Furthermore, he had suppressed so many low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Any one of them could make up for his loss by letting him devour a few layers of strength of original life. Roar. Break it for me. A roar that sounded like Devil God's roar was heard as he punched out, destroying everything in his path. This punch had gathered all of Yang Fann's essence, energy, and spirit. It was one of Yang Fann's strongest attacks, and it was enhanced by the 9 cycles of sky. His strength had directly surpassed the category of a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and was comparable to the full strength of a quasi-Great Tao King. However, there was still a big gap between him and that brilliant bright moon. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. The bright moon shone brightly, crushing everything in its path. Yang Fann's body, which was as majestic as an ancient star, was quickly destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Large palaces and pavilions were destroyed, including the Green Spiritual Palace. All of the restrictions of the divine formation were like paper that could be broken with a single stab. From all directions, the level 8 and 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were forced back. Under the violent energy tide, even the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was like a lone boat in the raging ocean. It could be overturned at any moment. Yang Fann, this monster, should be dead by now, right? 2C3135 suffering severe injuries. Xuankang City. The first-generation Duke Howling Moon and the other 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign stretched their necks and stared at Xuanwang Prefecture, which had turned into ruins. They kept muttering to themselves. They were dead. Yang Fann, that monster, must be dead. That was one of the attacks of a quasi-Great Tao King. It was definitely not something a junior like Yang Fann could withstand. Nearby, the hearts of the first-generation Xuanwang and the other expert from the profound Blue Marquee Palace were also in their throats. They kept praying in their hearts. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, the investment of profound Blue Marquee Palace in these past eras would be wasted. Putting aside the fact that the investment had gone down the drain, there was probably no way he would be able to get his revenge in the future. In just a short period of time, the profound Blue Marquee Palace had lost 36 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. They had also lost a lot of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who were weaker than them. This hatred, he couldn't live under the same sky. They, the profound Blue Marquee Palace alone, wanted revenge. Their hopes were extremely slim. Even if they could successfully take revenge, who knew how long it would take for them to reach the end of the Yanji era. Yang Fann, on the other hand, was different. With just a few tens of billions of eras, his combat strength had already surpassed most of the high-grade 9 Heavens, peak-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and even the quasi-Great Tao King. It wouldn't take him too long to do so. Perhaps, in less than 100 billion eras, he would be able to sweep across the 6 great Marquisate countries and avenge them. At this moment, boom! A brilliant silver light shot up into the sky from within the ruins. Its speed was far faster than that of a high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Even a top-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was much slower than it. Ah, not good. It's that little son Yang Fann. Bitch, it that little son Yang Fann isn't dead. No, we can't let him escape. Chase him immediately. The face of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis turned pale. His body turned into a stream of light as he chased after the silver light. The other 6 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign did not hesitate either. They increased their speed to the maximum and chased after the silver light. At this moment, the first-generation Xuanwang and the others were completely forgotten by them. Xuanwang's family was only suffering from the disease of the fungus. With the strength of the 6 nations, they could easily suppress it. However, Yang Fann was different. If they allowed him to escape today, he would certainly become a great threat to them. When they thought of such a monster hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to strike, they couldn't sleep well even if they wanted to. A good opportunity. Let's go now. The eyes of the first-generation Xuanwang lit up. He was the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis, and 6 high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was attracted by Yang Fann, and this was the best time for them to escape. During this period of time, it wasn't as if he hadn't thought of taking down a few Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign to avenge his fallen clansmen. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up on this tempting idea. The remaining 20 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and the 24 intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were already hugging each other. With his strength, even with the help of the nation-guarding divine weapon, the Mystic Marquis Golden Seal, it would take him a lot of effort to defeat them, let alone kill them. At that time, it would be hard for them to leave once the first-generation successor returned. As long as the Green Mountain remained, there was no need to worry about the lack of firewood. This enmity, sooner or later, they would find these mixed eggs to settle it. Moreover, this period of time definitely wouldn't be too long. That monster, Yang Fann, had already escaped. Not good, they want to leave, quick stop them. The expressions of the 20 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and the 24 intermediate Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign changed, and they finally reacted. They couldn't catch up to Yang Fann, that monster, but they couldn't let the first-generation Xuanwang and the others leave. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to explain to their respective ancestors. A bunch of aphids. They want to stop me as well. Get the hell out of my way. The first-generation Xuanwang had a ferocious expression on his face. The terrifying power of a quasi-top-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign swept out in a mighty manner. Bitchit, how can this old thing be so strong? What should we do? With just us, we can't stop this old thing at all. Half an hour later, he had already left the territory of Zonkang Prefecture. Buzz. The void twisted, revealing a human figure. The silver light surrounded his body, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and insufferable arrogance. Who else could it be if it wasn't that first-generation Marquis Xiaoyu? Bitchit little son Yang Fann still managed to escape. The first-generation Moonhowl Marquis frowned and gritted his teeth. This little son Yang Fann. He was really able to escape. He didn't even hesitate to consume his vital energy to increase his speed to the limit, yet he still couldn't catch up to little son Yang Fann. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Swoosh, 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 a few streams of light tore through the air and arrived next to the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis in the blink of an eye. It revealed the 6 high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, including the first Xianxia Marquis. Brother Howling Moon, how is it? Did you catch up to that little son Yang Fann? The voice of the first Xianxia Marquis carried a trace of uneasiness. This was related to the survival of their Xianxia Marquis estate. 3 Just thinking about Yang Fann's monstrous talent made one shiver in fear. Although the other 5 high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign didn't say much, the nervousness on his face was obvious. I was a step slower, but that little son Yang Fann still managed to escape. The first-generation Moonhowl Marquis shook his head and sighed helplessly. What? How could this be? What should we do? What should we do? In an instant, the 6 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign panicked. There was no sign of the old ancestor of a kingdom, the high-ranked Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Everyone, calm down. Although I haven't taken him down yet, but that blow was enough to take half his life. The side effects of the 9 cycles of heaven aren't that good. In addition, we've been chasing him all the way. This little son Yang Fann. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled by more than half. Putting aside whether he can recover to his peak state or not, even if he recovers, it was almost impossible for him to make another breakthrough. In the future, it's basically impossible for him to cause any danger to us. Right, such a heavy injury, no matter how heaven-defying that little son Yang Fann is, he will still be a cripple. Indeed, there's nothing for us to worry about with such a cripple. Hearing this, the 6 high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he felt relieved. The side effects of the 9 cycles in the sky. They knew very well that no matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had. Furthermore, and being chased like dogs by them, during this period of time, little son Yang Fann could not help but use the forbidden divine ability once more. Otherwise, he would never be able to escape from their hands. Due to his injuries, perhaps little son Yang Fann had already died in a certain corner. Not good. We were only focused on chasing after little son Yang Fann. We have forgotten about old man Zon Kang and the others. Quickly return to Profound Azure City. We can't let old man Zon Kang and the others escape. C-3136 The Tianlin Prefecture was one of the 760 prefectures in the eastern part of the Qinlin continent. It was completely separated from the profound blue Marquis Palace by the Dragon Abyss. It was the Divine Crane Prefecture. Tianyi, the place where the 4 prefectures were located. Among the 3,600 prefectures in the Qinlin continent, the Tianlin Prefecture could only be considered to be below average in terms of size and overall strength, let alone the Moonhowl Prefecture. Compared to the major prefectures in residence of Yun, it was still a far cry from the Dark Green Prefecture. In the entire Tianlin Prefecture, the strongest expert was only an intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, who was also the first Marquis of the Heavenly Orchid Marquis Palace. There was also only one low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign who was at the same level as the first Marquis of the Heavenly Orchid Marquis Palace. This strength was ranked in the last 500 of the 3,600 Marquises. Here, a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a first-class expert. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the ancestor of some great clans, and they were elusive. Black River Forest. It was a large forest in the Tianlin Prefecture. It was named after a black river that ran through the entire forest. There were many savage beasts living in this Black River Forest. These savage beasts had different cultivation base and strength. The weaker ones were not much stronger than Chaos God King. The stronger ones were 6th Empyrean, or even 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They might not even be a match for them. They were the hunting grounds in the nearby cities, and countless cultivators. Black River Forest, outer region of the Southwest region. A small team of 8 people was moving forward quickly. 7 men and 1 woman. 1 man and 1 woman walked in front, looking very young, 20 years old. They were all overbearing. They had an air of pride that surpassed everyone else, as if they were born superior to others. It was obvious that the clan was born with an extraordinary background. The 6 people behind him followed closely behind them. They glanced around vigilantly from time to time, preparing to make a move at any time. Obviously, they were the male and female guards. 2 hours later, in a flash, one of the guards had surpassed the man and woman. He said cautiously, "Young Master Yasen, Miss Eva, we are about to enter the middle of the Black River Forest. For safety's sake, I will bring some people in to investigate, and then consider whether or not we should enter. How about that?" The Black River Forest could be roughly divided into the outer layer, the middle layer, and the core 3 layers. The danger level was also increasing. Layer by layer. In the outer layer of the Black River Forest, there were some savage beasts that were below the Supreme Being level. For Great Tao Sovereign, there wouldn't be much danger. As for the middle level, it was extremely dangerous. It would increase by a lot, except for those newborn cubs. There was basically no existence below the Supreme Realm. Even the powerful 4th layers that were comparable to 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were nowhere to be found. It wasn't as if they didn't exist. The last core area was even more terrifying. It was filled with 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. There were as many 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors as dogs. Apart from those elusive 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, even 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were in danger of dying if they were not careful. Although their strength was not bad, all of them were 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. However, by gathering everyone's strength, they were only able to fight 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. In the middle of the Black River Forest, there were still dangers. "Miss Eva, what do you think?" Arson. Bernard turned to look at Eva. "What do you mean?" Nova asked, a hint of flattery in his voice. This time, he deliberately accompanied Eva Nova. Navwan had come to the Black River Forest to train so that he could perform well in front of the beauty. If he could seize the opportunity to win her heart, he would let the Bernard clan get on the ship of the Navwan clan. That would be for the best. After all, within the Lop Bu city that they resided in, the Nui family was one of the 4 big families in the city, and they had a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign as their guardian. Furthermore, there was more than one of them, and they stomped their feet. As for the Bernard family, they had just barely stepped into the ranks of the first-rate families in the city, and only had 1/6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding them. Compared to the Noah 1 clan, it was like comparing heaven and earth. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. If they could build a connection with the Noble 1 clan, they would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. "What are you afraid of? Yasen, didn't you say that your guards are the elites of your clan? They can even fight a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It's just the center of the Blackwater Forest, and we aren't going to enter the core of the Blackwater Forest, so what danger can there be?" Eva, now pouted and said somewhat discontentedly. In the middle of the Blackwater Forest, the strongest savage beast was only comparable to a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and there was a limited number of them. It was almost impossible for them to touch it, and they might not even be able to touch a high-ranked savage beast that was comparable to a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Bernard had exaggerated his guard, and at this critical moment, he was actually so cowardly. When the 6 guards heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed across their eyes. However, when they thought of Eva Nouwen's identity, they had no choice but to suppress the anger in their hearts. The little princess of the Nova family was not someone that 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like them could afford to offend. If they really offended this little princess, the Bernard family would take them and apologize to the little princess even before the Nova family took action. Miss Eva, they are doing this for your safety. If you don't want to, we can go in now. Miss Eva, they are also doing this for your safety. If you don't want to, we can go in now. Arson. Bernard smiled apologetically. With Ian and the other 3's cultivation base, they could even fight a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As long as they didn't go deep into the core area of Blackwater Forest, nothing would happen. Soon, the group of 8 continued forward. An hour later, Ian, the captain of the guard team who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ian, what's wrong? Arson. Bernard frowned and asked. In the Qin-Lin continent, except for those supreme ancestors and supreme beings, ordinary supreme beings didn't dare to casually release their spiritual sense to search the surroundings. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to all the spiritual senses within the range of the spiritual sense. Here, most of the cultivators were relying on their divine eyes to observe their surroundings. Young Master Yasen, there's someone there. Ian pointed in a certain direction as he spoke. They looked in the direction Ian was pointing at. There was a huge human-shaped pit 3,000 miles to the southeast. There was a ragged robe inside the pit. It looked like a beggar's robe. There were criss-crossing cracks all over its body. The golden divine bones were clearly visible. It made people's hair stand on end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Numerous gentle silver lights radiated out from his body, transforming into a warm current that washed over the hideous wound. It slowly healed. Where did this person come from, and how did he receive such a serious injury? C3137 Greed Black River Forest, Central, human-shaped sinkhole. The crater was full of holes. The mysterious man who looked like a human. His eyebrows furrowed slightly before they relaxed once again. This mysterious young man was none other than Yang Fann, who had been severely injured by the attack of the previous Moonhowl Marquises, king of the Quasi-Dao. This was absolutely the injury he had suffered in his mouth since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. In order to resist that lethal strike, Yang Fann had directly utilized the 9 revolutions of the heavens, causing his combat strength to increase by 100 million times. His cultivation base had fallen from the half-step martial saint to the 10th grade quasi-supreme being. After that, in order to avoid the frenzied pursuit of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis and the 6 high-grade 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he didn't hesitate to heavily injure them. He continued to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his speed. Although it wasn't as desperate as before, and the 9 cycles of heavens exploded, he only used the 7 cycles of heavens, but after a long period of time. After passing through the 4 residences, he arrived at Tianlin Prefecture. The side effects were equally terrifying. Yang Fann's cultivation had almost dropped to the 10th grade quasi-sovereign realm, and he had once again regressed to the 9th grade quasi-sovereign stage. Furthermore, the power of the quasi-great Dao King was constantly destroying his divine body, causing him to only be able to slowly wipe out the power of the quasi-great Dao King and heal his injuries. Without hundreds of millions of eras, or even longer periods of time, it would be difficult to get rid of all the different types of divine power in his body. Not to mention restoring his cultivation base, advancing to the half-step martial saint, and even advancing further, atavism. Right now, his strength had been weakened to the lowest point. Of course, even if that was the case, they wouldn't be able to put him in danger. Even though his cultivation base had fallen drastically, and he still had to use most of the energy in his body to suppress and destroy the strange divine energy in his body, he still couldn't be compared to some 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. Under the 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, even if it was a quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, it would be very difficult for him to truly be in danger of losing his life. Young Master Yasen, Miss Eva, what should we do with this person? Ian quickly came to Arson's side and asked. There are countless savage beasts in the Black River Forest. There is no chance of survival if he is left alone here. Let's take him with us. Eva Nowen raised her eyebrows and said. Eva Nowen, who had not seen much darkness and was also a girl, felt more kind in her heart. Miss Eva, this is not good, right? Arson Bernard said somewhat unwillingly. This mysterious person who came out of nowhere. Who knew where he came from? Would he have any ill intentions towards them? And, looking at the hideous wounds on his body, it was unknown who had injured him. Was his enemy nearby, if he had been implicated because of this? If Miss Eva was hurt, he wouldn't even have the time to regret it. The rage of the Nowen family. It was not something a small family like theirs could bear. Without the help of those 7th-layer old ancestors, any top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could wipe out their family from Rob City. Why are you so cruel? Don't tell me you want me to watch him die without doing anything. Eva. Nowen rolled his eyes at Arson. Bernard looked at Arson and snorted. He was wrong about Arson. Bernard was such a cold-blooded animal. Miss Eva, I didn't mean that, it's just that this person's origin is unknown. We have to be careful. If he treats us, what, are you still worried that he will harm us? Look at him, he is already in such a state, how can he still be dangerous to us? Hurry up, stop wasting time. Bring him along, we will continue our journey. At the end of his sentence, if Iwano's face showed impatience, he would only save a person. How could there be so much delay? And it's dangerous for our safety. To think that this Arson. Bernard was able to say it out loud. Would this person be able to be saved? It was a huge problem, and it was also dangerous for them. If you don't want to save him, please find a suitable reason. Yes, Miss Eva, Ian. Take him with you. Arson. Bernard hurriedly replied. He did not dare to hesitate. If he annoyed this little princess, he would have no chance at all. Yes, young Master Yasen. Pucci. Ian appeared in front of the human-shaped sinkhole in a flash. He moved his right hand and wanted to suck Yang Fann into the chaos. Strange. How could it be? Ian's expression changed very quickly. He couldn't absorb this mysterious young man into the chaos. This shouldn't be the case. He was a quasi-5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who had just stepped into the 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If he was unconscious, even a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could be easily absorbed into the chaos. Unless he was a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. But was this possible? Although they didn't know the exact age of this young man, they could clearly feel the life force he was emitting. His true age was definitely not that old. It wouldn't be more than 1 trillion eras, or even shorter than that. In such a short period of time, he had broken through to the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. They had never heard of him in the 42nd city of Yuku County. In fact, it was unknown whether there was such a genius in the entire southern part of Tianlin. Ian, what are you dawdling for? Why don't you bring him along? Arson. Bernard frowned and urged. Ian was the same. Didn't he see that the young lady was getting impatient? He was still dawdling. Young Master Arson, it's not that I don't want to take him with me. It's that I can't keep him in the inner chaos. Ian turned around and smiled wryly. What, Ian, are you sure? Arson. Bernard couldn't believe it. 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was considered a first-class expert in their Yuku County. For example, they only had one 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in their family. In the past, it was extremely difficult for him to meet them. It wasn't so easy to meet them. The next second, Arson. Bernard waved his hand and ordered the 5 guards behind him. Norfin, you guys go and try. Yes, young Master Arson. What, none of them 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? This man is definitely a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. At this moment, Yasen. Bernard finally believed the shocking truth. This mysterious young man was just like their ancestor, a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. What should he do now? A 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? The chaos within them couldn't stop him. It would be the same if he was replaced by another spatial divine tool. Unless they had 6th Empyrean Spatial Great Dao Divine artifacts in their hands. But was this possible? Even their old ancestor, Great Dao Sovereign, didn't have a 6th Empyrean Spatial Great Dao Divine artifact in his hand. Not to mention them juniors. If they brought this man with them and attracted his enemies to hunt them down, none of them would be able to escape. It was unknown whether he could kill a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, but the terror of his enemies was obvious. He was at least a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and there might be more than one of them. Two of them was not someone they could afford to offend, as they were just a small clan. However, if they let this man go just like that, regardless, not to mention the young lady beside him, he might not agree to it. Even he himself was reluctant to part with it. This was a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If he could get it back to his family, then zero in an instant, arson. A greedy glint flashed across Bernard's eyes. C3138 Silence Black River Forest, in the middle. He looked at Yang Fann, who was in the human-shaped crater. A strange light flashed in Bernard's eyes. A 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and also a very young 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It was very likely, he was a genius of a major power, and his wealth was far from what a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could compare with. If he could do that, it might be the opportunity for their clan to rise. As long as they could produce a few 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it would be enough to raise their status in Rob City by a huge margin. Within the human-shaped sinkhole, Yang Fann frowned once more, but he still didn't open his eyes. He continued circulating the Great Dao Sovereign's divine art, slowly wiping out the strange divine power in his body and healing his injuries. Miss Eva, if we bring this person with us, I'm afraid this expedition in the Black River Forest will end here. Arson. Bernard turned around and looked at Eva apologetically. No one could guarantee that the enemy of this 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was nearby. If they continued to bring him into the Black River Forest, it would be no different from taking their lives as a joke. Once his enemies came knocking on his door, none of them would be able to survive. Eva Novmi hesitated. This time, she secretly sneaked out of her family to have fun alone. If she left the Black River Forest and returned to her family, it would not be so easy to think of her next time. However, she could not bear to let that person go just like that. Not to mention those enemies, lying in the Black River Forest, who knew whether they were dead or alive, it wouldn't take long for them to become the food of those savage beasts. Then let's return to the city first. After hesitating for a while, the kindness in his heart still gained the upper hand. It was fine if she didn't see it, but since she had encountered it, she couldn't bear to watch this person die in the mouth of those savage beasts. Phew, an opportunity to train. She could find him again in the future, and it wouldn't be too late. Ian, bring him along. Arson. Bernard nodded at Ian and ordered. Yes, young Master Arson. Poochie. Ian stepped into the human-shaped sinkhole. He moved his right arm and grabbed at Yang Fann. Yang Fann's sharp eyebrows moved slightly and he restrained the energy in his body. Otherwise, this aphid worm that wasn't even a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would dare to touch Yang Fann. In an instant, it would be crushed into powder by the divine force protecting Yang Fann's body. He had no idea that he had already walked through the gates of hell once. He grabbed Yang Fann and grabbed him. With a flash, he returned to Arson. Bernard was beside him. All right, let's go back now. Arson. Bernard nodded and said, very quickly, the 8-starred team quickly went back the way they came. Compared to the original group, their speed was obviously much faster. Their enemy, who they didn't know where, could come looking for them at any time. Before he returned to Rob City, whether it was Eva Nowen or Arson, Bernard and his guards all had a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. 2 hours passed. Arson. Bernard's group appeared at the edge of the Black River Forest. At this moment, a stream of light cut through the void. A person descended from the sky, revealing a dignified man wearing a light purple robe. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, and the space between his brows was filled with dignity. It was obvious that he was the person with a high position. Bang! The dignified middle-aged man appeared. Arson, Bernard, Ian, and the other guards all bent their knees and knelt on the ground. Greetings, old ancestor. The newcomer was none other than the old ancestor of the Bernard clan, Sean. Bernard. 2 hours ago, Arson. Bernard had used his family's secret technique to contact his father, who was also an acting head of the family warrior of the Bernard family, Hank. Bernard had asked him to contact the ancestor of the Bernard family, the only 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Sean. Bernard. With their 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign speed, it would usually take them a few months to get back to Rob City, even if they used the forbidden arts to increase their speed. This time was nothing in the past. But now, the mysterious enemy would find them at some point in time, and it would take far too long. Greetings, Miss Eva, Sean. Bernard waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted up Arson. Bernard and the other 3 people rushed towards Eva. Naoan bowed. Although he was a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, compared to the little princess of the Naoan family, Eva Naoan. Naoan still didn't dare to be arrogant. One should know, Eva Naoan was doted on by thousands of people in the Naoan family. Even a few 7th-layer ancestors of the Naoan family doted on her. Eva greets old ancestor Bernard. Eva Naoan hurriedly returned the greeting. After all, she was the ancestor of a first-rate family, a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. She didn't want to be rude either. This is that 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Very quickly, Bernard's gaze turned and landed on Yang Fann. The next second, Bernard's eyes flickered with a hint of solemnity. He could sense a terrifying force under the body, as if the explosion would destroy the world and turn him into dust in the blink of an eye. Gasp! Was this man really just a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? Bernard was puzzled. That terrifying power was something that even the quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign he had seen before was far inferior to. Swoosh! With a wave of his long sleeve, Bernard wanted to put Yang Fann into the chaos. No matter what this person's cultivation base was, he had to put Yang Fann into the inner chaos first. It would be even better if he was a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. A 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's home was far beyond the imagination of an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like him. If he could plunder a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, this would definitely be the greatest era of their clan. Even if he couldn't kill a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in one fell swoop, he would at least be able to become a quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It would make their clan, the quasi-top-level family, second only to the Wan family and the other 4 big families. How could that be? Suddenly, Bernard's expression changed. He actually could not accept this person either. One should know that he was an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even if he was an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Under the condition that he was severely injured and unconscious, he could only obediently be absorbed into the chaos. But now, there was nothing he could do about this man. A high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was at least a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Not even a top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As for quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, or even a true 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, Bernard didn't even dare to think about it. One should know that, according to what he knew, the strongest person in their Luo Bu city was only an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even in Yuqing County, they might not be able to find a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Not good. Suddenly, Bernard's expression changed again. He thought it was just a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, so even if Eva Naoan followed him, it wouldn't be a big deal. A 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign family was the leader of a family, and as far as the Bernard family was concerned, it was a huge fortune, but to the Naoan family, it was a huge fortune. It was just one thing, and it wasn't enough to make them lose face. They were going to make a big fuss. However, it was different now. That was a high grade, or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. His home was enough to make the Naoan family go crazy. Once Eva Naoan sent the news back, the Naoan family would never let go of this fat sheep. It would be fine if the Bernard family handed over this fat sheep. Otherwise, the destruction of their family would be right in front of them. What was unfilial son thinking? Why didn't he find an excuse to send Eva Naoan away for such an important matter? How was he doing now? He just let Eva Naoan go back and inform the Naoan family. Then, he would hand over the opportunity that he had obtained. No, this opportunity belongs to my Bernard family, it belongs to my Bernard family. Little Princess Eva, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeing things that you shouldn't have seen. C-3139 Despair Blackwater Forest, Edge. Bernard clan's patriarch, Bernard glanced out of the corner of his eye. In the depths of Eva Naoan's eyes, cold shines flashed, as if he had made a decision. The value of a high grade, or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was beyond the imagination of an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like him. As long as he could obtain this huge amount of resources, he would be able to break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the future. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This was the hope of their clan's rise, the key to his advancement to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. To put it bluntly, he had already reached the limit of his cultivation base. If he didn't have a great opportunity, not to mention breaking through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it was still unknown whether he could break through to the next grade, or even the high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. No matter what, he would never give up this great opportunity and hand it over to his clan. Miss Eva, I can only apologize to you. Who told you to see things that you shouldn't have? Touch Sean. In Bernard's eyes, the unconcealed cold shine, Eva. Nouwen's body trembled, and an extremely uneasy feeling swept through her heart. She was a bit naive, the flower in the greenhouse. It was true that she had not experienced much wind and rain, but it did not mean that she was that silly and sweet girl who did not know anything. Combined with Sean, Bernard's actions just now, after thinking for a moment, Eva. Nowen understood his plan, to silence him, this Sean. Bernard must have wanted to silence him. To be able to make a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign unable to enter the inner chaos, anyone with a bit of intelligence would be able to understand what it meant. Wealth moved people's hearts. She was also a person who had lived for tens of billions of eras. How could she not know such a simple logic? The entire fortune of a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was something that even the 4 great families would go crazy over, let alone the fact that the Bernard family was the weakest among all the first-rate families. Old Ancestor Bernard, what are you trying to do? Eva. Nowen pretended to be calm and said, Miss Eva, don't blame me, I don't want to either. Sean. As long as it was possible, he didn't want to do it to Eva either. If word got out, their Bernard clan would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. In fact, it was Sean. In Bernard's heart, the best way was to use a secret technique to control Eva. Nowen, make her his puppet and be controlled by her. This way, not only would he be able to keep this day's big secret, but he would also be able to plant a secret chess piece in the Nowen family. He would be able to lay a foundation for annexing the Nowen family in the future. Originally, he only wanted to borrow Eva's help. On the other hand, Sean, who was connected to the ship of the Nowen family, after having Yang Fann, a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, Bernard's ambition had been limitless. He had even thought of how to annex the Nowen family and make them the new 4 families in Rob City. One should know that the strongest person in the city was an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As long as he advanced to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the future, it wasn't impossible for him to replace the Nowen family. However, after thinking for a while, Bernard gave up on this tempting idea. If it was so easy for a direct descendant of the family to be controlled by him with a secret technique, then the family would not be able to pass down so many Yang cycles and not be destroyed. For example, the soul was protected by the bloodline of the old ancestor of the family. Once someone wanted to slay the direct descendants of these big families, the bloodline restriction would be triggered. He was merely an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He might not be able to withstand it. The old ancestor was an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who was 5 grades stronger than him. His divine ability was far beyond his imagination. Even if he could withstand it, he would definitely alert the enemy and draw the attention of old ancestor Wan. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ancestor Bernard, aren't you worried that I will leak this matter? Actually, you don't have to worry about it. I can swear on it. In order to get Sean's trust. Bernard, Eva, Nowen's words. Without saying anything, he made a solemn vow. This, Sean. A flash of hesitation appeared in Bernard's eyes. Eva, in order to survive, Nowen had made a vow that he would destroy the soul if he broke it. He would never be able to reincarnate. Who? Eva. Nowen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his oath had convinced Bernard. At this moment, Sean. A hint of hesitation flashed across Bernard's eyes, and what replaced it was a hint of decisiveness. Miss Eva, your words are tempting, but you still have to die today. Although the oath of the Great Path was very binding, there was still a way to break it. With the foundation of the clan, it was not impossible for them to break the oath of the Great Path if they were willing to pay some price. A high grade or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was enough for them to pay the price. Bernard didn't dare to bet. Once he lost, the price would be their clan. Even if they took down this 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it would be impossible for them to convert that huge amount of resources into their own strength in a short period of time. If any 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign from their clan attacked them, their entire clan would die without a burial ground. Dead people only then could he truly keep the secret. Not only Eva Nowen, even Arson and the others had to die for the future of their Bernard clan. A junior and a few collateral descendants were nothing. Don't blame the old ancestor for being ruthless. The old ancestor also had no choice. One had to know that Yasing and the others had entered the Black River Forest with Eva. This was not a big secret. With the methods of the clan, they could easily find out. At that time, only Eva would be able to find out that Arson and the others were safe and sound. If they did not know whether they were alive or dead, it would be difficult for the Norse clan to not suspect the Bernard clan. For the Bernard clan, as long as they had doubts, it was enough. There was no need for any evidence at all. Ancestor Bernard, don't make a mistake. If you dare to kill me, my ancestor will definitely not let go of your Bernard clan. The size of Yuku County will no longer have a place for your Bernard clan. Eva Nowen took a step back and said in a threatening tone, Miss Eva, you don't have to worry about that. Too old ancestor Bernard sneered and did not take Eva Nowen's danger seriously at all. This time, he had come in secret, except for them, who were acting head of the family Hank. No one else knew that he had come to the Blackwater Forest. As long as Eva Nowen and the others died in Blackwater Forest, no one would know that he would be the one to do it. At that time, if he disguised himself a little and made it look like the savage beast had attacked, the Nova clan would only think that they had died in the mouth of the savage beast. The Black River Forest was not a peaceful place. Even a 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign would be in danger of dying if they were not careful. It was perfectly normal for a few 4th-layer rookies to die in the forest. Although it was inevitable that they would be angered by their clan, it was not to the extent where their clan would be destroyed. After all, their clan was one of the top aristocratic families in Rob City. Even if their clan was overbearing, they couldn't just casually destroy their clan. Otherwise, it would cause panic among the other first-rate clans. Even if it was their clan, it wouldn't be that easy. After all, their Luo Bu City's top clan wasn't just their clan. Miss Eva, be good and go on your way. Ah, no. Eva Nowen closed her eyes in despair. Endless regret surged into her heart, and she stayed in her clan. Why did she listen to Arson's nonsense and come to the Blackwater Forest, and why did she have to be soft-hearted and save that person? Otherwise, how could there be this type of disaster? Woo, I've only lived for so many great eras, yet I still have a great age. I can't accept this lower realm can't accept this. C3140 wealth comes from danger Blackwater Forest, edge Eva Nowen closed her eyes in despair. Endless regret engulfed her soul like a surging tide, devouring her rationality. Regret. She was the dignified little princess of the Nuo Wan family, and she was deeply loved by the old ancestor of the family. Her future was limitless, and the weakest among them was a first-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. If he had any more opportunities, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. But now, all of this would become nothing but a dream. Why did he have to listen to Niacin evil thief's bewitchment, leave the family, and come to Blackwater Forest? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed. Eva Nowen's brows furrowed, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. Strange, really strange, it's been so long. Why haven't I felt any pain yet? Something's not right, something really isn't right. She was well aware of what trump cards she had on her. Even though those life-saving trump cards were powerful, they could at most stop Ancestor Bernard for a dozen to 20 breaths of time. However, right now, forget 20 breaths of time, even 30 breaths of time was enough. What was going on? Could it be that Patriarch Bernard had changed his mind and was prepared to let her go? Unknowingly, a glimmer of hope appeared in Nowen's heart. It was better to stay alive than to die. Who would be willing to die if they could survive? Besides, it was Eva Nowen, the daughter of a big family. There were countless riches and riches waiting for her to enjoy them, and she did not want to die just like that. The next second, Eva Nowen slowly opened his eyes. Soon, surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Strange, old Ancestor Bernard, where is he? Not only Ancestor Bernard, even Arson and the others were no longer around. What exactly was going on? Could it be that Ancestor Bernard had really discovered his conscience in the end and could not bear to lay his hands on her? Or was he afraid that her family would discover some clues? In the end, he suppressed his desire to silence her and let her go. No, that person. That person was actually still there. Suddenly, Eva Nouwen's beautiful eyes widened, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yang Fann, who was lying quietly not far away from her, not knowing whether he's alive or dead. Even if old ancestor Bernard and the others had a conscience and let him go, they would never let this person on the ground go. One had to know that in order to keep this a secret, ancestor Bernard did not hesitate to kill her even if it meant the death of his entire clan. No matter what, he could not forget the person on the ground. The person on the ground was still there, but Patriarch Bernard and the others were nowhere to be seen. There was only one answer, and that was, Patriarch Bernard. They had already. Rumble Eva Nouwen swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. But before this, why didn't I sense any energy fluctuations? What kind of power is this? Arson. It was one thing for Bernard and the group of guards, the strongest was only at the quasi-5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but that old ancestor Bernard was a genuine 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and not just at the early 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even their intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign old ancestor wouldn't be able to kill old ancestor Bernard without anyone noticing. It was unknown whether a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had the power to do so. Could it be that a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign or higher expert just happened to pass by and killed ancestor Bernard and the others when it saw the injustice? However, this was too much of a coincidence. A peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was not like a cabbage on the roadside. They could get as much as they wanted. Even in the 16 cities near the Black River Forest, there was not a single peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign on the surface. Besides, even if it was such a coincidence, that peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would never let go of that fat sheep on the ground. Hiss. Could it be? Could it be? Suddenly, Eva Nouwen's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought was born in his sea of consciousness and quickly rooted itself in his heart. It was him, it had to be him. Other than this explanation, she really could not find a second possibility. Eva Nouwen was right, all of this was Yang Fann's doing in the dark. No matter what, Eva Nouwen could be considered his savior. Yang Fann couldn't just watch her die in the hands of that old ancestor. Furthermore, old ancestor Bernard and the others were still plotting against him, which was the path of death. Even if he was severely injured, his cultivation base had fallen drastically, and his combat strength had fallen to less than 1 in 10,000. It was not something a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like ancestor Bernard could imagine. A single trace of strength of soul could easily kill a bunch of ants that didn't know what death was. Gulp gulp. Just what kind of terrifying existence did I save? Under such heavy injuries, he had the strength of a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. When he was at his peak, how terrifying would he be? 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This senior was definitely the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Perhaps, he wasn't an ordinary low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Taking a deep breath, Eva Nouwen suppressed the shock in his heart. She took a step forward and came to Yang Fann's side. He carefully shook Yang Fann and said, Senior. However, Yang Fann did not seem to wake up at all. He just let Eva do whatever she wanted. No matter how Nouwen shouted, Yang Fann didn't open his eyes. He was hiding in the noble family for a while before he could get rid of the mutant in his body. It was a good choice. What should we do? Yang Fann, the mysterious senior, pretended to be dead. Eva Nouwen's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Her senior was a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was able to severely injure a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. How terrifying would that be? Even if one thought about it with one's toe, one would know that this was not something a small Nouwen family could afford to offend. If that mysterious expert were to arrive, their family would be destroyed in just a few days. Buzz. After hesitating for a while, Eva Nouwen made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and helped Yang Fann up. Riches came from risks. A 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior was enough for them to take the risk. As long as they could get a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, their clan would fulfill their long-cherished wish of conquering the other 3 great clans and monopolize Luobu City. It was only a matter of time before they could do so. However, if they missed this opportunity, their clan would have a hard time achieving their long-cherished wish of unifying Luobu City even if they waited for another dozen or so times. The strength of the other 3 major families in Luobu City was not any weaker than theirs. Especially the number 1 family, the Luobu family, was even stronger than theirs. There were already 2 intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign families in Luo Bu City. According to the legends, progenitor Luo Bu was only 1 step away from the high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. He was only 1 more step away from that step. His strength was far above their ancestors. Half a year later, Rob City, West City, Nui family territory. Greetings, Miss Eva. Paying respects to Miss Eva. Strange Miss Eva, why are you carrying such a box? Why don't you keep it in your spatial artifact? C3141 Healing Rob City, West City, November. A group of servants and maids kept rushing towards Eva. Naoan knelt down to pay his respects. However, the servants and maids' eyes were filled with doubt. Why was her young miss carrying such an aged black wooden box? Didn't she have a spatial god tool? No matter what, there was no need to carry such a black wooden box. His little miss was not the sword cultivator that cultivated the sword Dao. She needed to carry the sword box on her back and use her own sword Dao to nurture her divine sword. Besides, that old black wooden box did not look like a sword case no matter how one looked at it. Inside the black wooden box, it wasn't anything else but Yang Fann. After leaving Blackwater Forest, Eva, Naoan thought for a moment, but still decided to use an arcane art box to hide Yang Fann's whereabouts. Firstly, it would be more or less able to hinder the search of the mysterious expert and avoid exposing the whereabouts of this senior as much as possible. Of course, the most important thing was to avoid drawing the attention of his old ancestor. It wasn't as if this senior's life or death was unknown, and he didn't have any consciousness at all. The lesson learned from the blood of ancestor Bernard was right before his eyes. Based on her understanding of her own patriarch, if they were to find out that this senior was in a coma, it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. It was very likely that they would do the same thing as ancestor Bernard. How could a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign have the ability to rob a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? They could turn everything they had into their own resources and lure them over. If they could take down a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even the weakest of them would be able to increase their clan's strength by more than 1,000,000 times in a short period of time. The old ancestors and 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign didn't dare to hope for anything. However, it was only a matter of time before they reached the peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If they were lucky, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sweep through the nearby cities, not to mention Luo Bu City. In Luo Bu City, there was probably not a single clan that could withstand such a great temptation. However, as long as their clan really did take action, it was likely that the countdown would immediately begin. Even if this 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was severely injured and could only unleash the quasi-8th Empyrean, even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warrior would be able to use the full strength of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warrior. This wasn't something that their clan could afford to offend, let alone these 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warriors. How could they not have any trump cards in their hands? If they really angered this senior, it wouldn't be difficult for them to unleash the combat strength of 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in a short period of time with some trump cards. With just that little bit of resources of their clan. Against this senior, it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They had no chance of winning at all. Eva Divine Palace. This was a huge divine palace that covered an area of several light years. In the entire Nova family, apart from the 7th layer old ancestors, there were only those 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warriors who had their own independent divine palace. Among the younger generation, there was an independent divine palace named after themselves. In the entire clan, there was only Eva Nova. From this, it was not difficult to see Eva Naoan's position in the Nova clan was obvious. She was truly doted upon by thousands of people. Even some 6th Empyrean elders were slightly inferior to her. Eva Divine Palace, inside a luxurious divine palace. Eva Naoan put down the black wooden box behind him and let out a long breath. Finally, she brought her senior back to the clan. Along the way, she was extremely worried. She was deeply afraid that her senior's enemies would come knocking on her door, and she would be finished. In the next moment, buzz, buzz, hum, streaks of dazzling divine radiance. From Eva Naoan's hand blossomed as he quickly unraveled the layers of seals on the secret box. Senior, I have wronged you on this journey. This junior was forced to do this, so I hope senior can forgive me. Eva Nalan apologized to Yang Fann and helped him to the throne. "Senior, if you need anything, just call me. I won't bother you anymore." Regardless of whether Yang Fann responded or not, Eva finished speaking. Nalan immediately left the divine hall. As for whether Yang Fann could contact him, Nalan wasn't worried at all. If he couldn't even find a 4th layer junior like her, then, this senior, he wasn't a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Luo Bu City could be said to be very big, but in the eyes of a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it was just one thing. A single thought could cover the entire Luo Bu City. An era, 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1 million eras, 100 million eras. In the blink of an eye, 180 million eras had passed. The criss-crossing cracks on Yang Fann's body had almost vanished without a trace. There were only a few tiny cracks on his body that were so thin that it was almost impossible to see his flesh. If one did not look closely, one would basically not be able to see any fissured traces. 180 million eras had passed, and the strange divine power within Yang Fann's body had been destroyed by him. At most, he still had a million eras, and he would be able to completely destroy all the strange energies and heal his injuries. It was only at this moment that the trace of uneasiness in Yang Fann's heart dissipated. The divine power within his body had been destroyed by 9 layers and 9 layers. It had basically no effect on his combat strength. Even though his cultivation base had dropped by 2 levels and dropped to the 9th level of the Quasi-Supreme, the enhancement on his divine body of Great Dao Sovereign was very limited. It was not even enough to increase Yang Fann by 1 level. However, the strength that Yang Fann could unleash at this moment was still above that of a low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. It wasn't any weaker than an ordinary intermediate 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Even if he encountered a peak grade 9 Heavens like the first Moonhowl Marquis again, as long as he didn't have the second Quasi-Great Dao King Decree in his hand, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to leave. It would be very difficult for the first Moonhowl Marquis to keep him alive. A trump card like the Quasi-Great Dao King Decree was obviously not that easy to obtain. Otherwise, back in the Profound Blue Marquis Palace, the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis's attack was unsuccessful. If he used another Quasi-Great Dao King Decree, it would have been enough to kill him. What if it was his clan, and the Pantheon? This was the meeting place for the higher-ups of the clan. At this moment, almost all of the higher-ups of the family were gathered here. Even the top pillar of the clan, the number 1 expert, Elder Nuo Wan, had appeared here. At this moment, no matter if it was Ancestor Nuo Wan or the 6th Empyrean Elders, all of their faces were extremely solemn. The entire Pantheon seemed like a storm was brewing, and the black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Old Ancestor, are we really going to agree to the marriage alliance of the Thunder Rhinoceros clan and marry Eva to the Thunder Rhinoceros? Fei, C3142. We have Seniors Nova Clan, Clan Land, and Pantheon. The atmosphere in the entire Divine Palace had become extremely solemn. From Patriarch Nguyen to the ordinary 6th Empyrean Elders, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. There wasn't a single smile on their faces. In fact, there were even traces of fear and uneasiness in the eyes of many elders. Right at this moment, the Norwans were acting head of the family warriors. Yabo Nguyen's lips moved, breaking the silence of the Divine Palace. His voice was filled with deep unwillingness. He did not feel too conflicted about the marriage. It was very normal for a marriage alliance between great clans like them. The Thunder Rhinoceros clan was one of the 4 big families in the Luo Bu city, and could be considered to be on par with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan. What made him really unhappy was the marriage alliance that the Thunder Rhinoceros clan had launched this time. The Thunder Rhinoceros clan, Fei. He was a well-known hedonistic son of the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, a 2nd-generation patriarch. Amongst all the hedonistic sons of Luo Bu city, he was definitely one of the top 3. What he found most unacceptable was that this Thunder Rhinoceros Fei liked to torture women. In these eras, the women that were tortured by this Thunder Rhinoceros Fei were things that couldn't be faked even in a great world. Marrying his little daughter, Eva, to this rhinoceros, Fei was completely pushing his daughter into a fire pit. Not to mention that Eva was his most beloved little daughter, even other daughters who were not very favored. He could not bear it. Even if it was for the sake of their Noyans, he would not be able to bear it. That Thunder Rhinoceros Fei would have restrained himself, and wouldn't have tortured his daughter to death. However, All those tortures were similarly unacceptable to him. Yabo, sigh, thousands of words, at this moment, turned into a helpless sigh. Yabo, Naoan doted on Eva. As an ancestor, he also treated Eva as a treasure and doted on her. If there were any other options, he would never agree to this marriage. Helpless, the marriage was the only way out for them. Even though he knew that the Thunder Rhinoceros clan was deliberately making things difficult for them, he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, the younger generation of the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, just family lord's direct son, would be more than enough to count with both hands. Furthermore, there was no lack of good-natured chosen among them, so why would they choose the Thunder Rhinoceros? Fei Yi, this hedonistic young master, had become the subject of marriage. All of this was to take revenge on their clan. The clan, the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, was ranked among the 4 great clans of Rob City. Number 2, Number 3. In the past, they were quite troublesome to deal with. The Thunder Rhinoceros clan had suffered quite a lot from the suppression of the Nui clan. Now, the Thunder Rhinoceros clan had finally seized the opportunity. Sai Hu knew what kind of fortune the Luobu clan had obtained. Their strength had increased by more than 10 times, 100 times. Not only had their old ancestor Luo Bu, broken through to the high 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in one go, but the other old ancestor Luo Yang, had also broken through to the high 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign from the early intermediate. The number of intermediate and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign had increased by more than one hand. His strength had directly surpassed the 3 great families. 10,000 years ago, he suddenly launched a powerful attack and crushed the Yi Yang family, who was ranked 4th among the 4 great families. Obviously, their next target would be the Nui clan and the Thunder Rhinoceros clan. Allying with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan to resist the Luo Bu clan was their only hope to resist the Luo Bu clan. Compared to the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, their situation was even more difficult. Although the third clan, the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, had some minor conflicts with the Luo Bu clan, they hadn't truly fallen out with them. If the Thunder Rhinoceros clan was willing to become a vassal force of the Luo Bu clan, then the Luo Bu clan probably wouldn't kill them all. However, what if the clan was different? As the second clan in the Luo Bu city, the Norb clan always had the ambition to replace the Luo Bu clan and become the number 1 clan in the Luo Bu city. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two families were mortal enemies. It was true that they had shed all pretenses of cordiality. The Luo Bu clan could accommodate the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, but they definitely could not accommodate their Luo Yi clan. The two sides were either dead or dead. The Thunder Rhinoceros clan dared to make such a ridiculous request, and let the most beloved little princess of the clan, Eva, marry the Thunder Rhinoceros. Fei had seen through this point. Old ancestor, Eva, Yabo Naoan opened his mouth. What else could he say? He wanted his precious daughter to marry Lei Zan. That foppish son of a bitch, Fei, was simply living a life worse than death. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Patriarch Wan. He said, Yabo, there's no need to say any more. It's decided then. Although he doted on Eva Naoan, compared to their inheritance, a little doting was nothing. Not to mention Eva Naoan, even the 7th layer ancestors could be sacrificed if necessary. To them, the inheritance of a family was more important than anything else. At this moment, a shout filled with dissatisfaction came from outside of the pantheon. Old ancestor, I disagree the next second. Eva Naoan quickly stepped into the pantheon, his heart filled with fear. Fortunately, she was a step faster and arrived at the pantheon. If he was a step later and everything became a foregone conclusion, it would be difficult to get the old ancestor to take back the order. He thought about how he was going to marry Lei Zan. That demon Fei, Eva Naoan's heart was filled with despair. If she really wanted to marry that demon, she would rather die. In these eras, how many women had been killed by that demon was innumerable. She had heard of this demon's evil name more than once. If it wasn't for the protection of the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, this devil would have been torn to pieces countless times. Old ancestor Nuo Wan furrowed his brows. He's the sky, the god, and he's always kept his word for how many eras no one has ever disobeyed him. It seemed like these eras really doted on this girl too much. As a result, she even forgot what it meant to be the authority of the ancestors. However, Eva was his most pampered junior after all, and when he thought about it again, she was about to marry Rhinoceros. Fei Yi, that little girl, was about to curse, but she still swallowed it. Sai Eva was also pitiful. That was why she was so bold as to trespass into the divine palace. After comforting himself in his heart, Naoan looked at Eva Naoan with some pity. Helpless, he said, "Miss Eva, the family has let you down. However, the family has no other choice. That's why they have made such a terrible decision. But don't worry, the old ancestor promised you that. If that Lei Zan Fei Yi dares to harm you, the old ancestor will definitely make the decision for you. Let him know what is called regret. No, old ancestor, the Thunder Rhinoceros clan in the alliance is not our only choice. We still have seniors, and seniors. 1C3143 requesting an audience Rob City, the Naoan family, and the Pantheon." Eva Naoan was calm and composed, directly denying Patriarch Naoan's words. If there really was only one way, no matter how dark the road ahead was, she was willing to continue. Her family gave birth to her and raised her. For the sake of the clan's inheritance, for the sake of her parents and family, no matter how great the sacrifice, she was willing to accept it, but in reality, she didn't have no other choice. She still had a senior. As long as that senior was willing to help her, a mere Luo Bu clan was nothing. 180 million eras had passed. Even if the senior's injuries hadn't fully recovered, he should have recovered by more than half, recovering the power of the level 8's a great Tao. Although the Luo Bu clan had an unknown fortuitous encounter that allowed their strength to soar, and even produced 2 high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors to 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. They were just a bunch of ants. What, senior? Eva, what are you talking about? A hint of doubt flashed across Patriarch Naoan's eyes. Not only her, but also the other patriarchs and elders in the surroundings all looked at Eva in unison. Naoan was confused. He did not know what she meant. Since when did their clan have such a powerful senior? Over the years, the power of the Luo Bu clan was no longer a secret in their clan. Eva had promised that if that senior could help them overcome this tribulation, he would at least be a half-step peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a true peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, none of the ancestors they had befriended had such a senior. If a dragon didn't live with a snake, what kind of strength would he have? What kind of expert would he have befriended? With the strength of their clan, they could barely make contact with ordinary high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was still not enough to make friends with a peak quasi or even a true peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Not to mention Eva, who rarely came out of her home. Many elders looked at Eva Naoan suspiciously, wondering if she did not want to marry the Thunder Rhinoceros. Fei had deliberately introduced such a senior expert. It was not impossible, it was the Thunder Rhinoceros. With Fei Yi's messy reputation, what woman would be willing to marry him? Ancestor, senior is like this. Very soon, Eva Naoan told her everything about how he had saved Yang Fann and how he had brought him back to the family. He told her everything, including how Ancestor Bernard had wanted to kill him, and how she had worried that Ancestor Naoan and the others would have some evil intentions. He had also told her everything that had happened in the secret box. This girl, she only told us such an important thing after such a long time. Ancestor Nuo Wan looked at Eva with a bitter look. If he had known earlier, he would have known that Eva was in his family. With such a great god in their family, they would not have asked the Thunder Rhinoceros clan for help. Being able to kill old Ancestor Bernard without making a sound with his severely injured body, he was definitely a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he must be at least a intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Eva Naoan didn't know old Ancestor Bernard's exact cultivation base, but he was a veteran 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They knew very well that his cultivation base was considered the top amongst all intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had stepped into the high grade of quasi-high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Most of the top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign didn't have much confidence, and no energy fluctuation could be detected from them. He was able to kill that old Ancestor Bernard without anyone knowing. If they could board this ship, the ones who would be in fear and trepidation would be the Luo Bu clan, not them. However, Patriarch Naoan also understood in his heart that Eva's worry was not without reason. If he had told them all this earlier, they might not have been able to resist the temptation. Even if Eva had told them clearly that the great god's consciousness was not asleep, they might not be able to suppress the greed in their hearts. 30% profit could make people take risks. 100% profit was enough to drive people crazy, not to mention 1,000,000, 10 million times profit. What if they succeeded? Any intelligent life had the intention of being lucky. At that time, all the belongings of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be enough for him to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In Tianlin Prefecture, there were many county lords who were only at the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Who, taking a deep breath, old ancestor Nuo Wan forcefully suppressed the bitterness in his heart. He urged, "Eva, lead the way. We will immediately go and greet the senior." Yes, the old ancestor was right. We will go and pay our respects to you immediately. Opportunity, this is a chance for our clan. The old ancestors and elders in the surroundings echoed in agreement. Their faces were filled with excitement and passion. It was truly a hopeless situation where there was no way out. As long as they could catch up with that senior, their clan would definitely be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. At that time, even their number one clan, the Yuku clan, would have to give them some face. They wouldn't dare to easily provoke their clan. Yuku County was only one of the 63 prefectures of Tianlin. It was ranked at the bottom of the county, and the strongest amongst them was the ancestor of Yuku. According to their knowledge, he was only a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As for the marriage alliance with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, they had completely forgotten about it at this moment. That group of muscular Maniu still wanted to marry them, let them die. When they boarded Senior's ship, not only the Rob clan, but also the Rhinoceros monsters, they would also not let it go. A little beauty with a messy reputation wanted to marry their little princess. This was a naked slap to their clan's face. Many of the ancestors and elders had already fantasized about the wonderful scene of them beating up the Luo Bu clan and kicking the Thunder Rhinoceros clan with the help of that senior, dominating the entire Luo Bu city. It was time to change the name of Rob City after so many cycles of Yanji had passed. Luo Wan City sounded much more pleasing to the ears. Old ancestor, senior likes peace and quiet. It's best not to let too many people disturb senior's peace and quiet. Eva, now frowned slightly. In the 180,000th era, although she had only seen Yang Fann a few times, she had gained some understanding of his personality. If so many old ancestors and elders were to rush over like a swarm of bees, they might offend senior if something went wrong. Miss Eva is right. We can't disturb your meditation. Eva and I will go and greet you. Old ancestor now shivered. If he made that senior unhappy because there were too many people visiting him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hearing this, a hint of unwillingness climbed into the eyes of the old ancestors and elders. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, every single one of them was elusive. Up until now, they had never seen a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with their own eyes. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for them to see a true dragon again, but they had to listen to the orders of the old ancestor. Besides, the old ancestor's worries were not unreasonable. If they disturbed the old ancestor because of this, they would be the sinners of their family. Eva Divine Palace, in front of the Divine Hall where Yang Fann was in secluded cultivation. To bang. Eva, Naoan's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees in front of the Divine Hall. His heart was in his throat. Senior, Eva has something to ask of you. Please meet her. C-3144 Attack Rob City, Naoan family, Eva Divine Palace. Eva, Naoan knelt in front of the Divine Hall where Yang Fann was in seclusion. Her heart was in her throat. Although she was very confident that Yang Fann would not be so unreasonable and refuse to help, she was Yang Fann's savior. No matter what, she was Yang Fan's savior. But she wasn't afraid of 10,000. She was just afraid of 1 in 10,000. Before he got a clear answer, he felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. What if Senior really refused? He thought of marrying Lei Zan. Fei Yi, that pretty boy, felt a wave of despair in her heart. She even had the heart to die. Time passed, 1 second at a time, with Eva. To Naoan, every second was as long as an era. 10 breaths of time passed. Thump. Eva, her heart had always been heavy. 10 breaths had passed, but Senior still did not respond. Could it be that the thing she least wanted to see had happened? Senior was really that cold-blooded, not willing to help her. No, impossible. That Luo Bu clan, they were like the Wan Yi clan. To them, the Luo Bu clan was an enormous clan, and even if they joined forces with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan, they would barely be able to fight them. However, To a 8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign like Senior, they were nothing more than a bunch of aphids that could be killed at any time, and it wouldn't be difficult at all. It must be that Senior didn't hear what I said while he was in seclusion. Yes, it must be so. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Eva Nowen suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. She shouted again, Senior. Eva requests an audience. This time, he directly used a trace of magic power, boiling and sweeping in all directions. He only led Eva. What made Nowen despair was that, as always, there was still no response. Another 10 breaths passed. Eva, her heart sank to its lowest point. She felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. This time, she had used her magic power, but the Divine Hall's gate was still tightly shut. It was obvious what she meant. Woo, could it be that? Could it be that I really want to marry Lei Zan? Fei, that Chunsheng, Eva, this. Patriarch Nowen, with a hunched back and a respectful expression, looked at Eva in confusion. Nowen glanced at her. There was a faint trace of doubt in his heart. Was there really a 8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign in the Divine Hall? Was it possible that Eva had fabricated all of this just to avoid the marriage alliance? Otherwise, as the benefactor of that Senior, how could that Senior avoid meeting him? It was just a mere Rob family, and it was just a piece of cake for them to be together with the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. He didn't need to take any risks. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't refuse. Old ancestor, at this moment, an illusory voice, Eva, I understand what you want. I will help you this time. In fact, Yang Fann had sensed it before Eva and the others appeared in the Divine Hall. The reason why he didn't respond was that he was using the strength of soul to search for Nova's clan. At this moment, almost everyone in the Norb clan was talking about the Lob clan and the marriage alliance with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan. After a slight search, Yang Fann understood Eva. Nowen was looking for him. After a slight hesitation, Yang Fann decided to solve Eva's problem. No matter what, this Eva Nowen was also his savior. He had helped her once, so he could treat it as returning the favor. In any case, there wasn't even a single 8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign ant in this group. It wouldn't affect him at all. Thank you, Senior. Eva Nowen was immediately overjoyed and almost cried tears of joy. At this moment, she had completely returned to heaven from hell. Sigh seriously, how could Eva? That girl. Patriarch Nowen blamed himself. Thinking about it carefully, he really shouldn't have told Eva that she wanted to run away from the marriage. She shouldn't have told such a lie. Alright, all of you can withdraw. Yang Fann's indifferent voice sounded once again. This. Patriarch Nowen, who had just recovered from his self-blame, was stunned. He was prepared to build a good relationship with this mysterious Senior. If he could take the opportunity to get close to him, that would be for the best. Why didn't the Senior ask him to leave before he could say anything? He wanted to stay, but he was also worried that it would cause Yang Fann to be unhappy. In the end, he sighed helplessly and followed Eva Nowen left. Regarding this, Yang Fann could only say that old ancestor Nuo Wan was thinking too much. Without saying another word, he gave the order to chase them away, because he didn't want to have any relationship with them. When the soul searched the clan grounds, Yang Fann naturally understood the thoughts of these old ancestors and clan elders. It was just that in this world, there were so many people who wanted to board this big ship of his, Yang Yan. What was the big deal about their clan, a small clan that didn't even have a 8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign? It was already their limit to lend them a hand. When he completely erased the remaining divine power in his body, it would be the time for him to leave. If there were no exceptions, it would be impossible for them to interact with each other again. The Pantheon. Da. Patriarch Nowen and Eva. As soon as Nowen stepped into the divine palace, all the patriarchs and elders turned to look at him. Old ancestor, how is it? Did that Senior agree to it? This matter concerned the life and death of their family, so they couldn't help but feel nervous. Once that Senior refused to take action, then what awaited them was a marriage alliance with the Thunder Rhinoceros clan. If it wasn't a last resort, they absolutely wouldn't want a marriage alliance. This was completely trampling on their clan's dignity. Moreover, even if it was a marriage alliance, the possibility of them winning against the Rob clan was extremely small, infinitely close to zero. At most, they could only rely on the family's foundation to barely hold on, barely hanging on to their last breath. You can rest assured, Senior has already agreed to help. The Luo Bu clan won't be pleased for long. Old Ancestor Wan waved his hand and chuckled. Ha 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 ha, good Luo Bu clan, your good days are about to come to an end. Very quickly, the entire pantheon turned into a sea of joy. The old ancestors and elders felt a huge rock in their hearts, and all of a sudden, they felt relieved. All these years, they had been shouldering tremendous pressure. They were deeply afraid of when it would happen. The Luo Bu clan had come to kill them, just like how they had destroyed the Yi Yang clan. They had forcefully destroyed the entire Luo Bu clan. Now, everything was in the past. Kekekeka, I can't wait any longer. I want to see Senior make a move. 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, I have lived for so many eras, but I have never seen a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign attack before. I wonder what kind of divine ability it is. I'm looking forward to it. It really makes me look forward to it. 1C3145 Capture Rob City, East City. A group of palaces that spanned tens of thousands of light years, the size of which was much bigger than the land of the tribe. This cluster of palaces was none other than. It was the land of the Luo Bu clan, the largest clan in Rob City. Swoosh, swoosh swoosh, from time to time, streaks of divine light would cut through the void and enter the Luo Bu clan. The huge Luo Bu clan seemed to be brimming with an indescribable excitement. From the 7th layer old ancestors to the ordinary clansmen, there were traces of excitement and excitement mixed between their brows. Nearly 20 long-cherished wishes of the Yanji era were about to be fulfilled in their hands. Just thinking about it made one feel indescribably excited. Their Luo Bu clan was the true ruler of Rob City. The other 3 great clans simply weren't qualified to stand side by side with their Luo Bu clan. Now that the Yi Yang clan had been destroyed, only the Luo Wan clan and the Thunder Rhinoceros clan remained. It wouldn't be long before that happened. Many members of the Luo Bu clan were looking forward to seeing the Luo Bu clan sweep through the Luo Bu city. At that time, those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. At this moment, a formless energy covered the entire Luo Bu clan. In an instant, from the too high 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to the ordinary members of the Luo Yang clan, even their thoughts had come to a halt. At this moment, the vast territory of the Luo Bu clan seemed to have fallen into a time lapse. After an unknown period of time, perhaps in an instant or even a second, the entire Rob clan gradually regained consciousness. Ah, what happened just now? How could my thoughts be like that? It didn't seem like anything happened. Could it be that I was hallucinating just now? Ah, no, that's not right. Old Ancestor and the others. They are gone. What in the world happened? Fear and endless fear spread throughout the Luo Bu clan. It was gone, including the 2 old ancestors. All of the old ancestors at the 7th layer and above had vanished without a trace. It was as if they had never been in their territory. This was obviously impossible. Even when they attacked the Yi Yang family all those years ago, there was still a 7th layer old ancestor guarding the land. When they thought about the terrifying power from before, a wave of uneasiness swept across their hearts. Old ancestor. They were afraid. What should I do? What should we do? Great clans like them had always been competing for the strength of their respective ancestors, not the strength of the middle and lower levels. They had lost many of their ancestors. They were like tigers without claws and claws, or old tigers that had fallen to their lowest levels. Once that Nuo Wan and the Thunder Rhinoceros clan found out, they would lose all of their ancestors. What awaited them would be. They did not dare to continue imagining the consequences. Woo. Why did he do this to us? What did our Luo Bu clan do wrong? What did we do wrong? It wasn't easy for them to have a great opportunity, and their strength soared by leaps and bounds. In just a short period of time, their strength rose by more than 100 times, more than 1,000 times. They were just about to sweep through Luo Bu city and fulfill nearly 20 of their long-cherished wishes. They didn't expect that they would actually suffer such a calamity. This joke was a bit too much. If this was the price of that great opportunity, they would rather not have that opportunity. Actually, with the 4 great families ruling Rob City together, now that they thought about it, there was nothing bad about it. The Naoan family, the Pantheon. All the old ancestors and elders were discussing amongst themselves, trying to guess the abilities of a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. To them, a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was just a legend. Even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like old ancestor Nuo Wan had never seen a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign before, let alone a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Each and every one of them was looking forward to seeing Yang Fann fight. If they could use this opportunity to comprehend something, that would be a huge profit for them. In fact, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. Buzz. Suddenly, the void twisted and formed a miniature wormhole. What's that? In an instant, the hearts of old ancestor Wan and the others skipped a beat. Their eyes were filled with indescribable fear. The Pantheon was the meeting place for the higher-ups. Their defense was so tight that they could be considered as one of the top 5 in their clan. The divine palace was surrounded by layers of divine formations. Even a high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to break in easily. In less than an instant. Bang! The group of 17 people was like a group of 17 people. Bang! Who is it? Ah! Old Ancestor Luo Bu, Old Ancestor Luo Yong, Old Ancestor Luo Kun. These are all patriarchs of the Luo Bu clan. This is the patriarch of the Rob clan. Gurgle this. Am I seeing things? Old Ancestor Nuo Wan and the others stared at him as though they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The old ancestors of the Luo Bu family were all 7th layer old ancestors of the Luo Bu family. If they weren't mistaken, the old ancestors of the Luo Bu family were all 7th layer old ancestors. All the old ancestors of the Luo Bu family had come to the Pantheon. What is going on? Who has the ability to take over the Luo Bu clan in one fell swoop? Could it be that senior? Suddenly, a thought appeared in their minds. Other than that mysterious senior, they really couldn't think of a second possibility. This is the divine ability of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This is too scary. Among the 17 old ancestors of the Luo Bu clan, 2 of them were high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 5 of them were at the peak of the 2nd grade intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The rest were at the low 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This strength, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight a top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Not to mention, he also had the geographical advantage. Even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might have to pay a price if they weren't careful. However, it had only been 10 breaths of time since the return of the old ancestor. Moreover, they didn't sense any fluctuations of the great battle at all. In other words, it was a complete suppression. Old ancestor Luo Bu and the others didn't even have the strength to resist before they were captured and captured. I have brought all the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Luo Bu clan here. If you want to kill or cut them, I will let you do whatever you want. An ethereal voice exploded in the ears of old ancestor Nuo Wan and the others. Ah, it's Senior. This is Senior's voice. It's true. It really is Senior's voice. Although he had already guessed that it was Yang Fann who did it, when he confirmed it, Patriarch Nuo Wan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, this was the power of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to it, it was simply the difference between life and death. I wonder if I will have the chance to take a peek at the secrets of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in my life. After a long while, old ancestor Nuo Wan and the others finally suppressed the shock in their hearts. In the next moment, the gazes of all the patriarchs and patriarchs turned around and swept across Patriarch Luo Bu and the other 17 patriarchs of the Luo Bu clan. Unknowingly, a hideous grin climbed onto their faces. 3 Kekaki old man Luo Bu, how do you think I should deal with all of you? How do you think I should deal with all of you? Old man Wan, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, my clan has already sided with the Morning Sun clan. If you dare to harm us, the Shenyang County Lord will definitely not let you off. C-3146 Fury Rob City, the Naoan family, and the Pantheon. What? The Shenyang family, the county head of the Shenyang County? Old ancestor Nuo Wan's heart skipped a beat. He thought that old man Luo Bu and the others would be able to easily deal with them if they fell into their hands. If they were to live, they would live. If they were to die, they would die. The survival of the Luo Bu clan was under their control. He had never expected that old man Luo Bu would have such a great god behind him. The Morning Sun clan, Morning Sun County's county lord, that was the chief of the Shenyang County, a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that was even stronger than their chief. According to the legends, the Lord of Morning Sun County had already reached the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign 10 times before the Yanji era. Now that the 10 Yanji periods had passed, even if the county head of Morning Sun County hadn't advanced to a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be weak in the face of so many intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. Although the Luo Bu family was the #1 family in Luo Bu City, previously. For example, this 7th layer old ancestor. He didn't even have half of his current strength. He was even weaker than them by a huge margin. Otherwise, how could the Luo Bu clan tolerate it until now? They had already made their move. They had swept away the 3 great clans and dominated the Luo Bu city. It was obvious that they had received some kind of financial aid from some major power, which allowed them to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time and give birth to so many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. The Chenyang County, which was controlled by the county chief of the Chenyang County, was adjacent to the Yuku County. It had always had the intention of invading and annexing the county. Needless to say, the power that supported the Luo Bu clan was the Chenyang clan. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? What to do? What should he do now? Ancestor Nuo Wan felt a headache coming on. The prefecture master of the Chenyang County had supported the Luo Bu clan. It was very likely that he was planning to use the Luo Bu clan as a springboard to take control of their Luo Bu city. Then, he would slowly plot against the major cities of the Yuku County. If they killed old man Luo Bu and ruined the plans of the Morning Sun County Lord, he would definitely hate them. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The county head of the Morning Sun County was not someone they could afford to offend. Not to mention the prefecture lord, who was an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Any quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could easily wipe them out from this world. Nuo Wan, old man, if you know what's good for you, let us go. If not, the county head will be furious and you will all die a graveless death. Old ancestor Luo Bu sneered, showing signs of rebelling. He was backed by the county head of the Morning Sun County, this great god. Even if this old man Nuo Wan had the guts, he would not dare to hurt them. Bitch it. A hint of anger flashed across old ancestor Nuo Wan's eyes. This old man Luo Bu, did he really think that he wouldn't dare to kill him? Don't forget that they're all prisoners now, and their lives are in his hands. But when he thought of the Morning Sun County Lord behind old ancestor Luo Bu, old ancestor Wan Nuo had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. It was easy to kill old man Luo Bu and the others. However, everything that happened after that was not something that they could bear. At this moment, that ethereal voice sounded once again from within the pantheon, County Lord Chenyang, I will send you off. You don't have to worry about it. It was Yang Fann. Since he had promised to help solve this crisis, Yang Fann would naturally resolve it. He was merely a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even though his current cultivation base had dropped by 2 grades, and his combat strength was less than 1,000th of his peak, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a few 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Ah, it's Senior. How could I forget about Senior? Old ancestor Nuo Wan was ecstatic. Old man Luo Bu and the others were backed by the county head of the Morning Sun County. Their tribe was not bad either. They also had the support of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or perhaps even stronger. Old man Luo Bu, do you really think that by having the prefecture lord of the Morning Sun Prefecture to back you up, you can ride on the head of our clan? I'm telling you, you are dreaming. He didn't believe that the Morning Sun County Lord would go against an expert of the same level for a mere Luo Bu clan. Their Luo Bu clan was not qualified. If it was those quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Morning Sun family, it would be more like it. Taking a step back, even if the county head was wrong, he would still be furious and stand up for the Luo Bu clan. That was nothing. There was a senior who would make the decision for them. Ah, not good. Old ancestor Rob's expression changed, and a wave of extreme terror swept through his heart. Bitch it, how could I forget that great god? He was able to suppress all 17 of them, making them unable to resist at all. The scariness of this power was far beyond his imagination. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, this was definitely the power of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it wasn't even a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With such a great god backing them up, how could they still be afraid of the county lord behind them? Bitch it, just what kind of dog's tea luck did this Morning Sun County have to be able to catch up to such a great god? Why didn't they hear anything about it before? Old man Rob, come, let's have a good exchange. A savage smile flashed across the corner of old ancestor Nuo Wan's mouth, and the solemnness and fear in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Brother Nuo Wan, it was a mistake. It's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. I'm equal to a great clan in Rob City, so we should support each other and advance and retreat together. Old ancestor Luo Bu smiled brilliantly. How could he still have the bead of wisdom from before? What a great mutual support, advancing and retreating together. It really sounds better than singing. Old ancestor Wan sneered. Unless his head was kicked in the head by the door, he would not believe such nonsense. Boys, take them down. We must treat them well. We can't let anyone say that our tribe is rude. Old ancestor, don't worry. We will definitely treat them well. 3 No, old man Wan, are you really going to be so ruthless? The county head of Chenyang County will not let you off. He will definitely not let you off. Morning Sun County, Morning Sun City. This was the county of Morning Sun County. Its area was 100 times larger than Luo Bu City. The entire Morning Sun City was covered by a powerful divine formation. It was said that this divine formation was personally deployed by the expert of the Tianlins Hu family. Even a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to break through the defense of this divine formation. In the center of Morning Sun City, in the Morning Sun Divine Palace. Boom! The county head of Morning Sun City opened his eyes tightly, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Luo Bu City, what if it's the 1 million tribe? Good, very good. I would like to see what kind of reliance your tiny, third-rate clan has, daring to provoke me. C-3147 instant kill Rob City. In just 10,000 years, the changes were too much for them to handle. First, the Luo Bu clan had killed the 4th clan, the Yiyang clan. They had originally thought that the Luo Bu clan would sweep through the Luo Wan and Lei Rhinoceros clans and truly dominate Luo Bu City. Never would they have thought that not long ago, the Luo Wan clan had launched a powerful attack, destroyed the Luo Bu clan's guardian formation, and killed all the elders and direct disciples of the Luo Bu clan in one go. As a result, the Luo Bu clan that had passed down nearly 20 Yang era practically existed in name only. Luo Bu City, South City, a huge palace cluster that was not much smaller than the Naoan clan's land. This was none other than the 3rd family in Rob City, the Thunder Rhinoceros family's land. Fear, endless terror spread throughout the entire Thunder Rhinoceros family. The Luo Bu clan, that Luo Bu clan that almost pressured their Thunder Rhinoceros clan to the point of suffocation, was destroyed just like that. Thinking about it again, they had forced them to marry. To let the most favored little princess of the Luo Bu clan marry their Thunder Rhinoceros clan's #1 hedonistic son, the Thunder Rhinoceros. Fei, what was this? This was a direct slap to the face of the entire clan. What if their clan, and, could have a divorce with their Thunder Rhinoceros clan? Now, even the Luo Bu clan that was 100 times stronger than their Thunder Rhinoceros clan, more than 1,000 times stronger, was easily destroyed by the Nui clan, let alone their Thunder Rhinoceros clan. Regret at this moment, Patriarch Thunder Rhinoceros was truly regretful to the point his intestines turned green. Wouldn't it be better if he obediently chose a young elite of his clan to marry him? At that time, they might even be able to use this opportunity to follow behind the Nui clan and drink some soup. However, they just had to play the role of a demon. Now, let alone following behind them to gain some benefits. Even their clan was about to be destroyed. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth changed, and clouds surged. A terrifying pressure that could make even 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors despair descended from the sky, and swept across the entire Rob City. Bang, bang, bang. The guardian formation of Rob City was like a piece of paper that was instantly crushed into slag. Many of those below the Jurjun realm did not even have the time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. Ah, what is that? The old ancestor Lei Zan was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. This pressure was terrifying. He was truly terrifying. Compared to him, he, a intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, was like a lowly ant on the ground. It was the difference between the levels of life and death. 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he must be a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Hiss. What was going on? Why would a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign suddenly come to their Luo Bu City? One should know that their Luo Bu City was just an ordinary city. In the past, not to mention a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, not even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign had descended. Novak, how dare you provoke the Chenyang tribe? I'm under family lord's orders. Kill the entire clan. A supreme voice descended from the sky and swept across the world. What if the clan dares to provoke the Morning Sun clan? Gulp, gulp, I didn't mishear this, right? How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. The first reaction of the major powers in Rob City was disbelief. What was the Morning Sun clan? They were the #1 overlord of the Morning Sun County. They could be ranked in the top 50 of all the major families in the Tianlin. They could even be ranked in the top 30. They were the #1 family in the county of Yuku, the Yuku family. Compared to them, they were much weaker. A small tribe, even in recent years. It was unknown what kind of luck they had gotten, but they managed to eliminate the Rob clan by a fluke. However, compared to the Morning Sun clan, they were still tens of thousands of miles away. Even if he borrowed 1,000 guts from Patriarch Wan, it was more like he didn't dare to provoke the Morning Sun clan. However, soon, many patriarchs were overjoyed, especially Patriarch Thunderrhinoceros, who immediately clapped and cheered. Ha 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 ha. Good, if the clan is finished, then the clan is finished from now on. Rob City will be the world of my Thunder Rhinoceros clan. No, from tomorrow onwards, there will be no more Rob City in this world, only Thunder Rhinoceros City. The surprise came from such an unexpected event, truly catching people unprepared. Just now, he was worried that after the Luo Bu clan was wiped out, the next to be wiped out would be their Thunder Rhinoceros clan. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the Luo Bu clan would become history. Thinking about it carefully, he really felt as if he had fallen into a dream. At this moment, rumble, the entire Rob City turned dark, as if it had fallen into the limitless darkness. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. A heaven-sheltering big hand the size of an unknown number of light years appeared in the sky above Rob City. Ah, no, don't, spare my life, my lord, spare my life, spare my life. In an instant, an extremely terrified voice resounded by everyone's ears. That voice was so familiar. Who else could it be if it wasn't the arrogant 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign of the Morning Sun clan who sentenced the entire clan to death? One breath later, Lop City regained its brightness once more. The heaven-sheltering big hand disappeared without a trace, as though it had never appeared. Silence for a moment. The huge Luo Bu city was terrifyingly silent. After a long while, there were a few whispers. Gulp, gulp, that voice just now, I didn't. Did you hear it wrong? Suppress, suppress. The 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign of the Morning Sun family was suppressed just like that. Hiss, this. How is this possible? How is this possible? Unbelievable, truly unimaginable. That was the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, a top-tier expert in the Tianlin's Hu country. How could it be so easily killed by someone? The Naoan family, the old ancestors and elders were also dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Fann was a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, a intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, or perhaps even stronger than him, no one else in the Morning Sun family could be his match. They never thought that. Hong Long. It had only been a short period of time. From the moment the senior attacked to the moment when he suppressed the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it had only been a split second. It was as simple as pinching an ant to death. How could an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign possess such strength? Even a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could not compare to it. It was at least a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, or even a quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Gulp gulp Eva, what kind of luck did she have to be able to save such a great god? The next moment, the old ancestors and elders were overjoyed. With such a relationship, as long as they didn't offend the Tianlin, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Tianlin Marquis Kingdom. In the future, even the Yuku clan would have to depend on their expressions. Morning Sun County, Morning Sun City. What? Old ancestor Mu Feng, he was actually suppressed, or was he killed instantly without any ability to fight back? Bitch it, a small city family. How could I possibly get that kind of ultimate expert? The county head of Morning Sun County was extremely shocked, and there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Although after knowing that the Luo Bu clan was destroyed, the county head of Morning Sun County had guessed it. The person behind him was not simple, and he even suspected that there was a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign backing him up. However, in his mind, the person behind the Luo Bu clan was at most a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Who would have thought that he would be such a mighty figure? Old ancestor Mu Feng was the second strongest person in their family, and his cultivation base was second only to his. He was considered one of the best amongst all the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to suppress him with just a single palm strike. Not good. If that mighty figure wants to harm our race, then, County Head Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat drenched his back. C-3148 Devour the 9 heavens of the Great Path Rob City. No, it's changed to Now in City now. In a flash, Yang Fann made his move. 1,000,000 Mu Fengs had already been used to suppress old ancestor Mu Feng of the Morning Sun clan. The million eras had changed every single day. The power of the clan had increased by 1,000, 10,000 times. More than that, the entire Rob City had become the property of the clan. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Including the Thunder Rhinoceros clan. All the big and small clans had submitted to the Nui clan. Even the powerful Morning Sun clan chose to give in. The county lord of the Morning Sun County prepared a generous gift and directly went to pay a visit to apologize, let alone small clans like them. A peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, or even a peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. A quasi-9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign was not someone they could afford to offend. If they continued to hold on, there was only one possibility left for the Morning Sun clan, and that was the destruction of dozens of Yanji inheritances. Compared to the inheritance of the clan, a little bit of face was nothing. Even the second expert of the family, old ancestor Mu Feng, was mercilessly abandoned by the county head of the Morning Sun County. Humans were wise and experienced. If one wanted to obtain it in this Qin Lin continent where the strong preyed on the weak, the longer one obtained it, the more flexible one would be. They didn't know what was going on. Those who didn't know when to retreat wouldn't live for long. It was precisely because the county head of the Morning Sun County gave in that he had completely established the prestige and fierceness of the noble family, making the noble family a new noble in the Tianlin. Even the current marquis of the Tianlin had heard of the noble family, and had sent out messengers to rope in the noble family. A peak 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was in the Hu country of the Tianlin. It was almost possible for him to break through to the top 10. Not to mention the quasi-9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Anyone who could compare to him could be counted on one hand. If they could take the person behind the family back to the Tianlin, it would be enough to increase the strength of their family. Now in City, Eva's Divine Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes and slowly stood up. Phew, he had finally gotten rid of the strange divine power in his body. Now, he only needed to recover all of his cultivation. However, this was only a matter of time. There were 14 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign in his inner chaos. Although he was only a low-grade 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he was still not comparable to those quasi-9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Each of them could match dozens or even more of them. Not only did he recover his cultivation base, but he had also improved a step further. It wasn't impossible for atavism to do so. Now is also the time to leave. Yang Fann muttered and made a decision. It was alright to treat the injuries of the Nui family, but it was better to forget about using it to break through to the next realm. This seclusion wasn't something that could be ended in 100 to 200 million eras. Swallowing a quasi-9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign wasn't just a matter of time, it was even more so for a true 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared from the Divine Hall. He didn't inform anyone of Nova's family, including his savior, Eva Nowen. These eras, relying on his reputation, Nova's family had rapidly expanded, and their power had increased by 1,000, 10,000 times. Not only that, but the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign alone had increased by several times. Not only that, ancestor Nuo Wan had also advanced to a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and was only a step away from a top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He had already repaid his debt of saving his life a long time ago. If one were to talk about debt, it was also because of the fact that the Noah One clan owed him. From today onwards, we don't have anything to do with each other. You walk on your Yongguan path, and I cross my single wooden bridge. In the future, whether the Nguyen family continued to prosper or gradually declined, heading towards destruction, it had nothing to do with him, Yang Fann. The Yulong Prefecture was separated from the Tianlin Prefecture by the Divine Prosperous Prefecture, the Giant Deer Prefecture, and Fenghe Prefecture. Among the 3,600 large prefectures in the Qinlin continent, it was considered a middle-tier prefecture. Its strength was much stronger compared to the Tianlin prefecture. It was in charge of the Fish Dragon Marquis Palace. There were a total of 4 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign in charge. Fish Dragon Manor, Green Jade County, Green Desolate Plain. Wang. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. He wore black clothes, and was around 20 years old. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were like stars. His aura was ethereal and indefinite, and no one could see through him. It was Yang Fann. After leaving Naoan City, Yang Fann didn't stay in Tianlin Prefecture for long. He went past 9 big prefectures and arrived at Fish Dragon Prefecture. Although he didn't think that Marquis Moonhowl and the others would be able to find the Tianlin Prefecture, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, he had fought in Naoan City before, and no one could tell what kind of traces he had left behind. A quasi-Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign was considered a first-class expert amongst the 3,600 Marquisate countries in the Qinlin continent. If a person appeared out of nowhere, it might attract the attention of the 6 Marquisate countries. The Tianlin Prefecture and the Dark Green Prefecture were only separated by 4 large prefectures, and even the closest to the 6 nations, the Moonhowl Prefecture only had 2 prefectures, which was really close. The Fish Dragon Prefecture is only 2 prefectures away from the 6 states. There are more than a dozen prefectures of land that probably won't attract their attention. That's it. Yang Fann looked around and nodded slightly. The next second, Wang. Yang Fann waved his hand. Beams of divine light burst out from his sleeve, quickly opening up a great world. There were a total of 108 of them. Among them, there were 21 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Dao Divine Artifacts, and the rest were all quasi-Nine Heavens Great Dao Divine Artifacts. Speaking of which, he still had to thank the 14 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Otherwise, even if Yang Fann sold everything he had, he wouldn't be able to gather so many quasi-Nine Heavens, or even true Nine Heavens Great Dao Divine Artifacts. Kai. With a single step, Yang Fann stepped into the world. Buzz. The void twisted, and the great world disappeared without a trace. Even a Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to find any trace of the great world if he didn't search carefully. Boom. Soon, countless Great Dao Divine sources appeared around Yang Fann, suppressing 14 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. All their treasures were now in Yang Fann's possession. One had to admit that Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign was a Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. The wealth he had was far from what those quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could compare with. Among the 14 of them, the weakest one had a net worth of more than 100 trillion units of divine source. As for the few quasi-intermediate Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, each of them had a net worth of more than 500 trillion units of Great Dao Divine Source. 14 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign combined. Just the Great Dao Divine Source alone, Yang Fann had collected nearly 800 trillion units. Puchi. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All the pores on Yang Fann's body expanded, transforming into countless devouring black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding Great Dao Divine Sources. Every breath of time, there would be a unit of Great Dao Divine Sources that would use up all of the strength of origin and turn into ashes. The massive amount of Great Dao Divine Sources in the surroundings started shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 eras passed. Nearly 800 trillion units of Great Dao Divine Sources had been devoured by Yang Fann, leaving less than 300 trillion units. Yang Fann had once again broken through to the half-step martial saint. Another era had passed. Puchi. The last Great Dao Divine Source turned into a flying ash. However, Yang Fann's cultivation base was still quite a distance away from his peak. However, Yang Fann didn't pay too much attention to this. The 14 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign were the main course of the meal. These 800 trillion Great Dao Divine Sources could only be considered as an appetizer. 1. Su. With a flash of light, a person appeared within the devouring black hole. However, he wasn't a member of the 14 Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. He was the old ancestor Mu Feng of the Morning Sun family. A low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could be considered to have some strength. Unlike those 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors who had been completely abandoned by Yang Fann. 100 trillion years later. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of regret flashed across his face. This old ancestor Mu Feng had only allowed him to recover a tiny bit of his cultivation base. It seemed like he could give up on this low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the future. Now, it's all up to these 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. I hope they won't disappoint me. C3149 Crossing Tribulation Fish Dragon House, Green Plains. Wang. A trace of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was the first time he had devoured a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, so he couldn't be disappointed. The next second, whoosh, with a flash of light, a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Boundless power of devourings gushed out, crazily devouring the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's strength of original life. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Good, the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was indeed the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He didn't let him down. In fact, it was much better than what he had expected. The purity of the strength of origin was at least 100 times stronger than the 2 quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign he had devoured. They were on completely different levels. A 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was comparable to dozens or even hundreds of quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. That was absolutely rare. It wouldn't be difficult to compare with hundreds or even thousands of quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. And this was just an ordinary low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to him, those few quasi-intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were 10 times, 100 times stronger. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen Great Tao Sovereign waving at him. 6 Marquisate Kingdoms, just you wait. Your good days are coming to an end. A cold killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Once he reached the Tao-confirming realm, his overall strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Although he didn't dare to dream of going against the Great Tao King, however, no one below the Great Tao King could truly threaten his life. Even if it was a quasi-Great Tao King, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight it. At that time, he would be able to sweep across the 6 kingdoms with ease. 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1 million eras, 100 million eras. In the blink of an eye, 6 billion eras had passed. The 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had used up nearly a portion of his strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally recovered to its peak, and even his overall combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Yang Fann didn't suffer this for nothing. Before this, he had used all of his trump cards, and his combat strength had been fully unleashed. He was only able to catch up to the top 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Now, he could be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of the top 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Although he was still not as strong as the first generation, the gap between them was not that obvious. However, with this bit of power, it was still not enough to take revenge. Not to mention that there was a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in the Moonhowl Marquis Kingdom, even the weakest of the 6 kingdoms, the Heiyuan Marquis Kingdom. It would be very difficult for Yang Fann to take them down. Just the Hu Country Divine Seal alone was enough for Yang Fann to drink a pot of wine. Under the suppression of the Hu Country Divine Seal, the power he could unleash wouldn't be much stronger than that of a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. As for the first generation He Yuan, with his foundation, even if he wasn't as strong as the first generation Xuanwang, he wouldn't be much weaker. He was at least 8 to 9 times stronger than the first generation Xuanwang, which was the combat strength of a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. However, unlike the 6 nations, he did not have a spy who could destroy the Guardian formation for him. Bear with it, he still needed to endure for the time being. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann continued to circulate the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, devouring the remaining strength of original life of the low-level 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. 1 strength of original life each. 3 points strength of original life. 6 strength of original life. First layer of strength of original life. 3 layers of strength of original life. 6 layers of strength of original life. 350 billion eras had passed. Pucci. The low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had used up the last trace of his strength of original life and turned into ashes. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone from them. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. That sovereign stage was right in front of him. It was as if as long as he forcefully poked it, he would be able to pierce through that layer of window paper, atavism. 1, and then there would be another low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He should be able to help him take that final step. There are still 12 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign left. I wonder if they can help me improve my cultivation base and advance to second Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If I can succeed, I will become a Great Dao King. I'm afraid no one will be a match for him. Even an ordinary quasi-Great Path King would have quite a bit of confidence to completely suppress him. Swoosh. Soon, another low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign fell into the devouring black hole. After devouring a low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, although Yang Fann didn't take that step, the Great Dao of Devour had also advanced rapidly. In less than 50 billion eras, the second low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign had been devoured by Yang Fann by more than half. There were at most 10 billion eras left, and Yang Fann would completely devour this 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Buzz! With a flash of divine light, the 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign who had almost absorbed the 8th layer strength of original life disappeared without a trace. Not only that, even the devouring black hole was shattered and turned into nothingness. In the next moment, Yang Fann's mighty divine body rapidly shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. After devouring the 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign's 8th layer strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of the half-step martial saint. If he wanted to continue breaking through, he had to cross the divine calamity of the Great Way. And this place was obviously not the place where he would face his tribulation. Ordinary half-step martial saint divine calamity of the Great Ways. In this Qinlin continent, it could only cover 100 light years of land. Perhaps it wasn't there yet, but those so-called top-level heavens pride. The divine calamity of the Great Way being able to envelop a city like Naoan City was the limit. However, he was different. With just a mere half-step martial saint cultivation base, his combat strength had already surpassed most of the peak 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereigns. How terrifying would his divine calamity of the Great Way be? Even Yang Fann himself didn't have much confidence in it. It wasn't impossible for it to cover the entire prefecture. If he really wanted to transcend his tribulation in Yulong Prefecture, it would be hard for him not to stir up a commotion. It wasn't just the Yulong Prefecture, but also the Qinlin continent and even the entire Qinlin Great Chaos. It wasn't a good place to transcend his tribulation. It attracted some 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign from the level 8. It was fine, but if he attracted those Great Dao Kings, the consequences would be hard to predict. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have atavism, his combat strength was only comparable to a peak 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Even if he succeeded in reaching the Dao, in the eyes of those Great Dao Kings, it's just a slightly stronger ant. Yang Fann would not naively entrust his life to an illusory destiny. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the 108 Great Dao Divine Artifacts were absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. In the next moment, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and disappeared without a trace. In less than 100 million years, Yang Fann had appeared in front of the chaotic crystal wall. Compared to the past, he had spent 1,000,000 eras to reach Dark Firmament Prefecture in the Qinlin continent. This speed was many times faster. He looked at the chaotic crystal wall in front of him. Yang Fann felt as if he had fallen into a dream. Thinking back to the past, when he used all his trump cards, he was barely able to save his life under the hands of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It had only been a short period of time, and it had been less than 450 billion eras. Along with those 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign from level 8, in terms of combat strength, it wasn't even enough for them to close their eyes for a short period of time. However, his combat strength had jumped from quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to peak 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. He was even about to break through to the quasi-Great Dao King. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Soon, another trillion years passed. Yang Fann had no idea how many billions of light years had passed since he left Qinlin Great Chaos. It's about time. This is the place. C3150 Terrifying Divine Tribulation Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Buzz. The space distorted, forming a small wormhole. A man stepped out from it. He wore black clothes and had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. His entire body was overflowing with concepts that returned to their original state. It was Yang Fann, who had hurried over from the Qinlin Great Chaos. Glancing around, Yang Fann nodded his head in satisfaction. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void was an unknown distance away from the Qinlin Great Chaos. Even if he turned the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void upside down, it wouldn't attract the attention of those Great Dao Kings in the Qinlin Great Chaos. Besides, there were no other traces of the Great Chaotic World nearby. Yang Fann had carefully investigated this point. Yang Fann had to be on guard against those great Tao kings of Qin Lin Great Chaos. He was also extremely wary of the other great chaotic realms. After forcefully reading so many Nine Heavens great Tao sovereigns' memories, Yang Fann had a deeper understanding of the 3000 chaos. Every great chaos with the king of the great path in charge, it's just a matter of quantity. In the high-grade great chaos like Qin Lin Great Chaos, there were less than 100 great Tao kings in both the light and the dark. As for the low-grade great chaos, the number of great Tao kings could be counted on one hand, especially the great chaos that was ranked at the bottom. There were only 1 or 2 great Tao kings in charge. Among the many great Tao kings, their strength was at the bottom of the list. But even so, it was still not something Yang Fann could afford to offend. The great Tao king, great Tao sovereign, had a difference of 1 grade, but it was the heaven and earth cloud and mud. Even a peak 9 heavens like the first Moonhowl Marquis was just a lowly ant in the eyes of the king of the great Tao. With just a breath of air, he could kill thousands of venerable. Not to mention that he didn't have atavism yet. Even if he managed to overcome the divine tribulation, he would still be able to kill atavism. Yang Fann had no confidence in fighting a king of great Tao. He didn't even have the confidence to save his own life in the hands of a king of great Tao. If he wanted to have the ability to fight a great Tao king, he would have to break through to the 4th layer, or even the 5th Empyrean, or even the 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. One should know that a quasi-great Tao king could be divided into many minor realms. Unfortunately, those low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign's knowledge was still a little shallow. He had never come into contact with a quasi-great Tao king, so his understanding of quasi-great Tao kings was extremely limited. For safety's sake, it was better to avoid all the chaos. Yang Fann didn't want any accidents to happen during his tribulation. The reason why he, Yang Fann, was able to live until now was because he knew the word, go. Without strength, there was only one outcome, death without knowing how. The next moment, boom! Yang Fann no longer hid his cultivation base. With Yang Fann as the center, the half-step martial Saint Chi soared into the sky. Hong long, boom. In an instant, Lei Yun rolled and the lightning dragon roared. With Yang Fann as the center, the surrounding Hung Meng heavenly void had turned into a terrifying thunder prison. Furthermore, the thunder prison was still expanding and expanding at a terrifying speed. 10,000 light years, 100 million light years, 1 trillion light years, 10,000 trillion light years, 1 trillion light years. 1 day later, the land covered by the thunder prison was no less than the top-grade small chaos like the light chaos. A terrifying pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Even the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Even the divine tribulation of the heirs of the Great Tao Kings in Qin Lin Great Chaos was far from this terrifying. Even the divine calamity of the Great Way of the Qin Lin Court and the few His Highness the Crown Prince were only able to put 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in danger. What was even more horrifying was that the divine calamity of the Great Way was far from being fully brewed. It was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 days later, the land covered by the thunder prison was no less than a dozen top-grade small chaos like the light chaos. The pressure was so terrifying. Hong long, if it wasn't for the 7th layer, the Great Tao divine artifact of the level 8 wouldn't have been able to protect them, and their chances of transcending the tribulation wouldn't have been higher than 1 level. Jade Dawn small chaos. This was a top-tier small chaos. Its energy level was much higher than the light chaos. The Chaos Master, the Lord of the Jade Cloud, was a top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he had 6 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign subordinates under his command. In the thousands of small chaos in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, he could be considered as one of the top 10, and he might even be able to make it into the top 5. Boom! Suddenly, the Lord of Jade Clouds, who was in seclusion, opened his tightly shut eyes. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Ah, this is the aura of the divine calamity of the Great Way hiss. How is this possible? How is this possible? The divine calamity of the Great Way was just a test of the Grandmist Great Tao to half-step martial saint. He had never heard of anyone being able to put 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in danger. However, the chi of the divine tribulation could actually make his heart palpitate. How could such a terrifying divine calamity of the Great Way exist in this world? One should know that he was a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it could bring him traces of danger. The power of the divine calamity of the Great Way was at least comparable to an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. And if he wanted to trigger such a terrifying divine calamity of the Great Way, the overall combat strength of the person who faced the tribulation, even if he wasn't as strong as a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, would still be infinitely close to a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The divine calamity of the Great Way was not the Great Tao's divine punishment. There must be a chance for him to survive, and he would never face the divine tribulation of certain death. But was this possible? Half-step martial saint, quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's combat strength. There was a gap of 7 major realms between them. No matter how heaven-defying the monster was, it was impossible for it to be this abnormal. This sovereign would like to see what exactly is going on. Divine light flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Jade Dawn. With a twist of her body, she tore open the spatial zone and headed towards Hungmeng Heavenly Void. Boom boom boom. Not long after, more beams of divine light shot up into the sky. The Lord of Jade Clouds was not the only one who was interested in this matter. Half a year later, the Ocean of Thunder prison was already half the size of the dark green mansion. Countless lightning dragons were rolling within the ocean. It was as if a tiny bit of lightning was enough to destroy a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Great Tao Sovereign, and the others. They stood hundreds of millions of light-years away from the Thunder Sea, not daring to take a step out of the lightning pool. At this moment, even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like the Lord of Jade Clouds could feel the deep aura of death. As long as they continued to approach, there was only one outcome awaiting them, and that was to be destroyed by the lightning. Gulp, gulp, big. The divine calamity of the Great Way was really a divine calamity of the Great Way. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? Great Tao Sovereign was dumbfounded, and his jaw couldn't even close. Currently, the pressure of the ocean of tribulation lightning was so strong that even the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt a lot of pressure. Without the power of a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, there was no way they would be able to survive this tribulation. What was even more ferocious was that the Thunder Tribulation still hadn't reached its limit, and it was still expanding and expanding. The true form of the Thunder Tribulation was the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If one was not careful, they might die under the Thunder Tribulation. Half-step martial saint, the combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This was a myth, a fantasy. Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? C-3151 Devour the Divine Tribulation Hungmeng Heavenly Void. Ah, this Divine Tribulation Thunder Sea, this Divine Tribulation Thunder Sea. All around the Thunder Sea, Great Tao Sovereign's jaws dropped. He couldn't believe his own eyes. How could a puny half-step martial saint possess such a terrifying power? Even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like the awe-inspiring power had to retreat. A mere half-step martial saint. If he couldn't even get close to this Thunder Sea, he would be suppressed by its terrifying pressure. He should have been crushed into pieces. Not to mention that the divine calamity of the Great Way had yet to fully mature and was still expanding. He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. Soon, another half a year passed. The divine calamity of the Great Way had finally been brewed to its peak, and it no longer continued to expand. The Thunder Prison was so vast that it was almost half the size of the profound Blue Marquee Palace. Its divine might was so terrifying that even some low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's heart palpitated in fear. The group of Great Tao Sovereign had already retreated hundreds of millions of light-years. Apart from shock, their eyes were also filled with shock. They didn't know what to say to describe the horror in their hearts. How could there be such a monster in Hungmeng Heavenly Void? Not to mention the trillions of small chaos. It was hard to find a single person even in the legendary 3000 Great Chaotic World. In the center of Thunder Prison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Fann stood proudly. A gentle silver glow radiated from all the pores on his body, making him look holy and unparalleled. At the same time, Yang Fann felt a sense of relief in his heart. Also, I had the foresight to not detonate the divine calamity of the Great Way in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The scariness of this Thunder Tribulation was even for some intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Whether or not they could successfully transcend their tribulation was uncertain. At that time, it would be hard for them not to shake the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. A half-step martial saint, the strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even a fool would know that he had a great fortune and a great secret. Not to mention those kings of the Great Path, even the legendary and supreme divine Lord Qin Lin would be moved by it and go crazy for it. Throughout the history of Qin Lin Great Chaos, not to mention half-step martial saint, even 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had the strength of half-step martial saint and 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. It was almost a legend. Of course, borrowing the power of a supreme treasure and divine weapon was not counted. If a half-step martial saint had a king divine weapon, it would be a piece of cake for him to challenge a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. Even a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign might be severely injured by him, or even suppressed. A king weapon was a supreme weapon that even a Great Tao King would go crazy over. It was just like the Great Tao King and Great Tao Sovereign, and it was different from the Great Tao Divine Artifact. Even if it could only unleash a tiny bit of its power, it was still beyond the imagination of an ordinary 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Right at this moment, rumble, a purple lightning dragon tore through the skies, as if it wanted to shatter the entire primal chaos. Ah, this power, gulp, is this really the Great Tao of Divine Lightning? The hearts of the top 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts, including the Lord of Jade Cloud, couldn't help but jump. Although they had already known the terror of this divine tribulation from the terrifying pressure of the Thunder Sea, when the Great Tao Divine Thunder struck. Each and every one of them still couldn't accept it. It was as if the terrifying power could kill them with just a trace of power. The power of this Great Tao Divine Lightning had absolutely surpassed the realm of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, this was the power of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it wasn't even a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. And this was only the first Great Tao Divine Lightning. How terrifying was the last Great Tao Divine Lightning? Could it be stronger than a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign or a quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Could such a terrifying divine calamity of the Great Way really be passed by a half-step martial saint? It was unknown whether or not he would be able to pass the first Great Tao Divine Lightning. In the blink of an eye, whang, a devouring black hole rose from the center of the Thunder Prison and collided with the purple lightning dragon. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the purple lightning dragon was devoured by the endless power of devourings and disintegrated. Ah, block it! That bolt of divine lightning of the Great Tao was blocked just like that. The eyes of the Lord of Jade Dawn and the other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign bulged out, as if they were about to burst out from their sockets. What was even more terrifying was that the power wasn't from any divine weapon. It was the power of the half-step martial saint himself. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world? Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless purple lightning dragons rained down. On average, a single lightning dragon would tear the sky apart within a day's time. Compared to the previous one, the power of each lightning dragon was increasing rapidly. However, when it fell into the devouring black hole, it was like a mud bull entering the ocean. It was completely unable to stir up any waves. 2 years later, 600 bolts of Great Path Divine Lightning. The group of Great Tao Sovereign was so shocked that they were speechless when they saw the magnificent figure that was enveloped by a dazzling silver glow under the devouring black hole, causing them to be unable to see his face clearly. Compared to the first Great Tao Divine Lightning, this was a total of 600 Great Tao Divine Lightning. Its power had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Even some intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were struck by this attack. Without the protection of the defensive divine artifact of the level 8, they would have been severely injured. However, when they fell into the devouring black hole, they still couldn't cause any ripples. The black hole was like a bottomless pit, it could devour everything. Soon, another year passed. Rumble, the 900th bolt of Great Tao Divine Lightning ripped apart the Thunder Sea. Its power was no weaker than the full force strike of a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, to a monster like Yang Fann, a mere peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was nothing. No matter how powerful this Great Tao Thunder Dragon was, even if it was 10 million times stronger, it wouldn't be able to shake the devouring black hole in the slightest. In less than a breath's time, it was completely devoured and destroyed by the rolling power of devourings. And this was only because Yang Fann had only used the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. He hadn't even used a single portion of the power of Chaos God in his body. In the next moment, buzz, Yang Fann rolled his eyes, and a hint of impatience flashed across his eyes. This divine calamity of the Great Way was just like that. Even if it was the last Great Tao divine lightning, it would at most be able to put a low-grade 9 heavens Great Tao sovereign in danger. It wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. There was no need for that. He continued to dawdle with the divine calamity of the Great Way. Rumble. As his thoughts spun, the devouring black hole with a diameter of no more than 10,000 light-years rapidly swelled up like a balloon. 100 million light-years. 1 trillion light-years. 10,000 trillion light-years. 1 trillion light-years. 1 breath's time. The devouring black hole was already 1/10,000th the size of the boundless Thunder Sea, and it was still expanding endlessly. It had the power to devour the entire boundless Thunder Sea. What is he trying to do? Gulp. Could it be? Could it be that he wanted it? No. Impossible. This was impossible. How could there be such a madman in this world? If you think too much, this sovereign must be thinking too much. C3152 Torrent of Laws Hung Meng Heavenly Void. The 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. But very quickly, that thought was snuffed out by them in the cradle. Devouring divine calamity of the Great Way, such a crazy thing, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. Which half-step martial saint wouldn't be trembling in fear under the divine calamity of the Great Way, fearing that there might be some kind of mistake? Swallowing the divine calamity of the Great Way forcefully. This kind of thought was something that no one dared to have. Devouring the divine calamity of the Great Way and resisting the Great Tao Divine Thunder. They were two completely different concepts. The power required directly soared by a billion, more than 10 billion times. If they thought too much, it must be because they thought too much. The scariness of this divine calamity of the Great Way was enough to make even some high-grade and peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign despair. Even many 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to devour this divine calamity of the Great Way in one fell swoop. No matter what kind of monster that monster had, could it still surpass most 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign? It was unrealistic to even think about it. 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, not to mention in the billions of small chaos, even if he was placed in the 3,000 primal chaos, he would still be a supreme expert that dominated a region. With just a single thought, he would be able to control the life and death of countless supreme beings. Right at this moment, the devouring black hole finally expanded to the size of the rolling thunder prison. Boom! In an instant, an endless amount of power of devourings burst out from the devouring black hole. Above the frenzied devouring black hole was the endless thunder prison. Kai. Endless thunder prison used their flesh and eyes directly. One could see the speed of the shrinking. Devour. He really wanted to devour the divine calamity of the Great Way. 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He is 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Could this monster be any more frightening? Half-step martial saint, the combat strength of a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He was not even an ordinary low-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He was truly unprecedented compared to this monster. They, the so-called Chaos Lords and Patriarchs, were trash among trash. So many Yanji eras, they had all lived on dogs. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month later, Pucci, the last group of Lei Yun disappeared without a trace. Success. I succeeded. That monster really succeeded. Even though they had been prepared for this, they still felt as if they had fallen into a dream when they saw that all of this had become reality. Even many 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign might not have the power to do so, but he had actually appeared in front of such a powerful man. Even Great Tao Sovereign felt like he had fallen into a dream. There was something even more unbelievable about this young man. Boom! Hong Meng shattered and appeared in an instant. A huge hole had appeared. Boom boom boom! A beam of chaotic light with a diameter of more than trillions of light-years descended from the sky, as if it was the pillar that supported the primal chaos, piercing through the Hong Meng heavenly void. Pissed. Kai. Countless Great Tao laws constantly flashed and vanished within the chaotic pillar of light. It was as if the incarnation of the Great Tao. At a glance, one could see 3,000 Great Tao manifesting and deducing within it. Worthy of being monsters indeed. Even the final tribulation of Tao transformation is far more savage than them by more than 1 trillion times. The 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign took a deep breath. One should know that the tribulation of Tao transformation, the light pillar of law, was only a few hundred light-years in diameter, and rarely exceeded 1,000 light-years. It was completely different from the vast light pillar in front of them. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. I wonder if this monster can withstand the tribulation of Tao transformation. Unlike the divine calamity of the Great Way, the tribulation of Tao transformation tested one's own combat strength. The tribulation of Tao transformation mainly tested one's comprehension of the Great Tao. This monster's combat strength was heaven-defying. It was comparable to a nine heavens Great Tao sovereign, but it didn't mean that it could comprehend the Great Tao. It could also be compared to a nine heavens Great Tao sovereign. The combat strength of its divine ability was incredible. It was just a protective technique. It was a combat strength expert. It wasn't common to see weak people who had comprehended the Great Tao, but it was also common. Under the torrent of the Great Tao's nomological laws, Wang, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, and a mysterious evil smile appeared on his face. Great Tao laws, you've come at the right time. I've been waiting for you. Heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great law, devour. Boom! The devouring black hole that had just vanished without a trace once again soared into the sky and crashed into the heavenly pillar of laws that was like a heavenly pillar. Kai, 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 Kai. In an instant, the devouring black hole was like bang bang bang, buzz, buzz, hum. Countless truths of the Great Tao flashed and vanished in Yang Fan's mind, causing Yang Fan's terrifying soul power, which could rival a peak nine heavens Great Tao sovereign, to slowly advance towards the Great Tao King realm. The Tao transformation tribulation was the biggest test for sovereign God's tribulation compared to the other half-step martial saint. If they were not careful, they would be able to transform the soul into a Great Tao resource. However, it was the exact opposite for Yang Fan. Opportunity. This was his chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Whether or not the soul realm could break through the shackles of a supreme being in one go and advance to become a Great Tao King might have to depend on this. The heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great technique, universal world, millions and millions of chaos, nothing could not be swallowed. Even if it was the countless small chaos, if Yang Fan was willing, he could let them become the resources for his own growth. So what if there was a torrent of laws? It was also just nourishment for his growth. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the Great Tao sovereign in all directions. It was another kind of concept. Ah, devour. Devour. That monster is actually devouring the torrent of the Great Tao, snatching the natural laws for its own use. No. This. How is this possible? How is this possible? Tribulation of Tao transformation. Which half-step martial saint wasn't careful? Each of them had lived for more than 100 years, or even hundreds of Yanji. They had never heard of any half-step martial saint who dared to have designs on the Great Tao of Hongmeng and directly plunder the Great Tao of Hongmeng. To put it bluntly, he was challenging the Great Tao of Hongmeng. If something went wrong, the will of the Great Tao would be infuriated. The consequences would be unbearable for a half-step martial saint. But soon, a bitter smile emerged on the corner of the mouths of the group of Great Tao sovereign. That monster was the one that they used to measure him. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? That monster itself was the greatest disbelief. Compared to a half-step martial saint, the combat strength of a nine heavens Great Tao sovereign was much higher. He could only devour the torrent of laws, so what was the big deal? He was completely ignorant. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. Soon, a year passed. Yang Fan's strength of soul had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. The power of the strength of soul was terrifying. Even a slightly weaker quasi-Great Tao King wouldn't be much weaker than it. Even if Yang Fan wasn't proficient in many soul secret techniques, just the suppression of the strength of soul alone was enough to suppress most of the intermediate and low-grade nine heavens Great Tao sovereign. If this continues, perhaps my soul realm will really be able to break through the shackles in one go and step into the realm of Great Tao King first. C3153. The Tao Validation Supreme Being Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Boom! The torrent of nomological laws was as bright as a pillar, piercing through the primordial chaos. Beneath the devouring black hole, Yang Fan's strength of soul grew infinitely, rapidly growing. It gradually charged towards the Great Tao King. Unknowingly, Yang Fan's heart began to beat faster. The King of Great Tao, as long as his strength of soul was upgraded to the King of Great Tao, he would be able to become the King of Great Tao. At that time, with just the violent suppression of the strength of soul, he would be able to suppress most of the quasi-Great Tao Kings. If he were to spend some time cultivating a powerful soul secret technique, he might even have a chance to fight a true Great Tao King. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years passed. Wang. The torrent of nomological laws seemed to have reached its limit. It gradually began to shrink until it vanished without a trace. It's over. This tribulation of Tao transformation is finally over. For some reason, it's over, he said. The tribulation of Tao transformation has finally come to an end. Thinking about the tribulation of Tao transformation, the torrent of laws only had a diameter of 1,000 light years, and it only lasted for a few days. If it continued, their little hearts might completely collapse at any time. This blow was truly not something that could be described with words. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A hint of regret appeared in the depths of the place. If he was given another 10 years, perhaps his soul realm would be able to break through the shackles in one go and advance to the realm of Great Tao King. Unfortunately, the torrent of laws was broken just like that. At this moment, although his strength of soul had increased by 100,000, a million times, not only that, but there was still a considerable gap between him and the true king of Great Taos. After losing this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the soul realm and become the king of Great Tao in the future. If he did not devour and refine dozens of them, or even more quasi-Great Tao kings, it would be very difficult for him to take that step. However, how could it be so easy to take down so many quasi-Great Tao kings? Although quasi-Great Tao kings weren't like Great Tao kings who were elusive, there weren't many of them either. It was like Qin Lin Great Chaos, the 36 kingdoms. The quasi-king of the Great Path on the surface of each kingdom, which was ranked at the bottom of the number of hands, was ranked at the bottom. Some kingdoms could be counted on one's fingers. Even if they were hidden, doubling their numbers was the limit. Over 100 quasi-Great Tao kings were equivalent to the quasi-Great Tao kings of the first level of Qin Lin Great Chaos. Not to mention these quasi-Great Tao kings, each of them had lived for hundreds or thousands of Yanji's old monsters. They had countless means of saving their lives. If they couldn't defeat them, they would be determined to leave. If they couldn't defeat the Great Tao kings, they would be below the Great Tao kings. It was almost impossible to keep them alive, even if they were confident. After completely suppressing them, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to kill them as he pleased. As the peak combat power that was the most inferior to the Great Path King, the majority of the quasi-Great Path Kings in Qin Lin Great Chaos stood behind the Great Path King, or even the giant Qin Lin court. 2 quasi-Great Path Kings, it was fine. If they really wanted to slaughter them on a large scale, they had to alert those Great Path Kings. At that time, in Qin Lin Great Chaos, it would be very difficult for him to find a place to stay. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann no longer thought about it. The torrent of laws had already disappeared, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. Besides, there wasn't only one Qin Lin Great Chaos in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. There were 3,000 Great Chaos. As long as he could capture 1/10 of the Great Tao King, it would be enough for him to advance to the Soul Realm and successfully advance to the Great Tao King realm. Now, the most pressing matter was still to devour and refine the following Great Tao rewards. I wonder what realm the light of creation will be able to raise my cultivation base to. It would be great if I can advance to Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. I wonder how many resources I can save for him. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be an easy task. Yang Fann knew his own foundation very well. After atavism's breakthrough, the amount of resources that he would have to spend to break through each rank would most likely cause most of the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign to feel despair. It's here. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Boom! A beam of light of good fortune that wasn't much smaller than the light beam from before pierced through Hongmeng. Roar! Heaven swallowing earth devouring great law, devour for me! Yang Fann roared in his heart. He turned into a devouring black hole and crazily devoured the light of good fortune. He was going all out. Even if his divine body was overloaded, he still had to refine even more light of good fortune. This was the only chance he had. Once he passed this village, this shop would no longer exist. Gulp. The light of creation, hiss. In all directions, the numerous Great Tao Sovereign couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air once again. Even though they had already thought that the divine light of good fortune wouldn't be simple when facing the tribulation of Tao transformation, or rather, it was the same as the tribulation of Tao transformation, spanning hundreds of millions of light years. It wasn't even certain, but when it really appeared in front of them, it was still a bit hard for them to accept. Thinking about them, the light of creation was just a little bit, from the beginning to the end. It couldn't even compare to the light of fortune that the monster had absorbed in an instant. Comparisons between people were truly infuriating. One day later, rumble. Yang Fann's body shook as he grew infinitely taller. It was as if the primordial chaos ancestral god that had created the primordial chaos could support the entire primordial chaos. The internal muddle that was even more vast than the peak-grade small chaos had undergone a qualitative transformation. It had expanded infinitely by 10 times. 100 times, it had expanded crazily. In the chaos inside the city, countless top-grade god king had broken through the shackles and advanced to the quasi-supreme realm. Furthermore, with a terrifying speed, he charged towards the 10th grade quasi-supreme realm and even half-step martial saint. After nearly 500 billion eras of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann had finally succeeded in defeating atavism. 10 days, 1 month, 1 year, Yang Fann's cultivation base also advanced rapidly. Low-grade first layer Great Tao Sovereign, intermediate first layer Great Tao Sovereign, high-grade first layer Great Tao Sovereign, high-grade first layer Great Tao Sovereign. 10 years. It's been a full 10 years. The light of good fortune. It's still going on. This. Many Great Tao Sovereigns' eyes turned red. They were filled with envy and jealousy. What kind of love did the Great Tao of Hongmeng have for this monster? Thinking back to the past when they were atavism, their divine light of fortune had only lasted for a short period of time, less than a month. If they could last for so long, it wouldn't be impossible for them to break through to the second layer, or even the bottleneck of the third Empyrean. It would save them a lot of time. Time passed unknowingly. Another 10 years passed. Wang. The light of creation started to shrink at a visible rate. Billions of trillion light years. 10,000 trillion light years. 1 trillion light years. 10 billion light years. 100 million light years. Seeing that Yang Fann's tribulation was about to end, the hearts of the Great Tao Sovereign in the surroundings began to race. A half-step martial saint monster like this had the ability to fight a 9 heavens Great Tao Supreme Force. Now, atavism's combat strength would surely skyrocket. Even if he wasn't a supreme being, he wouldn't be far from it. If they could board this huge ship, they would be in deep trouble. Not to mention the billions of small chaos, they were afraid that they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the 3000 primal chaos. However, most of them, Great Tao Sovereign, chose to leave quietly. Their rationality was not completely filled up by greed and desire. A half-step martial saint, the combat strength of a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If such a monster didn't have a huge secret on it, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Even the legendary Supreme Existence would go crazy for it. If they continued to stay, it was highly possible that they wouldn't be able to board this ship and soar into the sky, but would be silenced. Another month passed. Pucci. The light of creation finally disappeared completely. In the next moment, boom! Yang Fann opened his eyes. A brilliant divine light shot out from his eyes. Wherever it passed, the primordial chaos would erupt, chaos would descend, and everything would be destroyed. Powerful, truly too powerful strength. This is my strength, ha ha ha. C3154 Peak Level 2 Great Tao Paragon Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Yang Fann couldn't hide the excitement on his face. After atavism, his harvest was much greater than what he had expected. Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. After 20 years of crazy devouring, not only had Yang Fann broken through the bottleneck in one go and advanced to Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's realm, he had even stepped into the top rank of Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and was only a step away from the quasi-Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. His overall combat strength had increased by hundreds of millions of times. One should know that at this moment, just the strength of divine body alone had made a qualitative leap under the assault of the supreme divine power. Once he used all of his strength to activate the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, his combat strength would no longer be below the level of a peak 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign before reaching the Tao confirming realm. If he used his supreme divine power, he would be able to unleash all of his combat strength. Yang Fann had no idea what his limit was. This power had already far exceeded his imagination. It was as if he could blow Hongmeng apart with just a wave of his hand. He had a vague feeling in his heart. Even the legendary king of the Great Tao was nothing more than this. An illusion. This should be just an illusion. How could the legendary king of the Great Path be so weak? That was a supreme existence that completely surpassed Great Tao Sovereign. It was on a completely different level of existence from Great Tao Sovereign. A casual breath of air could kill countless of Great Tao Sovereign. As a mere top-ranked Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it was still far from enough for him to challenge a Great Tao King. It would be better if he could break through to the next few heavens, or his primordial divine art's beginning. However, there was one thing that Yang Fann was certain of. An ordinary quasi-great Tao King was no match for him. There were even some quasi-great Tao Kings. If it was only that bit of power from the dharmic decree of the first generation's Xiao Yuhu, then even if it wanted to save his life in his hands, it would still be enough. It was a huge problem. Right at this time, swoosh rays of divine light tore through Hongmeng and rapidly approached Yang Fann. It was the greedy great Tao sovereign. This monster had finally succeeded in transcending its tribulation. Now was the time for them to perform well in front of this monster. If they were lucky enough to be chosen by this monster, then they would be completely rich. With the help of this monster, they would be able to break through the shackles in the future and break through to the level 8, or even the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Deep in his pupils, there were faint traces of cold shines flickering. A man who was not guilty of possessing a treasure would become a criminal. Although the current him was powerful, he still did not have much confidence when facing those kings of the great Tao. Not to mention those existences above the king of the great Tao. For example, God Lord Qin Lin was able to suppress so many great path kings and take control of the Qin Lin great chaos. Even if he didn't surpass the great path king, his true cultivation wouldn't be too far off. If he was really targeted by those terrifying existences, even if he wanted to run, it would still be an extravagant hope. Kill or not kill? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Killing them for no reason was somewhat against his principles, but if they didn't die, once the news got out, it would bring him endless trouble. Forget it, consider them lucky. After hesitating for a while, Yang Fann suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Previously, he had used all his strength to devour the light of destinies, so he had no time to pay attention to these ants. A portion of the ants had already left the Hongmeng heavenly void. Furthermore, after a few decades, these ants had probably already leaked his information. Even if he killed all the nearby great Tao sovereign, it would still be useless. Fortunately, he was prepared for all of this. Not only his face and aura, but also his aura. There was a big change, and his whole body was still shrouded in divine light, covering his body and face. Unless it was those quasi-great Tao kings who had stepped into the great Tao king realm. Otherwise, even a peak 9 heavens like the first Marquis, great Tao sovereign, would have a hard time seeing through the divine light in his face. Not to mention these insects that didn't even have a 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. As long as he didn't expose himself, the possibility of him revealing himself was very slim. Furthermore, even if this news were to spread, how many people would believe it? Half-step martial saint, 9 heavens great Tao sovereign's combat strength, what kind of nonsense was that? How could there be such a freak in this world? The next moment, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared into the void. He didn't want to kill these aphids, but he also didn't want to have any contact with them. A group of ants that weren't even 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign weren't qualified to be his friends. Ah, let's go, he's leaving just like that. No, how could this be? In an instant, the group of great Tao sovereign was in a daze. They felt that a great opportunity had slipped away from their hands just like that. A monster like this. It would be hard to find a second monster in the entire Hongmeng heavenly void. If they missed this opportunity today, they wouldn't be able to encounter it a second time. They had no idea that they had already made a trip to the gates of hell. In the Hongmeng heavenly void, there was no one there. Buzz. A bright divine beam was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a small world. Yang Fann didn't return to Qin Lin Great Chaos immediately after leaving the place where he was going to face the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he found another deserted place and prepared to enter secluded cultivation again. In his hands, there were still 13 9 heavens great Tao sovereign that he hadn't refined yet. If his cultivation base could break through once again and advance to the 3rd Empyrean great Tao sovereign. At that time, his overall strength would still be far inferior to the great Tao king. There was still a glimmer of hope that he would be able to survive under the great Tao king's hands. Swoosh! A stream of light flashed past, and the low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, who had nearly absorbed the 8th layer strength of original life, appeared in the devouring black hole. Hong Long. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit, and endless power of devouring surged out. The low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign started to shrivel up and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After advancing to the top grade second Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, Yang Fann's Devour Great Dao had increased by many times. Less than 10,000 eras. The low-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign that Yang Fann needed to spend billions of eras to completely refine had used up the last trace of the strength of original life and turned it into a flying ash. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. The 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign was reduced to ashes. Including the few quasi-intermediate 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, no 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign could survive for more than 1,000,000 eras under Yang Fann's hands. 3,867,384 eras later. Puchi. The last 9 Heavens divine body of Great Dao Sovereign shattered, and all the souls were destroyed. It seems like there is no need for me to devour and refine anyone below the 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh, and a hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. Not to mention the 13 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he didn't even have the chance to break through to the quasi-third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, let alone advance to the third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It only increased his cultivation base by a tiny bit, not to mention those Great Dao Sovereign who were below the 9 Heavens. Even if he devoured thousands or tens of thousands of venerable, it would still be difficult for him to break through to the next level. Expert, he needed the real expert. Intermediate, high rank, the best would be a top 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. The 6 great marquises have let you live for so long, now is the time to send you on your way. C3155. How could it be Yu Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the small world where Yang Fann was in? Secluded cultivation. Buzz. A cold killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Now was the time to take revenge. He had never suffered such a huge loss ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. His cultivation had dropped by 2 grades, and his divine body was on the verge of collapsing. This hatred, he couldn't live under the same sky. In the next moment, Puchi. Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared from the small world. Qin Lin Great Chaos, Qin Lin Continent. To Yang Fann, 400 billion Yang Fanns was an extremely long period of time. It was more than half of the light in his life. Even Yang Fann couldn't believe that he could go into seclusion for such a long period of time. However, it was nothing in the Qin Lin Continent. Since the Qin Lin Continent was born, there were more than 10,000 Yanji eras. A mere 400 billion eras was not even comparable to a fraction of a Yanji, so what was the big deal? The huge Qin Lin Continent did not have much of a change. In terms of changes, it was the destruction of Profound Blue Marquis Palace, and Xuankang Prefecture had changed its name to Yuhuan Prefecture. The ruler of the prefecture had also been Xuanwang and Yuhuan Hu. Of course, anyone with discerning eyes would know that this so-called Yuhuan clan was merely a puppet that the Howling Moon Marquis clan, the Marquis of Shangyun clan, and the other 6 great noble clans had recommended. Otherwise, this Yuhuan clan would only have 2 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, the strongest expert. He was only a first intermediate 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, and had just broken through to the next 100 eras. Among all the intermediate 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, he could only be considered ordinary. How could he take over the entire Dark Firmament Prefecture? One should know that the Profound Firmament Prefecture was ranked in the top 1,000 amongst the 3,600 provinces in the Qin Lin Continent. Without a few intermediate 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign or high-grade 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign guarding it, it would be very difficult for them to eat this piece of fat meat. Of course, it wasn't the Howling Moon Marquis clan. The 6 great marquises, including the Marquis of Shangyun, didn't want to divide the entire Profound Firmament Prefecture, so they had to push out a puppet like the Marquis of Yuhuan clan. It was because they couldn't. A Marquis kingdom could only occupy 1 prefecture. This was the iron law of the Qin court. From ancient times until now, the Marquisate kingdom that had been destroyed had also been destroyed. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but there had never been 1 less in the 3,600 prefectures. It was because of this iron law. Supporting puppets to occupy a prefectural land, this did not count in the Qin Lin Continent. It was nothing new, but if they dared to openly split up a prefecture, then the good days of the 6 marquisate kingdoms would come to an end. Compared to the supreme Qin Lin court, not to mention the 6 marquises, even the 6 nations would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Only the 36 kingdoms that were high and mighty had the qualifications to contend against Qin Lin court. Moonhowl Manor. This was one of the 640 prefectures in the southern region of the Qin Lin Continent, one of the 10 great prefectures. Its territory was so vast that it was several times larger than the Dark Green Mansion. Moonhowl Manor, Moonhal City. As expected of the capital city of one of the top 50 Marquisate countries. Its prosperity was far from what Mystic Firmament City could compare with. The true 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was everywhere, and there were as many 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors as dogs. Even 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors could be seen from time to time. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The entire Moonhal City seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness. Ah, what is that? Enemy attack. Enemies are attacking Moonhal City. Quickly activate the City Protection Divine Formation. Quickly activate the City Protecting Divine Formation. In an instant, the entire Moonhal City was alarmed. Wang. A bright moonlight rose from Moonhal City. It turned into a silver light giant wolf that was tens of thousands of light years old. The entire Moonhal City was under the protection of the silver light giant wolf. Boom boom boom. A terrifying pressure of a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign exploded out from the silver light wolf's body, spreading across the sky. In less than an instant. Bang. The heavens collapsed. The earth cracked. That majestic and insufferably arrogant silver light giant wolf was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding and expanding before finally exploding with a loud bang. Boom 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 boom. Countless mushroom clouds rose around Moonhal City. It was as if the end of the world had come, destroying the heavens and earth. Countless supreme beings did not even have the time to scream before they completely turned into flying ashes. Ah, no, how could this be? It's broken. The Guardian Formation is broken just like that. No, this isn't real. It definitely isn't real. Moonhal City. Countless exalts were in utter shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. After all, the City Protection Divine Formation. However, one of the foundations of the Hissing Moon Marquis clan, the Hissing Moon Sky Wolf. Furthermore, it was comparable to a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Supreme Force. It could even fight a true peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign. How could it be broken so easily? Right at this moment, I wonder which Grand Monarch has come to my Moonhal City. Moonhal has failed to welcome you. Along with a heavy voice, a powerful pressure from a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign rose from the center of Moonhal City. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here. The old ancestor is here. There's hope. We are saved. In an instant, countless Great Dao Sovereign spirits were shaken. The despair and fear in his heart disappeared without a trace. With the presence of the old ancestor, they would definitely be able to protect their safety. The newcomer was none other than the first-generation Moonhal Marquis. However, at this moment, the first-generation Moonhal Marquis no longer had the same calmness as when he surrounded and killed Profound Blue Marquis Palace. His eyes were filled with seriousness and fear. To be able to break the Guardian Formation of Moonhal City so easily, the strength of the incomer could be imagined. He had definitely surpassed the category of a peak 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign, and had stepped into the realm of a quasi-Great Dao King. And Great Venerables were the honorifics of these quasi-Great Dao Kings. Among Great Dao Sovereign, he was the biggest and the most respected. It was unknown what rank the Great Sovereigns had come from. If it was the weakest first-grade Great Venerable, with the resources of the Moonhal Marquis clan and the help of the Kingdom Guarding Divine Seal, they would have a pretty good chance of winning. If it was a second-grade Great Venerable, their chances of winning would not exceed 1 level. If it was a stronger third-grade Great Venerable, they would most likely be in trouble this time. 10th Order Great Honored Warrior. The gap between them, although it wasn't as big as a Great Dao 9 heavens, there was a trillion times difference. However, comparing it to Great Dao Sovereigns, 2 grades was not a big problem. A third-grade Great Venerable, compared to a peak 9 heavens like him, Great Dao Sovereign, his strength was more than a first layer. No matter how strong the resources of the Moonhal Marquis clan were, they would never be able to support him in fighting someone who had broken through to the first layer. Buzz. The void twisted, and a person appeared in front of the first-generation Moonhal Marquis. Ah, it's you. No. How is this possible? How can it be you? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. C3156. And then he fought against the first Xiaoyu Hu Qinlin continent, Howling Moon Kingdom, Howling Moon City. First generation, Howling Moon City. Whose pupils constricted, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his face filled with disbelief. What did he see? What did he see? The person who had come was actually the Yang Fann that he wished he could get away with quickly. But was this possible? It had only been a short period of time, and even after counting everything, it hadn't even reached 450 billion eras. This bit of time wasn't even enough for them to close a small pass. Could little son Yang Fann recover from the severe injuries he suffered from the backlash of the forbidden divine ability? It was still unknown. Not to mention, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had become a great venerable expert that he had dreamt of. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't believe it at all. Ah, it was fake. This must be fake. A human child who was half crippled under the decree of his old ancestor. What virtue did he have to be able to become a supreme expert that was comparable to a great venerable in a short few 100 billion eras? One should know that even he, the grandson of the great venerable, was unable to take that step, becoming a great venerable that was above countless supreme beings, even if he was trapped in a peak 9 heavens, great Tao sovereign, or even close to the 1000 evolutions era. Marquis Moonhowl, I have returned. It's time to settle the score between us. Yang Fann calmly looked at the first-generation Duke of Howling Moon. The corner of his mouth cracked and a mocking smile appeared on his face. After returning to Qin Lin Great Chaos, Yang Fann thought about it again and again, and set his sights on the Moonhowl Marquis clan. The 6 Marquisit countries weren't all neighboring Marquisit countries. Once he made a move, it would be very difficult for him to hide from the eyes of the other 5 Marquisit countries. After he unleashed a terrifying power comparable to a quasi-Tao king, as long as the upper echelons of the other Marquisit countries weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they wouldn't obediently stay in their own Marquisit countries and wait for him to slaughter his way to their doors. Although the Marquisit countries were important, they were nothing compared to the inheritance of their own clans. It was virtually impossible to capture all of the 6 Marquisit countries in one fell swoop. Since that was the case, they would choose the stronger ones to attack. As one of the top 50 Marquisit countries in the 3,600 Marquisit countries, as long as they could take down the Howling Moon Marquisit, their gains would be comparable to the total of the other 5 Marquisit countries. The reason why they couldn't wait to return to Qin Lin Great Chaos was because of revenge, and the resources of the 6 Marquisit countries. 14 low-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign had been completely devoured and refined by him. Currently, he didn't have many resources with him. For his cultivation, he could only rely on absorbing the primordial energy. If he cultivated according to the rules, he would be given 10. It would be very difficult for Yang Fann to take that step even in 100 Yonji eras. Advancing to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, let alone dreaming about it. A glimpse of the secrets of a great Tao King. Ah, it's His Excellency Yang Fann. In Moonhowl City, a few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns stared at each other. Although Profound Blue Marquis Palace had been destroyed, even Dark Firmament Prefecture had been taken over by the Yuhuan clan, becoming Yuhuan Prefecture. However, this didn't mean that Xuanwang's clan had been completely destroyed. During that war, along with Yang Fann's sudden emergence, Xuanwang's family's losses had dropped to the lowest point. Apart from some 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, the 7 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign who served as the foundation had also fallen. However, none of them had suffered any losses. It was just that these eras were hidden in the dark. And these few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were precisely the aconite that Xuanwang had planted in Moonhowl City. Not only Moonhowl City, there were also many Xuanwang's aconite in the other 5 Marquisit countries. Quick, find a way to inform the clan. Very quickly, a few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign made a decision in their hearts. During these eras, the Xuanwang family had never given up on searching for Yang Fann. This was the key to their revenge. Otherwise, it would be virtually impossible for them to take revenge on the 6 great Marquisit countries with just their Xuanwang family alone. They didn't even dare to show their faces. The 6 Marquises had never given up on searching for their whereabouts. Once their whereabouts were exposed to the 6 Marquises, what awaited them would be a disaster. Unfortunately, after hundreds of billions of eras had passed, Yang Fann seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Many people even began to suspect whether Yang Fann had fallen due to his injuries being too severe. If the news of Yang Fann's birth was spread back to the clan, it would definitely calm the hearts of the people, and they would also be rewarded handsomely, with the hope of reaching the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Within the void, little son Yang Fann, no, you can't be a great venerable, you can't be a great venerable. The face of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis was twisted, and his voice was frenzied. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that the guardian formation of Moonhowl City had been destroyed by a single palm strike, as if it had never happened before. Pretending to be mysterious, it must be this little son Yang Fann deliberately mystifying Howling Moon Marquis seal, Suppress him. Boom! A brilliant silver glow rose from the center of the hissing moon marquee palace. It turned into an ancient divine seal. Buzz, buzz, hum. Chains of law shot out from the howling moon marquee seal, suppressing Yang Fann's surrounding space and time. Ah, not good, it's the nation-suppressing divine seal. The faces of the few 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign Xuanwang changed dramatically. The power of the kingdom-guarding divine seal was closely related to the power of the marquee country. The power of the Duke of Moonhowl country was more than 10 times stronger than the dark green marquee country. The power of the kingdom-guarding divine seal was also more than 10 times more powerful than the kingdom-guarding divine seal of the dark green marquee country. Even a peak 9 heavens Great Tao sovereign would be suppressed by the kingdom-guarding divine seal by a major grade. And this was the home of the Marquisit, the nest of the Marquisit clan. Under such circumstances, the first generation of the Roaring Moon Marquis could even fight a quasi-Great Tao king. Even a peak 9 heavens Great Tao sovereign was in danger of dying. Just like the first generation Xiao Yuhu, they also didn't believe that Yang Fann had the power to fight a quasi-Great Tao king. It had only been a short period of time, yet it had only been a few 100 billion eras. Even if the monster was like Yang Fann, being able to advance a grade and have the ability to rival a peak 9 heavens Great Tao supreme force was the limit. He's too reckless. This time, His Excellency Yang Fann is really reckless. What should we do now? What should we do? Little son Yang Fann, die for me. First generation Howling Moon, who flashed a ferocious smile, and the silver light in his hand flashed. Lifeblood Divine Artifact, High Grade 9 Heavens. The Great Tao Divine Artifact, the Silver Wolf Skyhowl Blade, appeared in his hand. The slash was his most powerful killing move. He had no intention of holding back. Yang Fann, this monster, had already let him escape once. He absolutely could not let him escape again. Not only did this slash use its strongest killing move, it also utilized the strongest foundation of the Moonhowl Marquis estate. The terrifying power of this strike had almost surpassed the scope of a first-grade Great Venerable, and it faintly seemed to be able to rival a second-grade Great Venerable. Wherever the knife light passed, the world was thrown into chaos. Chaos collapsed, space and time rebelled. Everything was obliterated into dust. Ah, no, His Excellency Yang Fann, C3157 suppress peak 9th level Heavenly Tao Paragon's Moonhowl, over the sky. The first generation Moonhowl Marquis slashed out with his most terrifying strike. This was his most powerful strike. It was the explosive strength of the Moonhowl Marquis clan. Its strength was infinitely close to a rank 2 martial monarch. It wanted to kill Yang Fann, this monster, with a single slash, without giving him a chance to catch his breath. Die Yang Fann, this monster, must die today. If he allowed it to continue growing, it was likely that he would really possess the combat strength of a Great Venerable. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have been scared out of his wits. He just stared blankly at the terrifying blade light that was flying towards him. He had no intention of resisting at all. Humfei already knew that little son Yang Fann was trying to mystify the situation. He's only qualified to be a junior after advancing to the Great Venerable realm. First generation Howling Moon, a cruel smile flashed across Hu's face. Divine light flickered in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything about Yang Fann. At that moment, puny tricks break for me. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, and disdain flashed across his eyes. This strike wasn't much weaker than the old ancestor's decree that had severely injured him. If it was in the past, he would have used the forbidden divine ability to fight to the death, but now, in Yang Fann's eyes, it was just like that. It wouldn't bring him any danger at all. He didn't even use his full strength. He only unleashed a layer of supreme divine power. A terrifying true roar swept out, looking down on the world and invincible. Kai, 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 the killing blow of the first generation Moonhowl Marquis shattered inch by inch. Ah, Grand Monarch, you really do have the strength of a Grand Monarch. No, the first generation Moonhowl Marquis let out a hysterical wail. Although he didn't want to believe everything before him, reason told him that all of this was because of Yang Fann, the monster. In just a few 100 billion eras, not only had his injuries healed, but also his injuries. He even became a Great Venerable expert with a leap. Otherwise, he would never have been able to block his deadly saber so easily. In fact, it was not as simple as just advancing. He was at least a second-grade Great Venerable, and he was even a peak second-grade Great Venerable expert. One had to know that even a second-order Great Venerable would be suppressed by him by half a rank under his God-suppressing seal. Gulp, gulp, this. What kind of monster was this? What kind of monster was this? Even the princes of the court were far inferior. The Great Tao is unfair. The Great Tao was unfair. In Moonhowl City, he blocked it. His Excellency Yang Fann blocked it. SS's. Could it be that Master has already? The group of Xuanwang 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were so shocked that their jaws couldn't close. They originally thought that His Excellency Yang Fann wouldn't die even if he didn't die under the killing blow of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. Never did they expect that. It turned out to be such an outcome. However, very quickly, the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt delighted in their hearts. His Excellency Yang Fann had definitely advanced to the level of a quasi-Great Tao King. To be precise, he had the combat strength of a quasi-Great Tao King. In just a few tens of billions of eras, his combat strength had risen from a peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to a high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Now that more than 400 billion eras had passed, it wasn't unacceptable for him to have the strength of a quasi-Great Tao King. 6 Marquisate countries, just you wait. Your good days have come to an end. HMPH, how dare you destroy my profound Blue Marquis Palace? Very soon, it will be your turn. A quasi-Tao King, compared to these Marquisate kingdoms, apart from the top 10 Marquisate countries, the top 10 Marquisate countries might be hiding a quasi-Tao King. The strongest Marquisate countries were the strongest. He was also a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, not to mention the Shangyun Marquis estate and the other 5 great Marquisate countries. A quasi-Great Tao King was enough to sweep them all away. Within the void, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Marquis Moonhowl, it's my turn now. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh as the supreme divine power in his body was raised to the 3rd level. Boom! A terrifying pressure that made the first Moonhowl Marquis feel despair rose up from Yang Fann's body, and his strength increased by more than 1,000,000 times. No, this strength. Third Order Great Honored Warrior, you are a 3rd Order Great Honored Warrior. No, it's impossible. This is impossible. The first-generation Moonhowl Marquis let out a heart-wrenching howl, as if he had lost his parents. Thanks to the blessing of the resources of his Marquisate kingdom, his current strength had steadily increased by a whole new level. He was no weaker than a few First-Order Grand Monarchs, and with the suppression of the nation-suppressing godly seal, he could even fight a Second-Order Grand Monarch. The only one who could make him feel so powerless was the 3rd-grade Great Venerable. It was very likely that it was not that ordinary 3rd-Order Great Venerable. But was this reality? Every time a Grand Monarch advanced, their time would be measured by 10 or 100 times. It had taken his ancestor 1,000 years to advance to the 3rd grade after advancing to the Grand Monarch realm. No matter how heaven-defying little son Yang Fann was, the monster shouldn't be in such a state. Impossible, Yang Fann sneered. Then let me tell you what is reality. Rumble. With a move of his right arm, the heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air once again. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun, and enveloped Moonhowl City. No. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the heart of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. At this moment, he finally believed that all of this was real. This Yang Fann really had the power to fight a 3rd-grade Great Venerable. Roar. Wolf God Formation, activate Wolf God Origin Bead, block it for me. He was going all out. The first-generation Moonhowl Marquis was going all out. If he couldn't block this attack, today next year would be his death anniversary. Boom boom boom. Boundless silver lights rose from within the Moonhowl Marquis estate. They turned into terrifying giant silver light wolves, and each of them emitted an aura that was no weaker than a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. There were tens of thousands of them. No, it's not enough, it's still not enough. Wolf God Array. There was also the Supreme Grade 9 Heavens, the Great Tao Divine Artifact, Wolf God Source Pearl merged into one, and its defensive power increased exponentially. Even a 2nd grade Great Venerable would have to put in a lot of effort to break through this double defense, but it was still far from enough to block the attack of a 3rd grade Great Venerable. PFF'd. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of Origin Divine Blood. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. It was better than losing his life just because his cultivation base had dropped drastically. HMPH, stubborn resistance. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face as the supreme divine force in his body increased by another level. The enhancement on Yang Fann's strength increased by more than 10 times. Ah, no, you are actually hiding something. No, this is impossible. Poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing everything in its path. Ah, sir, please spare my life. Spare me please, spare me, roared Yang Fann. Stop, my old ancestor is a fourth-order great venerable. If you dare to hurt me, my old ancestor will never let you go. C-3158 Destroy the Moonhowl Marquis Estate. Moonhowl. Using that old thing to threaten me, what a joke. Yang Fann smiled coldly, not putting the threat of the first Moonhowl Marquis in his eyes at all. Although he was not clear about the specific division of the quasi-Great Path King, from the words of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis, Yang Fann was certain that if he used his full strength, he would absolutely not be weaker than the ancestor behind the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. One had to know that the third-level Supreme Divine Power was considered a third-grade Great Venerable by the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, he would at least be comparable to a fourth-grade Great Venerable, or perhaps even stronger. And this was still his current cultivation. Once he completely devoured the Xiaoyu clan, his cultivation would break through another level, and perhaps even reach the first layer. At that time, not to mention a fourth-grade Great Venerable, even a stronger fifth-grade Great Venerable would not be a match for him. It was fine if that so-called old ancestor didn't come. If he really dared to come and stand up for that exceptional talent, Yang Fann wouldn't mind giving that old thing a ride, making him his nourishment for his own growth. Unknowingly, a trace of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A fourth-grade Great Venerable, the strength of original life. It was probably 100,000, a million times stronger than a peak 9 heavens like the first Moonhowl Marquis, Great Tao Sovereign. If he could devour and refine it, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. Ah, no, how could this be? Old ancestor, no, how could old ancestor be like this? No, this isn't true. I don't believe it. Within the Moonhowl Marquis Palace, numerous 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the level 8 let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. The pillar of support in their hearts collapsed with a loud bang. Their minds had completely collapsed. They couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. The old ancestor was the number 1 person in the Moonhowl Marquis estate, a peak 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. With the help of the kingdom-guarding divine seal and the geographical advantage, he could even fight against a quasi-Great Tao King. How could he be suppressed by someone so easily? And it was a junior like Yang Fann. It didn't mean that little son Yang Fann had already been severely injured and crippled. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to his peak state, let alone a step further and become a quasi-Great Tao King. Within the void. Next, it's your turn. Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked coldly at the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign of the Moonhowl Marquis. It was fine if it was just the other ants. Yang Fann was not going to let these 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign go. Especially the 2 high-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, they were great tonics that could allow his cultivation base to advance further, allowing him to step into the quasi-3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign realm. Ah, not good. That monster has its eyes on us. Flee everyone, run. In an instant, all the elders and old ancestors were scared out of their wits. Even the old ancestor, a peak 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, was easily suppressed by Qing Song, let alone these aphids who were trying to save the old ancestor. It was better to leave it to their own clan and to the Silvermoon Divine Wolf clan. What they needed to do now was to protect themselves and send the news of their old ancestor being captured and suppressed back to the Silvermoon Mansion so that they could stand up for them. You want to leave? Be good and stay behind. Boom! The terrifying soul power that was chasing after the King of Great Tao, with Yang Fann as the center, spread out and swept across the entire Moonhowl city. Without a top-tier soul or arcane art, the strength of soul could not deal with the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis, who was supported by the foundation of many marquises. However, it was accurate to deal with these ants that were not even top-tier 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Buzz, including the 2 high-tier 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Arg. At the same time, all 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who possessed the bloodline of the Howling Moon Wolf clan were turned into flying ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. As for those below the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann didn't touch them. A group of ants couldn't arouse his desire to attack. Besides, even if he didn't attack, these Howling Moon werewolves wouldn't be able to live for long. the time it took for the establishment of the Howling Moon Marquisate. Although it was far from being comparable to the mystic Kang Kingdom, which had less than 800 Nanji, its actions had always been domineering. The number of enemies it had provoked was much higher than the number of enemies the mystic Kang clan had. Previously, the strength of the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom was nothing to it. Now, including the first generation of the old ancestor, all the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had been suppressed by Yang Fann. More than half of the 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had fallen. How could the enemies of the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom let go of such an opportunity to beat the crap out of them? They would surely be like those vicious sharks that smelled the scent of blood, crazily biting the fat meat of the Howling Moon Marquis clan. If no miracle happened, it would only be a matter of time before the destruction of the Howling Moon Marquis clan. The treasure vault of the Howling Moon Marquis Palace. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he saw the vast amount of treasures. As expected of the top 50 Marquis country, their wealth was indeed not something that the profound Blue Marquis Palace could compare with. Just the Great Tao Divine Source alone was more than 10,000 trillion. With the other heavenly treasures, divine pills, and divine artifacts combined together, it was worth at least 30 to 50,000 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources. However, all of this now belongs to me. He smiled complacently. Yang Fann waved his hand and stored all the treasures into the chaos. Next, it's time for Lord Zhu Bo's manor. Yang Fann rolled his eyes and made a decision in his heart. Out of the 5 remaining Marquisate kingdoms, the Lord's manor was the closest to the Howling Moon Marquisate. In reality, the gap between the Howling Moon Marquisate country and the Shang Cloud Marquisate country was huge. However, it was still a lot stronger than the Zon Kang Marquisate country, which was ranked in the top 800 of the 3,600 Marquisate countries. There were a total of 9 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Of course, there were only 7 of them now. 2 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign had already been devoured and refined by Yang Fann, becoming Yang Fann's nourishment for his growth. After forcefully reading the memories of the 14 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign souls, there were no secrets between the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom, the Shang Yun Marquis Kingdom, and the other 6 Marquis Kingdoms. As for how many Yang Fanns there were, he was crystal clear about it. Among them, the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom was the strongest, at its peak. There were a total of 23 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and even if Yang Fann suppressed them, he would still be able to suppress 4 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. There were still 19 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and He Yuan Hu Guo. The weakest was the same as the mystic Kang Marquis country. There were only 7 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and now, there were only 6 of them. The strongest first-generation He Yuan was only a first quasi-high-ranked Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to the first-generation Xuanwang, he was much weaker. This was also Yang Fann's final goal. He had to consider the distance between Hu countries, but the number of experts in Hu countries. It was also an important reference. After a while, Howling Moon City, which was as quiet as a grave, continuously gasped. Hiss. Suppress. Suppressing. Suppressing. The Moonhowl Marquis clan was suppressed just like that. Gulp. Gulp. Unbelievable. Truly inconceivable. It's over. The Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom is completely finished. The heavens have changed. This time, the heavens are really going to change. No, we must contact the clan immediately. C-3159 sweeping across the 6 nations. Zubo. This was a large city that was a quarter of the size of Moonhowl City. Layers of restrictive formations were set up around the city. Even a peak Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would find it very difficult to break through the defense of Zubo City without a great venerable appearing. Rumble. Suddenly, Zubo City turned dark. A heaven-sheltering big hand that was tens of thousands of light-years long descended from the sky, as if it wanted to encompass the entire Zubo City. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, everything would be obliterated into dust. Ah, what is that? This power, no, spare me, please spare me, Great Venerable One, spare me, Great Venerable One. Despair and endless despair spread across the city, including the high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, the first lord of the ancestral Bo clan. In the eyes of all the expert, there was only fear and fear. The expert that surpassed a supreme being was not theirs. A puny little Zhu Bo clan could fight against it. Even if they used all of their resources, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for a first-grade Great Venerable. Not to mention, this power. It gave Zhu Bo the feeling that this power Zhu Bo's heart skipped a beat. It was even more terrifying than a first-grade Great Venerable he had encountered in the past. At least a second-order Great Honored Warrior. Even the third-order Great Honored Warrior was not impossible. Woo. How could this be? Our Zhu Bo clan has always been honest and honest, how could we possibly provoke this kind of ultimate expert? Not to mention Tier 2 and Tier 3 Great Sovereigns, even Tier 1 Great Sovereigns would never dare to provoke them. Misunderstanding, my lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Profound Blue Marquee Palace, a secret realm, small chaos. It was like a large world with many subsidiary worlds. The same was true for the Great Chaotic World. Above this Qin Lin Great Chaos, there was a large number of small chaos attached to it. Furthermore, as long as one's cultivation base reached the Great Venerable Realm, one would be barely qualified to establish a small chaos. With the inheritance of the Yanji era, there were quite a number of pre-sky and pre-sky small chaos in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. At the center of the small chaos, Wang, the first Xuanwang, opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a pleasant surprise that couldn't be concealed. This small chaos was none other than one of the many small chaos controlled by Xuanwang. The most dangerous place was usually the safest place. The first generation Xuanwang still had a group of Xuanwang's expert, but they had yet to leave Dark Green Prefecture. Instead, they hid in Dark Green Mansion. Xuanwang's clan had operated 1,200 Yanji cycles in Dark Green Prefecture. No one knew how many Aconite had been buried in the huge Dark Green Prefecture. With the protection of the Aconite, it would be hard to find them even with the combined forces of the 6 Great Hu Palaces. Ha, good, the combat strength of a Great Venerable. Little friend Yang Fann actually has the combat strength of a Great Venerable. Ha, truly worthy of being the greatest monster prodigy of our Qin Lin continent. He actually suppressed the Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom. This strength was most likely already sufficient. In the end, the first generation Xuanwang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was well aware of how terrifying the Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom was. No matter if it was their foundation or their forces, they were 10 times, 100 times stronger than the profound Blue Marquee Palace. Even some second-order great sovereigns might not be able to take down the Moonhowl Marquee Palace. Not to mention that they had suppressed their power in just a few breaths without paying any price. This power was at least at the third-order Great Venerable Realm. Ferocious, truly savage to the extreme, one had to know that even among the many Great Venerables, a third-order Great Venerable could be called an expert. In the 180 duchies, there were no third-grade Great Honored Warriors in the 30 Great Duchies that were ranked at the bottom. However, very soon, the first-generation Xuanwang was overjoyed. The stronger Yang Fann was, the greater the benefits they would get. A third-grade Great Sovereign who had advanced from a 9 heavens to a third-grade Great Sovereign in just a few 100 billion eras, that deterrent force was incomparable to the other third-grade Great Sovereigns. In just less than 500 billion of Yanji, his combat strength had broken through 4 major grades in a row. If he was given 5 trillion eras or 5 trillion eras, what kind of realm would he reach? And this was merely a fraction of the Yanji era. It was common for great sovereigns like them, dozens or even hundreds of Yanji era, to not be able to break through their cultivation bases. If it wasn't necessary, even those peak great sovereigns who were only a step away from the Great Path King wouldn't be willing to provoke such a monster. Once they couldn't kill it with a single strike and make it escape far away from them, not to mention the great sovereigns, even the king of the Great Path wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. The other great sovereigns wanted to take the last step and become the king of the Great Path. It was extremely difficult. Among the 100 great venerables, there might not be one who could become the great Tao King, but to a monster like Yang Fann, the great Tao King, that was only a matter of time. In the future, it was possible for him to surpass most great Tao Kings and stand shoulder to shoulder with Divine Master Qin Lin, who was also a supreme expert. Clang, clang, clang. The profound ringing of the great Tao echoed out from the center of the chaos, sweeping across the entire small chaos. Ah, this great Tao divine bell is the old ancestor calling us. What exactly happened? How could the old ancestor be? Could it be that those evil thieves have found us? Ah, what? Master Yang Fann has advanced to the great venerable realm. He even suppressed the Moonhowl Marquee Palace. This. I'm not here. Dream on. Ha ha ha. Good, it's time for us to take revenge. The Yuhuan clan dares to occupy the ancestral lands of my clan and slaughter the sons of my clan by relying on the support of the 6 great marquee palaces. We'll definitely teach them a lesson today. Right, we'll annihilate the Yuhuan clan first, and then settle accounts with those great Marquisate clans. Shangyun City, Shangyun Marquis Estate. Ah, this. How is this possible? How could the Moonhowl Marquis Estate be possible? The eyes of the first-generation Marquis Shangyun widened in disbelief. He was well aware of how powerful the Moonhowl Marquis's estate was. It was a top-class Marquis estate that was ranked in the top 300 or so places, and it was a duchy that was ranked at the bottom. Destroying the Moonhowl Marquis estate wouldn't be an easy task. That little son Yang Fann was just a junior of the small chaos. How could he possibly destroy the Moonhowl Marquis manor? And in such a short period of time? It's true, all of this is true. After a long while, the first-generation Marquis Shangyun finally believed in this cruel reality. Rumble, it's not just the Moonhowl Marquis estate. The Zubo Marquis estate, the Tianqing Marquis estate, the three great Marquis palaces of the Divine Cloud Marquis estate had all been destroyed by little son Yang Fann. His next target is very likely to be my Divine Cloud Marquis estate. There were only two Marquis palaces left. They were either the Divine Cloud Marquis estate or the River Source Marquis estate. His reason told him that Yang Fann's next target was most likely the Shangyun Marquis estate. Compared to the River Source Marquis Palace, their Marquis Palace was even closer to the Divine Cloud Marquis Palace. Furthermore, the enmity between their Marquis Palace and Yang Fann was far greater than the River Source Marquis Palace. No, we can't stay in the Shangyun Manor anymore. Even the Moonhowl Manor, which was more than 10 times stronger than them, was easily suppressed by Yang Fann, let alone the Moonhowl Marquis clan. They continued to stay. There was only one outcome, and that was to be suppressed by Yang Fann, that monster. In the next moment, dong, 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 an urgent sound of the divine bell of the great Tao sounded out from within the Shangyun Marquis estate, and it swept through the entire Shangyun city. One day later, Su, a silver-white treasured vessel tore through the sky and soared into the sky. The Morning Light treasure ship was one of the divine artifacts of the Shangyun Marquis estate. Its speed was not inferior to that of a high-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Buzz. Suddenly, the void in front of the Morning Light treasure ship started to distort. The group of 7 blocked the path of the Morning Light treasure ship. Old man Shangyun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? C3160 Ruthlessness Shangyun Marquis estate, not far from Shangyun city. A group of 7 blocked the path of the Shangyun Manor's Morning Light treasure ship. Profound Azure Divine Seal, suppress space and time. A sound that seemed to come from the depths of the universe sounded out as a brilliant divine light descended from the sky, sealing the surrounding space and time. These 7 people were none other than the 7 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from Profound Blue Marquis Palace, who had suppressed the Yuhuan clan. The Yuhuan clan had lost the support of the 6 Marquises. They were nothing. They didn't even gain the recognition of Qin Lin's divine court. They didn't even have the seal of country. How could they be a match for the Profound Azure clan? They didn't even waste much time. The Yuhuan clan, including the 2 Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, were captured by the first-generation Xuanwang and the others in one fell swoop. After taking down the Yuhuan clan, Xuanwang and the others didn't have the time to stabilize the situation and rebuild the Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Without saying a word, they rushed to the Shangyun Marquis Palace. The Yuhuan clan was only the appetizer. The Marquis of Shangyun was the true enemy of their clan. Even when the 6 nations besieged the Profound Blue Marquis Palace last time, it was the Marquis of Shangyun Marquis estate who had taken the lead. The first-generation Xuanwang and the others had never thought that they would be able to take down the Marquis of Shangyun clan as long as they could hold back the first-generation Marquis of Shangyun's group. They still had confidence in this point. Back then, during the battle in Profound Blue Marquis Palace, there were 3 low-grade Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in the Shangyun Manor, and they were suppressed by Yang Fann. Now, the number of Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in the Shangyun Manor was only 1 more Nine Heavens than them. Old Zan Kang, get out of my way. The first-generation Marquis Shangyun gritted his teeth. That monster, Yang Fann, would come knocking at their door at any time. They did not have that much time to waste with this old man Zan Kang. Shangyun old ghost, we have so many friends from Yanji. It's not easy for us to meet again. No matter what, you have to invite us to your manor to have a seat. Isn't it a little too unreasonable to chase us away so directly? The first-generation Xuanwang looked at the first-generation Shangyun somewhat playfully. There was no hurry. He was not in a hurry at all. The longer they dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Once Yang Fann arrived, it would be the time for Xianxia, Old Ghost, and the others to die. It would be for the best. If Xianxia and Old Ghost kept arguing with each other, Old Man Zan Kang, are you really going to do something so extreme? Leave a thread behind for everything. We'll meet again in the future. The first generation Marquis Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart and warned. How could he not fight this battle? It was better not to fight, even though they did not care about the number of people on their side. We have the upper hand, both in terms of cultivation base and strength. However, this gap was not the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. If Old Man Zan Kang and the rest were to fight with one another. As for that monster, Yang Fann, he could come and kill them at any time. I have done my best. Xianxia Old Ghost, when you joined forces with the 5 great Marquisate countries and attacked my profound blue Marquis Palace, did you think of giving us a chance to live? The first generation Xuanwang sneered. At this time, he was telling him to leave a trace of hope in the future. It was truly ridiculous to think that they would meet again in the future. Good Old Man Zan Kang. If you don't give us a way out, don't even think about living a good life. The first generation Marquis Xianxia immediately said, good, 3 times and completely gave up. This old man Xuankang was determined to make things difficult for them. Boys, let's attack together and defeat them in the shortest amount of time possible. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of 8-9 Heaven's great Tao Sovereign rose from the Morning Light treasure ship. At this moment, none of the 9 Heaven's great Tao Sovereign from the Xianxia Manor dared to hold back. If they couldn't defeat the profound blue Marquis Palace before Yang Fann, that monster, arrived, there was only one path waiting for them, death. Divine Seal of Xianxia, suppress. Boys, we must not let them go. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. The arrival of little friend Yang Fann will be the day of their death. The first Xuanwang shouted out loudly. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. No matter what he said today, he had to hold them back, even if it meant paying some price. Otherwise, if they really escaped, they would surely become a huge threat to them. Just thinking about how a few 9 Heaven's great Tao Sovereign was secretly spying on their clan made one's scalp tingle. Boom boom boom. 15 9 Heaven's great Tao Sovereign collided with each other. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire Xianxia kingdom. Countless mushroom clouds rose into the air. A large area of space was obliterated. Countless living creatures were swallowed and killed by the violent energy tide before they could even scream. Bang, bang, bang. In the profound blue Marquis Palace, the 9 Heaven's great Tao Sovereign was continuously pushed back, and even his divine body exploded. However, each and every one of them was like a maggot that clung to his bones. In the blink of an eye, they had gotten entangled with each other again, and they didn't care about their own injuries at all. Little friend Yang Fann was about to arrive. In just a short period of time. At most, it would consume some of their vital energies, but it wouldn't affect their foundation. Although there was a gap in strength between the two of them, they were at most a grade away from each other. It was not as if they did not have the ability to resist at all. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon, 2 hours passed. Bitch it, this old man Zan Kang is determined to keep us here. The first generation Marquis Xianxia was secretly anxious. 2 hours was nothing to them, but when it came to Yang Fann, that monster. It was hard to say. Perhaps that monster, Yang Fann, had already arrived near them. No, we can't continue like this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the first Xianxia Marquis, as if he had made up his mind. Boys, use the forbidden divine ability. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the loss of his origin. At most, he would just spend some time to cultivate his foundation. It was better than being captured by little son Yang Fann and being completely wiped out. Forbidden divine ability, do you think we don't have it? Boys, 9 cycles in the sky. The first generation Xuanwang showed no signs of weakness. He had a vague feeling that Yang Fann had already arrived near them. It wouldn't be long before he arrived here. No matter what, he had to delay old man Xianxia and the others. Although the 9 cycles of heavens had a huge side effect, as long as they did not use the last 3 cycles, they could still barely afford the first 6 cycles. They would not fall by a large level. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to recover with the accumulation of large amounts of resources. Now that the 6 great Marquisate countries were about to become the property of profound blue Marquis Palace, that amount of resources was nothing. Ah, old man Zan Kang, get the hell out of my way. The first-generation Marquis Shang Yun's voice was hysterical, as though he had gone mad. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Shang Yun, old ghost, you'd better stay behind obediently. Soon, another quarter of an hour passed. Under the desperate efforts of the exceptional Xuanwang and the others, the first-generation Marquis Shang Yun and the others managed to break out of the encirclement time and time again, but they were all blocked. Bitch it, old man Zan Kang, this was Shang. What should I do? Could it be that I really have to use that move? C3161 Last words. Shang residents of Yun, Central Region. Rumble, 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 rumble. 15 heavens great Tao sovereign were engaged in a frenzied battle, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Countless spatial zones were completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. No one knew how many races there were. In just 2 hours, it had become history. This was the sorrow of the weak. No one knew when, but a battle of experts would destroy their home race. Buzz. In the eyes of the first Shang Yun Marquis, that bitched old man Zan Kang was determined to leave them behind. The 6th cycle of the sky. Although it was not as bad as the 3rd cycle of the sky, after this battle, they did not have the cultivation of 1 or 2 Yanji cycles. They could not hope to recover at all. This was still under the accumulation of a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, it would only take a longer time. At this moment, if they did not have any other means, even if they fought for another day or two, it would be very difficult for them to escape from old man Zan Kang and the others' hands. However, if they used the forbidden divine ability again, their foundation would be completely shaken. That wasn't something that could be recovered after a few Yanji cycles. If they were not careful, they would very likely suffer from that indelible Tao injury. At this point, the path of the great Tao had been severed, and there was no possibility of them breaking through again. What should he do? Should he use it or not? The first-generation Marquis Shang Yun was conflicted. Without realizing it, another 15 minutes passed. Wang. Suddenly, a resolute look flashed across the eyes of the first Shang Yun Marquis, and he finally made up his mind. He couldn't wait any longer. As time passed, the uneasiness in his heart became increasingly obvious. This was a warning from Dao Xin. It was very likely that little son Yang Fann had already appeared near them. If they still didn't make a decision, all of them would have to die here today. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that could make even a peak 9 heavens great Tao sovereign despair descended from the sky. Kai, 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 Kai. In an instant, 15 heavens great Tao sovereign couldn't help but stop his attack. Ah, not good, little son Yang Fann, that little son Yang Fann has arrived. The faces of the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace changed, and their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. This terrifying pressure was definitely not something that 9 heavens great Tao sovereign could possess. A quasi-great Tao king, this person was definitely a quasi-great Tao king. And the quasi-great Tao king that their Shang Yun manor had offended was only Yang Fann, that monster. It was obvious who the person who had come was. Poochie. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. Dressed in black clothes, he looked to be in his 20s. His aura was high and mighty, as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. It was Yang Fann. He looked not far away. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was already prepared to miss out on the 8-9 heavens great Tao sovereign. After all, a period of time had passed since he suppressed the Duke of Shanyu's manor. The Duke of Shangyun's manor should have already found out about the destruction of the Duke of Shanyu's manor. So long as the first generation of the Duke of Shangyun's manor was kicked in the head by a donkey, it would be impossible for them to continue staying in the manor and waiting for death. It was very likely that he would miss this trip, and he never imagined that there would be such a pleasant surprise. He really had to thank Xuanwang and the others. If he really let Marquis Shang Yun and the others leave, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them again. It was almost impossible. Hongmeng was a vast place. If a group of 9 heavens great Tao sovereign were to hide wholeheartedly, not to mention he was only comparable to a quasi-great Tao king, even a true great Tao king wouldn't be able to find them so easily. Greetings, His Excellency Yang Fann, including the first generation Xuanwang. The 7-9 heavens great Tao sovereign bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. In the world of cultivators, experts were respected, and those who had achieved it were respected. Age was nothing, but no one dared to use their age to show off in front of a great venerable old ancestor, Please rise quickly. You all have killed Yang Fann. Yang Fann said hastily. He was sincerely grateful to Xuanwang. If it wasn't for Xuanwang's full support, he wouldn't be here today. He might have died during the siege of the Six Kingdoms. Master, the ceremony can't be wasted. You can just call me Zan Kang. Yang Fann was being polite. The first generation Xuanwang didn't dare to climb up the pole. He knew that he was a noble person. Otherwise, he would only harm others and himself. Yang Fann sighed in his heart. It was lonely at the top. Perhaps this was the price of becoming an expert. And this was only comparable to a quasi-great Dao King. When his combat strength reached that of a great Dao King, the first generation Xuanwang and the others would only be even more careful. Forget it, all of this was unavoidable. Apart from his parents, his little sister, and the others, how many people in this world could truly ignore the difference in strength between them? Old master, you guys go to the side and rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, Yang Fann's gaze turned and landed on the first generation Marquis Xiangyun and the others. Marquis Xiangyun, didn't you guys want to get rid of me as soon as possible? I'm right here, why aren't you guys making a move yet? Yang Fann looked down at the first generation Marquis Xiangyun from above, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a mocking smile as if he was a cat toying with a mouse. His Excellency Yang Fann, sorry. Misunderstanding. All of this was a misunderstanding. We never had that intention. The first Xiangyun Marquis was anxious. He hurriedly denied it. At this moment, they had no time to hide from Yang Fann. How could they dare to make a move against him? If you guys don't attack, then I'm going to attack. Yang Fann didn't seem to have heard the explanation of the first Xiangyun Marquis. He wanted to settle the grudge between them just because of a misunderstanding. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Among the 6 great Marquis palaces, Yang Fann hated the Moonhowl Marquis Palace, which had severely injured him, the most. After that, it had to be the Marquis Palace. The so-called siege of the 6 kingdoms was all because of the Duke of Shengyun's running around. It was all for the sake of reporting him for killing Shengyun. Black Moon and the others, His Excellency Yang Fann, it's better to get rid of enemies than to settle them. Why are you being so aggressive? 100 trillion, not 500 trillion. As long as you are willing to let us go, my clan is willing to compensate you 500 trillion great Dao divine sources. These are your last words. Be obedient and go on your way. No, Yang Fann, are you really going to be so ruthless? My Shangyun family is not someone to be trifled with. If we really fight to the death, at that time, even if you can defeat us, you will have to pay a heavy price. As he spoke, the first generation Marquis Shangyun, the 9 heavens great Dao sovereign of the Shangyun Marquis Palace, also burst forth with determination, as if he would fight Yang Fann to the death if Yang Fann said no. Even if he had to die, he would bite off a piece of flesh from Yang Fann's body. How dare you threaten me when you are at the brink of death? I would like to see what kind of abilities you have that can make me pay a painful price. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Even the first generation Moonhowl Marquis had been easily suppressed by him due to his geographical advantage, so he didn't even have a single hair on his body injured. Furthermore, the Shangyun Marquis had lost the advantage of his geographical advantage, causing his strength to plummet. Be good and become my nourishment for my growth. Boom! The terrifying strength of soul that was chasing after the King of Great Dao burst out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It flew towards Shang Yunhu and the others in a formidable manner. Ah, no. C3162 calculating his gains. Shang residence of Yun, Central Region. Ah, no. The 8-9 heavens great Dao sovereign of the Shang Yun Marquis Palace let out desperate cries. Their eyes bulged like fish eyes, and they looked like they were about to burst out of their sockets. Initially, they thought that even if they couldn't severely injure this little Sun Yang Fann, they would make him pay a hefty price in this decisive battle. Never would they have thought that this would be the outcome, and that they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The strength of soul. This little Sun Yang Fann had completely confined them with just the strength of soul, making them unable to move. No, how could this Yang Fann be so strong? How could he be so strong? This terrifying strength of soul, let alone a first-grade Great Venerable, even a third-grade Great Venerable was inferior to it. 400 billion eras. Just 400 billion eras. The Great Dao was unfair. How unfair. Ah, spare my life, please spare my life. Let us go, my lord, I beg of you, please spare us. I surrender, I surrender. As long as you spare my life, I will be your dog from now on, and I will be at your mercy. In order to survive, the 8-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of the Xiangyun Manor had abandoned all of his dignity and pride. He didn't hesitate to become Yang Fann's slave and allow Yang Fann to command him. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually not bad. The fact that the weak surrendered to the expert was an eternal truth. Especially a monster like Yang Fann. It was only a matter of time before it surpassed the Supreme Being and became the king of Tao verification. Becoming a slave of a great Tao king was not a humiliation to 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign like them. Instead, it was a great honor. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have any hope of becoming a disciple of a great Tao king. If you want to be my dog, then you are worthy, Yang Fann sneered. Did he really think that everyone had the qualifications to become his slave? He wasn't the one who collected the trash. If it was those great sovereigns, or even the true king of great Tao, it would be more accurate. Before he finished his words, whoosh, Yang Fann waved his hand, and the 8-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the Xiangyun Marquis estate were sucked into the mix. The silence of the first-generation Xuanwang and the other 7 people was somewhat frightening. Although they knew that Yang Fann had the power to fight against a great venerable, and that even the Moonhowl Marquis had fallen at Yang Fann's hands, they still had some doubts in their hearts. In their minds, even if Yang Fann could take down the first-generation Marquis Xiangyun and the others, he would at least need to put in some effort. After all, the first-generation Xiangyun Marquis and the others weren't weak, especially the first-generation Xiangyun Marquis. They were only a step away from the peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and would fight to the death at all costs. Even a first-grade Great Venerable would have the strength to fight to the death. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on for even a tenth of a second? He would be suppressed by Yang Fann without any emotions. How could they have overestimated this power? They had completely underestimated it. Strange. Monster. What a monster. Fortunately, this monster is on our side. If it was their enemy, even if they slept, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. River Source City. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared in the sky above River Source City. He looked around, and in an instant, everything in River Source City was revealed in his line of sight. Very quickly, a hint of disappointment climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. Sure enough, as he had expected, the people of River Source City had already left. In the entire Heiyuan city, only a few disciples with weak bloodlines and low cultivation bases were left. Not to mention level 8, 9 Heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, not even a single 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could be found. Not only that, even the treasure vault of the Hu clan was emptied in one go. Yang Fann's trip was in vain. Count the good luck of the Heiyuan clan. Although the River Source tribe's inheritance was not as long as the Xuanwang tribes, it still had close to 1,000 years of history. A cunning rabbit had 3 holes, and it was unknown how many trump cards they had left behind. They had been hiding with all their heart. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was extraordinary, it would be extremely difficult for him to find them. Instead of wasting his time searching for the Heiyuan clan, he might as well return and digest what he had obtained this time. In any case, the Heiyuan Manor was the weakest amongst the 6 great marquises, be it in terms of strength or foundation. Even if they left, it would not have much of an impact on him. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared without a trace. He didn't make things difficult for the disciples of the branch families of the River Source. The group of ants with the highest cultivation base of the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign couldn't arouse his desire to attack. Dark Green City, this ancient divine city could be considered to have a lot of misfortune and misfortune. 400 billion eras ago, it was occupied by the Yuhuan clan and changed its name to Yuhuan City. After 400 billion eras, it once again returned to the hands of the Xuanwang clan. Dark Green City, a newly built profound blue marquee palace, within a divine palace. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne, his eyes were shining with an indescribable excitement. This time, he had made a profit. Of the 6 great marquee palaces, apart from the Heiyuan Marquee Palace, he was lucky enough to escape. Apart from the calamity, the other 5 marquee palaces were not bad. The entire tribe was in his hands. He had taken down 46 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign alone, and only 17 of them were low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. 21 intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, 7 high-grade 9 Heavens, and 1 high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If they were devoured and refined, breaking through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be a certainty. It wouldn't be impossible for them to break through to the intermediate, or even high-grade Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. One should know that these 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereigns family were the leaders. He hadn't even counted the treasures in the vaults of the 5 great marquises. In order to rush to the next marquis palace as soon as possible, he'd swallowed everything in one go. How could he have the time to carefully count? When all the resources were combined, even if it wasn't worth 1,000,000,000,000,000 great Tao divine sources, it would still be worth at least 3 to 500,000 trillion great Tao divine sources. Previously, he was alone, and it wasn't easy for him to deal with the resources in his hands. But now, with Xuanwang by his side, he could totally hand them over to them. In the next second, boom! Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul surged out from the sea of consciousness, violently tearing apart a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, crazily plundering the great Tao divine sources within the chaos, as well as the massive amount of resources and treasures. What? The Howling Moon Marquis Estate, the Shangyun Marquis Estate, and the other 5 great marquis palaces were suppressed, and the Heiyuan Marquis clan mysteriously disappeared. One person, just because of that Yang Fann alone, gurgle this can't be true, right? How can a young man from the small chaos have such great power? C3162 calculating his gains. Shang residents of Yun, Central Region. Ah, no, the 8-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of the Shangyun Marquis Palace let out desperate cries. Their eyes bulged like fish eyes, and they looked like they were about to burst out of their sockets. Initially, they thought that even if they couldn't severely injure this little son Yang Fann, they would make him pay a hefty price in this decisive battle. Never would they have thought that this would be the outcome, and that they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The strength of soul, this little son Yang Fann had completely confined them with just the strength of soul, making them unable to move. No, how could this Yang Fann be so strong? How could he be so strong? This terrifying strength of soul, let alone a first-grade Great Venerable, even a third-grade Great Venerable was inferior to it. 400 billion eras, just 400 billion eras. The Great Tao was unfair. How unfair! Ah, spare my life, please spare my life. Let us go, my lord, I beg of you, please spare us. I surrender, I surrender. As long as you spare my life, I will be your dog from now on, and I will be at your mercy. In order to survive, the 8-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign of the Shangyun Manor had abandoned all of his dignity and pride. He didn't hesitate to become Yang Fann's slave and allow Yang Fann to command him. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually not bad. The fact that the weak surrendered to the expert was an eternal truth. Especially a monster like Yang Fann. It was only a matter of time before it surpassed the Supreme Being and became the king of Tao verification. Becoming a slave of a great Tao king was not a humiliation to 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign like them. Instead, it was a great honor. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have any hope of becoming a disciple of a great Tao king. If you want to be my dog, then you are worthy. Yang Fann sneered. Did he really think that everyone had the qualifications to become his slave? He wasn't the one who collected the trash. If it was those great sovereigns, or even the true king of Great Tao, it would be more accurate. Before he finished his words, whoosh, Yang Fann waved his hand, and the 8-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign from the Shangyun Marquis Estate were sucked into the mix. Silence. The silence of the first-generation Xuanwang and the other 7 people was somewhat frightening. Although they knew that Yang Fann had the power to fight against a great venerable, and that even the Moonhowl Marquis had fallen at Yang Fann's hands, they still had some doubts in their hearts. In their minds, even if Yang Fann could take down the first-generation Marquis Shangyun and the others, he would at least need to put in some effort. After all, the first-generation Shangyun Marquis and the others weren't weak, especially the first-generation Shangyun Marquis. They were only a step away from the peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, and would fight to the death at all costs. Even a first-grade Great Venerable would have the strength to fight to the death. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on for even a tenth of a second? He would be suppressed by Yang Fann without any emotions. How could they have overestimated this power? They had completely underestimated it. Strange. Monster. What a monster. Fortunately, this monster is on our side. If it was their enemy, even if they slept, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. River Source City. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared in the sky above River Source City. He looked around, and in an instant, everything in River Source City was revealed in his line of sight. Very quickly, a hint of disappointment climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. Sure enough, as he had expected, the people of River Source City had already left. In the entire Heian city, only a few disciples with weak bloodlines and low cultivation bases were left. Not to mention level 8, 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, not even a single 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could be found. Not only that, even the treasure vault of the Hu clan was emptied in one go. Yang Fann's trip was in vain. Count the good luck of the Heian clan. Although the River Source tribe's inheritance was not as long as the Xuanwang tribes, it still had close to 1,000 years of history. A cunning rabbit had 3 holes, and it was unknown how many trump cards they had left behind. They had been hiding with all their heart. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was extraordinary, it would be extremely difficult for him to find them. Instead of wasting his time searching for the Heian clan, he might as well return and digest what he had obtained this time. In any case, the Heian manor was the weakest amongst the 6 great marquises, be it in terms of strength or foundation. Even if they left, it would not have much of an impact on him. In the next second, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared without a trace. He didn't make things difficult for the disciples of the branch families of the River Source. The group of ants with the highest cultivation base of the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign couldn't arouse his desire to attack. Dark Green City, this ancient divine city could be considered to have a lot of misfortune in misfortune. 400 billion eras ago, it was occupied by the Yuhuan clan and changed its name to Yuhuan City. After 400 billion eras, it once again returned to the hands of the Xuanwang clan. Dark Green City, a newly built profound blue marquee palace, within a divine palace. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne, his eyes were shining with an indescribable excitement. This time, he had made a profit. Of the 6 great marquee palaces, apart from the Heyuan Marquee Palace, he was lucky enough to escape. Apart from the calamity, the other 5 marquee palaces were not bad. The entire tribe was in his hands. He had taken down 46 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign alone, and only 17 of them were low-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. 21 intermediate 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, 7 high-grade 9 Heavens, and 1 high-grade 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. If they were devoured and refined, breaking through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be a certainty. It wouldn't be impossible for them to break through to the intermediate, or even high-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. One should know that these 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign's family were the leaders. He hadn't even counted the treasures in the vaults of the 5 great marquises. In order to rush to the next marquee palace as soon as possible, he'd swallowed everything in one go. How could he have the time to carefully count? When all the resources were combined, even if it wasn't worth 1,000,000 trillion great Tao divine sources, it would still be worth at least 3 to 500,000 trillion great Tao divine sources. Previously, he was alone, and it wasn't easy for him to deal with the resources in his hands. But now, with Xuanwang by his side, he could totally hand them over to them. In the next second, boom! Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul surged out from the sea of consciousness, violently tearing apart a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, crazily plundering the great Tao divine sources within the chaos, as well as the massive amount of resources and treasures. What? The Howling Moon Marquee Estate, the Shangyun Marquee Estate, and the other 5 great marquee palaces were suppressed, and the Heian Marquee clan mysteriously disappeared. One person, just because of that Yang Fann alone, gurgle this can't be true, right? How can a young man from the small chaos have such great power? C-3163 The Wrath of the Grand Monarch Qinlin Continent, South. The news of the 5 marquee palaces being destroyed and the mysterious disappearance of the Heian clan spread to the 640 prefectures in the southern region of the Qinlin Continent at a terrifying speed. Even the 32 duchies and the 6 kingdoms had heard of it. Countless experts had deeply engraved Yang Fann's name in his mind. The other 4 lords' manors had nothing much to say. However, the Moonhowl Marquee Palace was ranked in the top 50 marquises and even the top 30 marquises. It was second only to the 180 duchies, especially in the nest of the Moonhowl Marquee. Even some rank 2 great sovereigns did not have full confidence. They would definitely be able to take down the Moonhowl Marquee Palace. But now, they had been destroyed by a native of the small chaos. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, if it wasn't for the fact that this was a matter of countless supreme beings. Not a single one of them had seen it with their own eyes. They dared to believe that it was all true. A lowly small chaos native. Because of their foundation, even those who successfully broke through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, were extremely rare. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention advancing to the 3rd grade Great Venerable realm. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Throughout the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos, there wasn't a single Great Venerable from the small chaos that could be found. Many of the Grand Monarchs' eyes glittered with a strange light, as if they were plotting something. A mere native of the small chaos had set foot in the Qin Lin Great Chaos for less than 500 billion eras. His battle prowess had broken through multiple layers of heaven, and he had gained the power to fight a 3rd grade Grand Monarch in one fell swoop. Even if one were to use one's toe to think, one would know that there was a huge secret hidden in little son Yang Fann's body. Perhaps, little son Yang Fann was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of a great Tao King. The great Tao King, although it was high and mighty, it wasn't indestructible. Just the Qin Lin Great Chaos alone had more than one king of great Tao that had fallen, not to mention the 3,000 great chaotic realms in the entire Hung Meng heavenly void. Some lucky ones were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of a king of great Tao, which allowed them to soar into the sky and become a great venerable in a very short period of time, or even a king of great Tao. If they were able to obtain the succession of a great path monarch, it would be enough for them to achieve a great breakthrough in their cultivation in a short period of time. In fact, it was not impossible for them to increase their chances of becoming a great Tao King. Kangzhan City, Kangzhan Marquis Estate. Yang Fann had no idea that the destruction of the 5 great marquis palaces had caused the dark tide to surge. He didn't know how many experts were secretly targeting him, a native of the small chaos. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. After forcefully reading the memories of the first-generation Moonhowl Marquis and the others Yang Fann had gained a very clear understanding of the quasi-Great Tao King. The quasi-Great Tao King, which was also known as the Grand Monarch Expert, was very similar to the quasi-Supreme Expert. They were also divided into 10 great ranks. If he unleashed his full strength, his true battle prowess would be greater than most of the 4th grade Grand Monarchs. Even if he couldn't compare to a 5th grade Grand Monarch, he wouldn't be much weaker. Once he used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, he would be able to fight a ranked 6th Grand Monarch, unless he was attacked by a 7th grade Grand Monarch himself. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to escape with all his heart. However, a 7th grade Grand Monarch was already considered a high-grade Grand Monarch. Even among the 180 duchies, only the top 10 duchies had a high venerable overseeing them. Each and every one of them was secretive and elusive. It would not be easy for them to encounter a high venerable. Furthermore, once he fully digested what he had obtained, he would break through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Apart from those 9th and 10th grade Grand Monarchs, even the 8th grade Grand Monarchs wouldn't be able to stop him. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These 5 great marquis palaces had indeed not disappointed him. Just the Great Tao Divine Source alone had allowed Yang Fann to obtain no less than 80,000 trillion units. The other heavenly wealth and earthly treasures, when combined together, were worth more than 500,000 trillion units. If he was able to operate properly and sell them at a good price, it would not be impossible for him to obtain 600,000 to 700,000 units of Great Tao Divine Source. Very quickly, the first-generation Xuanwang was called into the Divine Hall by Yang Fann. Without much politeness, Yang Fann directly asked the first-generation Xuanwang to provide him with a lot of resources. He didn't need to doubt people, he just needed people to help him. He didn't doubt anyone. The resources were worth hundreds of thousands of trillion units of Great Tao Divine Sources. Although it was terrifying, it was sold to the entire Xuanwang family. It was far from 11, but Yang Fann believed that as long as the first Xuanwang wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would never have any ideas about the resources. Compared to the friendship of a future king of Great Tao, a few 100,000 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources was nothing. As long as they could follow the footsteps of Yang Fann, this monster, their future was limitless. It was not impossible for him to break through the shackles and become a great venerable. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign into a 9th or 10th grade Great Venerable, even a Great Tao King. However, it was extremely easy for a 1st or 2nd grade Great Venerable to do so. As long as the King of Great Tao was willing, it wouldn't cost much to cultivate a 1st order Great Honored Warrior. Boom! Seeing that the first Xuanwang had left, Yang Fann closed his eyes and pushed the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great art to its limit, crazily devouring the surrounding great Tao origins. Poochie 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 poochie. With every breath and every second, thousands and tens of thousands of units of great Tao divine sources were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. After advancing to the top-ranked second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's speed of refining Great Tao divine sources had increased by more than 10 billion times. Ferocious, truly savage to the extreme. If this were to spread out, it would definitely scare countless great sovereigns to death. Even those ninth and top-grade great sovereigns were far from being able to compare. Perhaps only those high and mighty kings of the Great Path could compare to them. Tuyi Kingdom was one of the 7 kingdoms in the western region of the Qinlin continent. Its surface area was vast and boundless. It was 1,000,000 times bigger than the mystic Kang Marquis Kingdom. It was further split into 13 prefectures and 326 prefectures. Among them, the 5 core prefectures were controlled by the Tuyi royal family. The remaining 8 prefectures were the fiefdom of the 8 archdukes. Tuyi Kingdom, Silver Moon State. This was the fiefdom of the Duke of Silver Moon. Within the 13 states of Tuyi Kingdom, it was ranked below average, and could be ranked around 10th. Silver Moon Province, Silver Moon City, Silver Moon High. Duke's Public House. This was the lair of the Silver Moon Divine Wolf clan. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure that caused even a first-grade great honored warrior to feel despair rose up from within the Silver Moon Mansion, engulfing the entire Silver Moon City. It was like a peerless berserk beast that had crossed the time-long river and revived in this era. Roar. Grandson Xiao Yu, a lowly native of the small chaos. You are courting death. C 3164 Great Tao Third Heaven Dark Green City, Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Boom. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly. The awe-inspiring power radiated out from all the pores and cells in his body. He had made a breakthrough. Time passed in a flash. 1 billion years passed. Yang Fann had absorbed nearly 500,000 trillion units of Great Tao Divine Source, and his cultivation base had finally broken through to the quasi-Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, breaking through to the Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. The first-generation Xuanwang did not disappoint him. After that batch of resources was successfully sold, he had brought him a total of 660,000 trillion units of Great Tao Divine Sources. This was the result of Yang Fann's urgent urging. Otherwise, if he waited for several thousand or tens of thousands of eras to slowly take action, the final harvest would definitely not be just this. He would at least be able to obtain another few tens of thousands of trillion units of Great Tao Divine Sources. Kai, 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 Kai. In all directions, the space was extremely distorted. There seemed to be cracks everywhere. At this moment, if anyone were to enter it, even the rank 2 martial monarch would be crushed to the ground, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, boom boom boom. 5 dazzling divine beams rose from the surroundings of the divine hall, suppressing the surrounding space and time. It was none other than the divine seal of the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom and the other 5 marquises. Yang Fann had basically given most of the natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines to the first-generation Xuanwang in exchange for Xuanwangs. However, these 5 state-guarding divine seals had been left behind by Yang Fann. If Profound Blue Marquee Palace wanted to control the 5 great Marquisate kingdoms, this nation-guarding divine seal was indispensable. Otherwise, just like the Yuhuan clan, they wouldn't have a good reputation. Furthermore, their control over the Dark Firmament Prefecture was very weak. They could only be considered as the nominal rulers. Most of the forces were against them. The God-suppressing seal was not only a symbol of a country, it also had the ability to suppress it. At the same time, it also had the ability to monitor everything within a Marquisate kingdom. Only by controlling the nation-suppressing godly seal would one be able to truly control the territory of a Marquisate kingdom. Wang, Wang, Wang. As the 5 nation-guarding divine seals suppressed the space around them, the cracked space gradually began to heal and return to normal. As the country-guarding divine weapon bestowed by Qin Lin's divine court, every country-guarding divine seal was a divine weapon that surpassed the supreme grade 9 heaven's Great Tao divine artifacts. It could even be considered the best among the many supreme divine weapons. If one's national strength was strong enough, such as the nation-guarding divine seal of those duchies, intermediate, or even the high-grade great sovereigns, their strength would be greatly suppressed. The combined power of the 5 country-guarding divine seals could only suppress the explosive power of Yang Fann's breakthrough. It wasn't a difficult task. Kai, 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 Kai. In all, Directions: the massive amount of great Tao divine sources were reduced to ashes at a terrifying speed. Every breath, every second, there would be hundreds to tens of millions of great Tao divine sources being devoured and refined by Yang Fann. In less than a million years, the number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had once again decreased by nearly 100,000 trillion units. Buzz. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. It swelled up by 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, the vast chaos within the profound Blue Marquee Palace, which was dozens of times larger than the profound Blue Marquee Palace, gradually stopped expanding. After absorbing nearly 100,000 trillion units of great Tao divine source, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally stabilized at the low-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 10,000 years later, Boom Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, penetrating everything. It was as if even the 5 great country protecting divine seals couldn't stop that sharp divine light. Terrifying at this moment, even the 4th grade Great Venerable was standing in front of him. His divine body would be torn apart instantly, and the soul would be severely injured. After breaking through to the first layer, Yang Fann's overall strength had increased by 100 billion, trillions of times. That was a steady leap of a grade, or even more. With his current strength, even if he wasn't as strong as a 7th grade Great Venerable, he wouldn't be much weaker. At the very least, he wouldn't be any weaker than some ranked 6th grade Venerables. As long as he wasn't unlucky enough to run into those 9th and 10th grade Great Sovereigns, he was determined to leave. In the entire Qinlin continent, there weren't many people who could stop him. In a short span of 1 billion years, his strength had once again risen by more than a rank. Who would dare to believe it? Even Yang Fann himself felt a little surreal. This wasn't God King, a quasi-supreme expert, but a great venerable whose combat strength was only below that of a great Tao King. If it were other 4th and 5th grade great sovereigns, there would be many of them who would not be able to break through to the next level even after a few hundred or even a few thousand cycles. After a while, only then did Yang Fann suppress the shock in his heart. The next moment, boom, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit once more, crazily devouring the remaining great Tao divine sources. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Very quickly, 3,800,000 years had passed. Pucci, the last great Tao divine source, used up the last strength of origin and turned into powder. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of regret in the depths of his eyes. It was gone. The great Tao divine source was gone now. He could only rely on those 9 heavens great Tao sovereign to increase his cultivation base. Compared to the great Tao divine source, the difficulty of absorbing and refining these 9 heavens great Tao sovereign was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder. Especially a peak 9 heavens great Tao sovereign like the first Moonhao Marquis. Even if he advanced to the 3rd Empyrean great Tao sovereign, he wouldn't be able to completely absorb and refine them without 1,000,000 eras or even a long period of time. Unfortunately, the great Tao divine source had already been used up. Yang Fann just didn't want to use this stupid method to improve his cultivation base. He couldn't just find a few more Marquisate kingdoms to attack and rob their families. For no reason, it was against his principles. Moreover, if he really did this, he would definitely incite public anger. At that time, there would no longer be a place for him in the vast Qinlin continent. If he was careless, he might even be in danger of dying. Right now, he was far from being called invincible in the Qinlin continent. Not to mention those high and mighty kings of the great Tao, even those high and mighty great sovereigns were not someone he could defeat at the moment. Su. A stream of light flashed, and a low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom, endless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the strength of original life of the low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Kai, 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 Kai. The low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign started to shrivel up and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed in the blink of an eye. An era had passed. Swoosh. Another low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign used up the last trace of his strength of origin and turned into a flying ash. This was the 8th low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign that Yang Fann had devoured. On average, there was a low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign that was devoured and refined by Yang Fann in 70 billion years. This speed was terrifying. Even those great sovereigns didn't have the confidence to completely refine a low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign in just 70 billion years. However, Yang Fann couldn't bear to look at it directly. Thinking about the great Tao divine source, breaking through to the first layer in just 1 billion years was akin to a tortoise's speed. In this era, Xuanwang's family had not been idle either. They selected 6 major powers that had 9 heavens great Tao sovereign as their leader and supported them to become the new rulers of the 6 great Marquisate countries. Suddenly, a sound of great Tao that seemed to come from the underworld descended from the sky and swept across the entire mysterious green city. 4 symbols great sealing art, activate C3165 divine soul blood contract Xuankang Prefecture, Xuankang City. Howl, howl, chirp chirp, the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens and the earth, engulfing the entire mysterious green city. Its might was monstrous. It possessed a peerless might that caused countless supreme beings in the mysterious azure city to tremble from the depths of their souls. Ah, what's that? At almost the same time, countless exalts raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw terrifying giant beasts appear in all 4 directions, one in the southeast, one in the northwest, one in each direction. The divine dragons, vermilion birds, white tiger, black tortoises and 4 divine beasts, each of them was extremely huge, not much smaller than their city. Waves of terrifying pressure that made 9 heavens great Tao sovereign despair shot out from the 4 great Tao sovereigns, forming a huge boundary. The light was like glass, sealing the entire city. In the next moment, buzz, the void twisted. A man in a silver robe was surrounded by silver lights. His face was similar to that of the first Howling Moon Marquis, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. Young man appeared out of thin air. He looked arrogant, like a supreme heavenly emperor patrolling the mountains and rivers and looking down at the common people. This person was none other than one of the 8 Grand Dukes of Tuyi Kingdom, Grand Duke Silvermoon. Pucci. Almost at the same time, a miniature wormhole appeared not far from the Archduke of Silver Moon. A man stepped out from it. He was a man with a bare head and a human body. He was dressed in golden, divine armors and held a golden divine spear in his hand. His entire body was shining with golden light, and he looked like an undefeatable warlord who had descended from the heavens. His aura was not inferior to the terrifying giant of the Archduke of Silver Moon at all. He stood in the air, and a large area of space in all directions crumbled and fell into chaos. It was as if the world had been destroyed, and the end of the world had descended. In less than a breath's time, boom, yet another 7-colored glow descended from the skies. One of them seemed to be in his early 20s. He wore a phoenix robe and wore a dragon phoenix calendula on his head. His skin was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. She had 2 towering peaks, and her entire body exuded a natural charming aura. She slowly walked out of the rainbow light. Lotus bloomed everywhere she went, creating all sorts of strange phenomena. In an instant, in the mysterious azure city, countless exalts revealed expressions of infatuation, and they were unable to extricate themselves from it. Apart from the peerless beauty, there was nothing else in their eyes. Dark green city, profound blue Marquis Palace. Grand Duke Silvermoon, looks like he came for me. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He seemed to be deep in thought. He forcefully read the memories of the first Moonhowl Marquis. Yang Fann naturally understood his position in the Silver Moon clan. The first Moonhowl Marquis was one of the most important juniors of the Duke of Silver Moon. He was the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign who had the highest chance of advancing to the great venerable realm in the Silver Moon Divine Wolf clan. Furthermore, the Howling Moon Marquis Kingdom was one of the many trump cards of the Silver Moon Divine Wolf clan. Now that the first generation's Duke of Roaring Moon had been suppressed by him and the Duke of Roaring Moon had been destroyed because of him, it was perfectly normal for the Duke of Silver Moon to come looking for him. It's just that this Duke of Silver Moon really thinks highly of me. 3 rank 4 Grand Monarchs, as well as 4 rank 3 Grand Monarchs, the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise, sealed the surrounding space and time. This is not giving me any chance to live. In the sky, little son Yang Fann, get the hell out here. Duke Silvermoon's voice was like a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, engulfing the entire dark green city. As expected, he came for His Excellency Yang Fann. I wonder if His Excellency Yang Fann can defeat them. The first generation Xuanwang had a serious expression on his face. Whether it was the 3 great expert or the 4 symbols divine beast, it made him, a 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, unable to put up any resistance. Even if they used all of their resources, they would still have no chance of winning. All of them were great sovereigns Xuanwangs, and they were at least second-grade great sovereigns. 7 great sovereigns, 7 second-grade great sovereigns, and even more experts combined attack. Even if His Excellency Yang Fann was really a third-grade great sovereign, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. Buzz. The void distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared not too far away from Duke Silvermoon. Old man Silvermoon, why are you looking for me? Yang Fann looked at Duke Silvermoon with interest. There was not a hint of fear in his eyes. If he had encountered such a powerful combination a great era ago, it would be hard to say who would have won. Even if he had won, it would have been a miserable victory. Besides, it was basically impossible for him to keep one of them alive. But now, everything was different. Vaguely, a greedy light flashed in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes. 3 4th-grade great sovereigns and 4 3rd-grade great sovereigns. If they could take them all down, not to mention 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign might be a possibility. At that time, no one below the Great Dao King would be a match for him. Even if he couldn't defeat them, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. What? Silver. Duke Silvermoon, that person is Duke Silvermoon. Not good. His Excellency Yang Fann is in danger. The first-generation Xuanwang's heart instantly sank. According to the legends, the Archduke of Silver Moon had long ago appeared 600 years ago. Now, 600 cycles of Yanji had passed. Even if he did not take that step in advance to the 4th-grade Great Honored Warrior, it wouldn't be much of a difference. As for the other man and woman, their aura and might were not inferior to the Archduke of Silver Moon at all. They were clearly the cream of the crop among the level 3 great sovereigns. Even the level 4 great sovereigns might not be able to do so. Adding the 4 elephants divine beast, this lineup was truly terrifying to the extreme. It made one's scalp go numb. May the great Tao bless you, His Excellency Yang Fann, you must win, you must win. Once His Excellency Yang Fann fell, there would be no perfect egg in the nest. This Silver Moon Guild would let Xuanwang go. Even if one thought about it with one's toe, it was still impossible. Little son Yang Fann, quickly hand over my grandson Howling Moon and sign the soul blood contract. I will show you mercy and spare your life. Or else, today next year will be your death anniversary. The Archduke of Silver Moon's voice was high and mighty, as if giving Yang Fann a chance to live was already his greatest grace. This time, in order to take down Yang Fann in one fell swoop, he was completely prepared. Not only had he invited the 2 4th-grade Grand Monarchs, Grand Monarch Greater Strength and Grand Monarch Qisha, he had also spent a large sum of money to hire the 4 of them to cast the 4 elephants' great boundary seal, sealing the surrounding space and time. Not to mention little son Yang Fann, even a 1st and 3rd-grade Grand Monarch like them, who were also 4th-grade Grand Monarchs, would be doomed today. The 4 elephants' great realm sealing art was a famous divine ability of the 4 elephants. Once it was cast, even a 5th-grade Grand Monarch would have to spend a lot of effort to break out of their realms. As for those below the 5th grade, unless the 4 manifestations Great Honored Warrior withdrew the 4 manifestations Great Realm, there was absolutely no way they would be able to break it. While they were talking, the Duke of Silver Moon waved his hand, and a contract that emitted a blood-red divine light cut through the void and appeared in front of Yang Fann. C-3166 suppress the Duke of Silver Moon Xuankang Prefecture, Xuankang City. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. What a great Silver Moon Archduke, what a great soul blood contract. This was to completely slave him, Yang Chao. Once he signed this soul blood contract, even he could not disobey the orders of the Silver Moon Archduke and let him do as he pleased. One had to know that the soul's blood contract was personally refined by the King of Great Daos. As long as one's soul realm was not the King of Great Daos, the Great Dao's soul did not transform into the soul of a Great Dao's king. They would be bound by the soul's blood contract, and their life and death would be determined by a single thought from the Duke of Silver Moon. If you want to slave me, then even you, old Silver Moon, are worthy. With a cold smile, Yang Fann flicked his finger and a wisp of chaotic fire landed on the soul's blood contract. In an instant, the soul's blood contract was burned into ashes, turning into flying ashes. Little son Yang Fann, you are courting death. Killing intent exploded in Duke Silvermoon's eyes. He was kind enough to give little son Yang Fann a way out. However, not only did little son Yang Fann not appreciate his kindness, he had also destroyed his soul blood contract. This was an unforgivable crime. One had to know that a soul blood contract like this could only be refined by a great Tao King. He only had a few of them in his hands. If he used one, he would lose one. The degree of preciousness. It was no less than a supreme grade 9 heavens great Tao divine artifact. As his voice faded, boom, boundless divine light erupted from the Archduke of Silver Moon. The aura around him, it rose 100 times, 1,000 times crazily, as if it would never end. Kai, 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 Kai. In all directions, the space was shattered into pieces. Even the guardian formation of Mystic Firmament City was not satisfied with the criss-crossing cracks. It seemed like it would completely collapse in the next second. This was the result of the first Xuanwang using the profound Azure Divine Seal to maintain the four-direction space. Buzz. With a flash of silver, a silver wolf head blade appeared in Grand Duke Silvermoon's hand. Silver Wolf God-slaying blade, Duke Silvermoon's original divine blade, was refined from his divine wolf tail as the main ingredient. It had already steadily stepped into the ranks of intermediate great sovereigns. With the saber in hand, the aura around the Archduke of Silver Moon's body rose rapidly once again. The terror of the pressure was so great that even the first-grade great honored warrior would be instantly crushed to the ground by him, unable to move. Little son Yang Fann, face your death. The Archduke of Silver Moon's voice was cold and emotionless, like the high and mighty god of fate who had sentenced Yang Fann to death. Pucci. An extremely dazzling blade light cut through the void. Its speed was so fast that it directly surpassed the thoughts of a 9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Among the people present, only Great Honored Warrior Greater Strength and Great Honored Warrior Qi Sha could clearly see the trajectory of the saber light. Even the 4 third-grade Great Venerables, 4 Titans, could barely see the trajectory of the saber light. It was as if they had just reacted when the saber had already pierced through their divine bodies and severely wounded or even wiped out their souls. Hiss. As expected of the Archduke of Silver Moon. What a terrifying saber. It can't be blocked. It can't be blocked at all. I'm dead. This little son Yang Fann is probably dead. In a split second, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and revealed a mocking expression. Insignificant skill. Break it for me. Bang. With a casual slap, it was like a mortal slapping away a housefly that was in the way. However, a terrifying scene took place. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT. The saber strike that could heavily injure or even kill a third-order Great Venerable was instantly shattered into powder by that single palm strike. Ah, no, how could this be possible? The Archduke of Silver Moon widened his eyes in disbelief. He did not have the slightest intention of holding back with this slash. He wanted to kill the bastard Yang Fann in one fell swoop. Not to mention that Yang Fann was only a third-grade Great Honored Warrior. Even if this bastard had concealed his true strength and was a 4th-grade Great Venerable like him, it was absolutely impossible for him to block his killing blow so easily. A rank 5 martial monarch was a mighty force that only a rank 5 martial monarch could possess. However, was this possible? Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. After living for so long, the Archduke of Silver Moon was not a reckless person. He would never underestimate any opponent. In this era, other than inviting Great Honored Warrior Greater Strength and the others to kill Yang Fann, this monster, they had also invited Great Honored Warrior Greater Strength and the others to kill Yang Fann in one fell swoop. He was also trying his best to gather any news about Yang Fann. He clearly knew that Yang Fann only had the combat strength of a 9 heavens great Tao sovereign 400 billion years ago. In order to save his life, he had to use the forbidden divine ability in order to save his grandson's life. In just a few 100 billion era, no matter how extraordinary little son Yang Fann's talent was, it would be a miracle for him to have the combat strength of a 3rd-grade Great Venerable after obtaining the inheritance of the Great Tao King. The combat strength of a 4th-grade Great Venerable. It was totally an extravagant hope, let alone a 5th-grade Great Venerable. There was no hope at all. It was a short 400 billion eons, not 4,000 Yangji eons. If it were them, they would be lucky to be able to make a slight progress in their cultivation. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Old man Silvermoon, take one of my attacks as well. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face as he took a step forward. Hong Long. His body grew infinitely. The awe-inspiring power, which was hundreds of billions of times more terrifying than the 4th-grade Archdukes, radiated out with Yang Fann as the center. It was like a poem from an ancient legend, a myth. It instantly took away all of the Archduke's mind, causing him to let out a hysterical wail. Ah, this power. 6th. Rank 6 Grand Monarch. You're a rank 6 Great Venerable. No, this is impossible. Even the Archduke of Silver Moon could not accept the fact that he was a rank 5 Grand Monarch. Not to mention a rank 6 Great Venerable. It was fake. This must be fake. Little son Yang Fann, this is just an illusion, break it for me, boom. As he roared, the Archduke of Silver Moon slashed out with his saber. This slash could be said to be the pinnacle of the Archduke of Silver Moon's saber, and it had gathered all of his power. It had even been augmented with the power of the forbidden divine ability. Its power was so terrifying that it had already vaguely stepped into the threshold of being a 5th grade Great Honored Warrior. Even a 5th grade Great Honored Warrior would not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. You still dare to put up a stubborn resistance, break it for me, bang. Yang Fann moved his right arm and covered his head with his palm. It was as if Devil God had destroyed the world, destroyed the ages, and destroyed the primordial. Poochie. In less than a 10,000th of an instant, the blade that had gathered all the power of the Archduke of Silver Moon shattered completely. Ah, no, really, it's true, you're really a ranked 6 Great Venerable. No, stop Yang Fann, stop it. I am the Grand Duke of Tuyi Kingdom, Yang Fann. If you dare to hurt me, the great Tuyi King will never let you go. See 3,167. All of them were suppressed. Quiet. The whole Xuankang city is so quiet that it scares people. Grand Monarch Greater Strength, Grand Monarch Xianxia, the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the 4 beasts Black Tortoise all stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. In their minds, there was no suspense in this battle. Grand Duke Silver Moon was one of the best among the 4th Order Grand Monarchs, and he had taken care of Yang Fann. It would be a piece of cake to deal with. Such a junior. They were more useful in keeping the Archduke of Silver Moon in charge, in case little son Yang Fann ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. They had never thought that it would be such a situation. One move, just one move. Duke Silvermoon, who could be said to be the strongest amongst the 7 of them, was mercilessly suppressed by little son Yang Fann. Such terrifying power. Not even those peak rank 5 Grand Monarchs could possess such a power. A ranked 6 Grand Monarch, or at least a ranked 6 Grand Monarch, could be so powerful that he could suppress Grand Duke Silvermoon with a single strike. But was that possible? This little son Yang Fann was merely a lowly native of the small chaos. He had been in the Qin Lin Great Chaos for less than 5,000 eras. How could he possibly be a ranked 6 Great Sovereign? It wasn't true. This couldn't be true. At this moment, Poochie. Yang Fann moved his right arm. He pressed down on the stunned Grand Monarch Mighty Force and Grand Monarch Xianxia. He wouldn't let them go just because they were stunned. These were all nourishment for his rapid growth. If he missed this village, it would be difficult to suppress them again. 4th grade Great Sovereigns were already divided into intermediate Great Sovereigns. Among the 180 duchies, many duchies did not necessarily have a 4th grade Great Sovereign. In the past, it was not so easy to encounter one. Ah, it's true, ranked 6 Great Venerable. He really is a ranked 6 Great Venerable. The collapsing aura of death finally convinced Grand Monarch Mighty Force and Grand Monarch Xianxia that Yang Fann really had the combat strength of a ranked 6 Great Venerable. Bitched old man Silvermoon, you tricked us. Boundless regret engulfed their souls like surging tides. If they had known that Yang Fann was a ranked 6 Grand Monarch, they would never have agreed to give them 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more benefits. With their meager strength, they had killed a ranked 6 Great Venerable just because they didn't want to die fast enough. Even if their numbers increased by 10-fold or 100 times, they still wouldn't be a match for a ranked 6 Great Venerable. One had to know that the gap between each rank of a Great Venerable was more than 100 million times. Not good. 4 symbols seal the world. An indescribable sense of despair enveloped Grand Monarch Greater Strength and Grand Monarch Xianxia. It was supposed to be a deadly seal that they had prepared for Yang Fann, but now, it had become their life-threatening talisman. What kind of irony was this? With their meager strength, even if they used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, it would still take them a lot of time to break through the 4 symbols sealing world. At this moment, they had no other choice but to face Yang Fann's deadly palm. Roar. Bloodline ignition. Bear ancestor true body. The bloodline of the Sovereign of Might burned, and he transformed into an ancient bear man with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he held 6 enormous golden spears in his hand. His aura was so terrifying that it was almost comparable to a 5th grade sovereign. Ah, Great honored warrior Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of origin divine blood. He had destroyed over 100 of his Nanji divine power and added it to the lifeblood divine artifact, the intermediate great honored warrior's 7-colored light disc. He wanted to block Yang Fann's deadly palm. It was only a gap of 2 grades. It was not something they could make up for with all their might. If they were outside of the 4-symbol ceiling boundary, they would have no choice but to flee with all their might. There was still a chance for them to survive. Now, the path of survival was completely cut off by the 4-symbol ceiling world. Everything was just a last-ditch struggle. In less than an instant. Bang! The 3-headed, 6-armed Major Venerate was the first to explode, turning into a mist of blood. Then, countless crisscrossing, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the 7-colored light disc. Ah, no, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. Let me go, sir, please let me go. I am willing to sign the soul blood contract. I will be your slave for the rest of my life. There was a great terror between life and death. In order to survive, the 2 Grand Monarchs threw away their pride as intermediate Grand Monarchs, especially Grand Monarch Xianxia. They wouldn't hesitate to become lowly slaves and toys. The 2 intermediate Grand Monarchs, slaves were tempting even to the peak 10th grade Grand Monarchs. This was especially true for female Grand Monarchs like Grand Monarch Xianxia, who were tempted by any expert. Even among the many great Dao kings, there might not be a single intermediate Grand Monarch's slave. Unfortunately, they had run into Yang Fann, and he wasn't tempted by it at all. No matter how beautiful Grand Monarch Xianxia was, in Yang Fann's eyes, she was nothing more than a pink skeleton. How could it be more important than his own cultivation base? 2 4th-grade great sovereigns were enough to raise his cultivation base to the 1st layer, or perhaps even more. If he could take them in as slaves, what could he do other than letting them run their legs? If he really ran into a peerless expert that could truly endanger his life, not to mention 2 4th-grade great sovereigns, it would be 10 times more. 100 times more, it would not be of much use. Ah, no, Yang Fann, you bitch, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ah. Roar, Yang Fann, my ancestor will never let you go. He will never let you go. Ah, it's true, everything is true. Woo. How could this be? How could there be such a monster in this world? How could there be such a monster? Not good, run, flee immediately. At this moment, the azure dragons, the white tiger, and the black tortoise finally believed in the cruel reality. In an instant, the 4 titans' mind completely collapsed. None of them had the time to maintain the 4 manifestations seal. All of them used their life-saving trump cards to flee in all directions, hating that their parents had given them 2 less legs. Even Grand Duke Silvermoon, Grand Monarch Xianxia, and Grand Monarch Greater Strength, who were more than 100 million times stronger than them, were lightly suppressed by that monster, let alone these 4 puny 3rd-order Grand Monarchs. You want to leave? All of you stay behind. Yang Fann grinned hideously. A terrifying divine force that was comparable to a ranked 6th Great Venerable swept out and sealed the surrounding space. This 4 manifestations Great Venerable wasn't an ordinary 3rd grade Great Venerable. Each and every one of them possessed extraordinary talent, and was a top-tier expert among the 3rd grade Great Sovereigns. The 4 of them joined together. Even if they weren't as good as a newly advanced 4th-order Grand Monarch, they wouldn't be too far off. How could they just let them slip away under their noses? Ah, no, sir, it was a misunderstanding. The 4 of us didn't mean to make you our enemy. It was that old man Silvermoon who deceived us. My lord, you have to understand that we were all deceived by that old thief Silvermoon. Gulp. Am I seeing things? That's all the 7 great supremes are capable of, isn't it? They were all given to His Excellency Yang Fann just like that. Hiss. This. C-3168. It shook the entire Qinlin continent. Xuankang Prefecture, Xuankang City. First generation Xuanwang, and the group of expert from the profound Blue Marquee Palace. All of them were dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. Although they had thought that His Excellency Yang Fann would obtain the final victory, in their hearts, they were also looking forward to this outcome. Otherwise, today might be the day of Xuanwang's family's destruction, but never would they have thought it was actually such a result. From the moment His Excellency Yang Fann appeared until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths of time, and when he truly attacked, it hadn't even been a single breath of time. However, the result was that he was suppressed, including the Archduke of Silver Moon. The 7 Grand Monarchs, not a single one of them was left alive. They were all suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann's powerful force. They were completely powerless to fight back. Gulp gulp this. Could this be any more terrifying? Grand supremacies, those were all grand monarchs, experts. In fact, they weren't even ordinary first and second grade grand monarchs. Sixth, rank 6 grand monarchs, could it be? Could it be that His Excellency Yang Fann? Was he really a rank 6 great venerable? But was this possible? A rank 6 great venerable was the equivalent of many duchies. Almost all of them were legends. A single person could wipe out most nations. But how old was His Excellency Yang Fann? If one counted the time he entered their Qin-Lin continent, it would be less than 500 billion eras. Not even a fraction of the Yanji era, let alone those grand monarchs who had lived for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Within the void, Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He was deep in thought. He was afraid that he couldn't stay in profound blue marquee palace any longer. Putting aside the identities and backgrounds of the other 6 great sovereigns, this Duke Silvermoon was one of the 8 great dukes of Tuyi Kingdom. Now that he had mercilessly taken down the Duke of Silvermoon, it was no different from slapping Tuyi Kingdom in the face. Tuyi Kingdom would most likely not let this matter rest. Although it might not alarm the mighty Tuyi Kingdom, not to mention a ranked 6 grand monarch like him, even a 10th grade grand monarch would be nothing more than ants to Tuyi Kingdom. However, as long as he mobilized a few 9th and 10th grade grand monarchs. At this point, he wouldn't be able to contend against them. Don't underestimate Tuyi Kingdom. On the surface, there were only 8 archdukes and a peak 10th order great honored warrior, and there was only one. However, in reality, Tuyi Kingdom's foundation far exceeded his imagination. For example, the Tuyi royal family definitely did not lack a great honored warrior. A gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. Yang Fann would not use his own life to bet on an illusory fate. The next moment, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared into the void. This time, Yang Fann did not bring Xuanwang along with him. As long as his backer did not fall, even if Tuyi Kingdom wanted revenge, it would be impossible for them to directly destroy the dark green Marquis Kingdom. At most, they could suppress it a little. This was the bottom line. Otherwise, today how could you not show your face and attack the people around him? Tomorrow, he, Yang Fann, would similarly be able to madly take revenge on Tuyi Kingdom. If a ranked 6 great venerable were to seek revenge without any scruples, even Tuyi Kingdom would have a headache. An hour after Yang Fann disappeared, the first generation Xuanwang and the others finally managed to regain their senses and accept the shocking truth. They suppressed him. Duke Silvermoon and the other 7 archdukes were really suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann. 6th. Grand Duke rank 6. His Excellency Yang Fann was actually a Grand Duke rank 6. This concealment was really too deep and profound. No one believed that Yang Fann had broken through 3 major grades in a short period of an era. He had advanced from a 3rd grade Great Venerable to a ranked 6th Great Venerable in a single leap. It was an era, not a Yanji era. His Excellency Yang Fann must have possessed the power to fight a ranked 6th Great Venerable long ago, but he had been holding back. This scheming was truly terrifying, but soon, the huge profound blue marquee palace turned into a sea of joy. The stronger Yang Fann was, the greater the benefits they would get as they were close to him. Many people even felt that their dark green marquee kingdom was not far away from advancing to the dark green dukedom. If a rank 6 sovereign was willing, he could easily suppress the last 80 grand duchies of the 180 duchies and replace them to create a new dukedom. The lush forest kingdom was one of the 6 great kingdoms in the southern part of the Qin-Lin continent. Among the 36 kingdoms of the Qin-Lin continent, it was ranked above average. The Tuyi Kingdom, one of the 7 great kingdoms in the western part of the Qin-Lin continent, was slightly stronger. Lush Forest Kingdom, an ancient desolate forest. Buzz. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. After running around for a few times, Yang Fann finally chose this lush forest kingdom as his destination. The next moment, buzz, a brilliant divine beam burst out from the depths of the desolate forest. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small world with a diameter of more than 10,000 years. Good, let me see what kind of surprises these 7 great sovereigns will bring me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He believed that the dignified expert wouldn't disappoint him. Hong Long. The terrifying strength of soul that could rival a 7th grade grand monarch swept out of Yang Fanshihai's body like peerless evil dragons, tearing apart the chaotic crystal wall in the middle of the four titans' Grand Monarch, the Black Tortoise's chaotic crystal wall. Not long after, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. A Grand Monarch was a Grand Monarch, completely incomparable to the nine heavens' great Tao sovereign like Marquis Moonhowl. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground, and the heaven and earth cloud and mud was in the sky. Yang Fann carefully counted the houses of the seven supreme elders. At that time, the news of him suppressing the seven great venerables, including Duke Silvermoon, spread to the southern part of the Qin Lin continent at a terrifying speed, and even the entire Qin Lin continent. Ah, what? Duke Silvermoon, Grand Monarch Greater Strength, Grand Monarch Qixia, and the other seven Grand Monarchs were suppressed. Or was he suppressed by Yang Fann, the native of small chaos? What kind of joke is this? How is this possible? Exactly. Grand Duke Silvermoon and the others aren't ordinary first and second grade Grand Monarchs, but even the weakest of them, the four titans. Even if the four of them join forces, they'll still be able to defeat them. Fourth grade Grand Monarch, that little son Yang Fann. He's only a first and third grade Grand Monarch. How can he possibly be a match for them? Fake news, this must be fake news. The first reaction of the nine heavens' great Tao sovereign was disbelief. The combined strength of Duke Silvermoon and the other seven great venerables was equivalent to fighting a fifth grade great venerable. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight. It was just a mere Yang Fann. At most, he would be a quasi-fourth grade great honored warrior. It would be more appropriate for the seven great exalts to suppress him. They would even suppress Grand Duke Silvermoon and the others with overwhelming force. They would only be able to speak properly even if they lied. Did they really think that all of them were idiots? It would be so easy to fool them. However, as time passed, not a single person from the Duke of Silvermoon's group stepped forward to deny this false news. This caused the expert to have no choice but to believe this horrifying fact. Gulp, gulp, really, the Archduke of Silvermoon and the others really fell at little son Yang Fann's hands. Phew, it's all right. It's fortunate that I didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, many of the great honored warriors were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Even Duke Silvermoon and the others had fallen. If it were them, their outcome would definitely not be any better. However, many of the Grand Monarchs became more and more interested in Yang Fann, including some of the top-level Grand Monarchs. To be able to make a native of small chaos possess the power to fight a ranked 6th great sovereign in such a short period of time, this was definitely not something an ordinary great Tao king could possess. The inheritance of the great Tao king that little son Yang Fann had obtained was not simple. It could be said that it was the inheritance of an intermediate great Tao king. Jehia interesting. What a good small chaos native, you have successfully aroused my interest. The inheritance of the intermediate great Tao king. Good, it seems like it's time for me to make a move. C3169 Quasi-4th Heaven Grand Tao Paragon. Make a name for yourself in one battle. Yang Fann's name had shaken the entire Qin Lin continent. Even many of the peak great sovereigns were shocked, and they all turned their attention to this native of small chaos. A rank 6 Grand Monarch was an indisputable expert even among the many Grand Monarchs. It was the inheritance and fortune that this native of the small chaos had obtained in such a short period of time, which allowed him to possess the strength of a rank 6 Grand Monarch. It was not something an ordinary great Tao king could compare with. It was very likely to be the inheritance of an intermediate great Tao king. One should know that great Tao kings were divided into 3 grades and 9 grades, and intermediate great Tao kings were undoubtedly the cream of the crop amongst great Tao kings. In the 36 kingdoms of Qin Lin continent, there were hundreds of great Tao kings, but intermediate great Tao kings could be counted with 2 hands. To put it bluntly, even the high and mighty divine Lord Qin Lin had to give an intermediate king of the great Tao some face. If they could obtain the inheritance of an intermediate great Tao king, although they wouldn't dare to say that it was 100%, it would at least allow them to take the last step and become a great Tao king. However, it was possible that it would increase them by at least 3 levels. Although the hope didn't seem to be high, less than half of it was enough to make many high-level and peak great sovereigns go crazy. Before they knew it, many unfamiliar experts had appeared in the Profound Firmament Manor. Especially in the Profound Firmament City. There were even great venerable experts hidden within Lush Forest Kingdom, within the desolate and desolate forest. Yang Fann still didn't know how many Grand Monarchs had set their eyes on Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Once he showed himself, they would use all their might to seize the inheritance of the intermediate great Tao from him. Of course, even if they knew about it, Yang Fann would probably only smile and not take it to heart. As long as he completely digested what he had obtained this time, and absorbed the 7 Grand Dukes, he would be able to advance to the 4th layer or even the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As long as the Great Tao King did not personally take action, he would not be afraid of anyone. Perhaps, at that time, he would even be eager to do so. Someone was looking for trouble with him. For no reason, it was not easy for him to make a move on these great supremes to avoid incurring public wrath and being hunted down by the great path kings behind them. However, if they did not know the difference between life and death and came looking for him, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. 100 years had passed. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and an indescribable excitement climbed onto his face. A grand monarch was a grand monarch. As expected, none of them disappointed him. The wealth of their wealth was far beyond what those 9 heavens great Tao sovereign could compare with. Even the weakest grand monarch White Tiger had allowed him to plunder over 1,000,000 trillion great Tao divine sources. As for the most wealthy Grand Duke Silver Moon, his great Tao divine source had exceeded 30 million trillion great Tao divine sources. When all 7 of them were combined, the great Tao divine source was nearly 1,000,000,000,000 great Tao divine sources. And this was only the great Tao divine source they possessed, not including the massive amount of resources. This was the true bulk of their wealth. If they could sell all of them, not to mention 1,000,000,000 trillion, even 2,000,000,000 trillion great Tao divine sources would not be impossible. The great Tao divine source was a rare treasure to a supreme, and it would be of great help to a 9 heavens great Tao sovereign's cultivation base. However, to a great venerable, the great Tao divine source was more like a currency, a supplementary item that could restore their divine power. Only those first-grade great sovereigns who had just advanced could use the great Tao divine source to improve their cultivation base. There was still a little bit of effect. Unfortunately, this batch of resources was not an easy task. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh. There was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. With the strength of profound blue Marquis Palace, they could still protect the treasures that were worth hundreds of thousands of trillion great Tao divine sources. However, many of the resources in this batch were great venerable experts. They were precious treasures that even great venerable profound blue Marquis Palaces would be interested in. If this batch of treasures were to be handed over to profound blue Marquis Palace, it was very likely that it would bring a disaster to profound blue Marquis Palace. 30% of the profits could make people take risks. 100% of the profits was enough to drive people crazy. Not to mention 4 third-grade great venerables. Even many rank 5 martial monarchs would be tempted by the wealth of 3 rank 4 martial monarchs. At most, they would just rob the profound blue Marquis Palace and find a place to hide. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to a ranked 6 great sovereign, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Forget it. Wait for me to first refine this nearly 100 million trillion great Tao divine sources. Yang Fann shook his head and made a decision. I wonder if these great Tao divine sources will help me break through to the first layer. Regarding this, Yang Fann was a little uncertain. Although there were nearly 1 trillion great Tao divine sources in his possession, and the wealth of many third-grade great sovereigns, he didn't know if it could help him improve his cultivation base. First layer, it was really hard to say. His accumulation was truly terrifying, enough to terrify countless great sovereigns. In the next moment, buzz, a stream of light flashed, and a huge amount of great Tao divine sources appeared around Yang Fann, covering almost the entire small world. Hong Long, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All the pores on Yang Fann's body expanded endlessly, turning into countless devouring black holes that crazily devoured the great Tao divine sources around him. Poochie poochie poochie. After cultivating for an entire era and devouring 8-9 heavens great Tao sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased once again. Every breath of time, tens of millions of great Tao divine sources would be devoured by Yang Fann. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to advance rapidly towards the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Low-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Intermediate 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. High-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. High-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 3 billion years later. Poochie. The last piece of great Tao divine source was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He was still a bit lacking. Nearly a billion trillion great Tao divine sources had pushed his cultivation base to the limit of a quasi-fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign. If he wanted to break through, he would need at least a trillion great Tao divine sources. What do we do now? Should we find a way to get rid of the resources in our hands, or should we refine the seven supremes to break through? A conflicted look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It was very likely that they would be harmed if they went to the profound Blue Marquee Palace. Furthermore, there was also the risk of exposing their whereabouts. Perhaps, the Tuyi kingdom was keeping an eye on the profound Blue Marquee Palace, and was relying on devouring those great sovereigns to break through. As for the time it would take to do so, it would be 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 times longer. And this was under the effect of his advancement to the quasi-fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and his combat strength would skyrocket. It would be great if I had a few marquee countries like the profound Blue Marquee Palace under my command. No, that's not right. Just because I don't have anyone under me doesn't mean that they don't have one either. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yang Fann's mind, as if he had thought of something. C-3170 devour the great Lord Lush Forest Kingdom, that deserted, desolate forest. Boom! Yang Fann's aura was imposing. It was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, rising endlessly. Endless hurricanes, like primordial storms, shot out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. Kai, 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 Kai. In all directions, there was a huge, big space distorted and cracked. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this and suppressed the 7 Grand Monarchs. Yang Fann did not lack Grand Monarchs, divine artifacts. Grand Monarch White Tiger, who had the lowest value, had 3 Grand Monarchs, divine artifacts in his possession. As for the 3 4th-grade Grand Monarchs, none of them had less than 5 Grand Monarchs, divine artifacts in their possession. In the blink of an eye, another 80 million years had passed. After devouring nearly 80 million trillion great Tao divine sources, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally took a step forward, and he broke through to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. For the safety of Xuanwang's family, Yang Fann gave up the idea of finding them to deal with the resources in his hands. However, just because he couldn't find Xuanwang's family didn't mean that he couldn't find other powers. The Duke of Silver Moon was able to support a Howling Moon Marquee Kingdom outside. It was also very likely that the other great sovereigns would also support the forces of other Marquee Kingdoms. In the Qinlin continent, among the 3,600 Marquisate kingdoms, there were very few Marquisate kingdoms that did not have any background. For example, the dark green Marquisate country had a lot of connections with one of the 180 duchies, the Dark Wood Dukedom. Of course, the biggest backer of the Xuanwang family had now become Yang Fann. The Dark Wood Dukedom could only be considered average among the 180 duchies. The strongest person on the surface was only a 3rd-grade Great Venerable. Even if he was hiding something, it was almost his limit to have a 4th-grade Great Venerable. Compared to Yang Fann, who was a ranked 6th Great Venerable, there was a huge difference. The result did not disappoint Yang Fann. He forcefully read the memories of the 7 Great Venerables, including Grand Duke Silvermoon. Apart from Grand Monarch Qisha and Great Venerable Giant Strength, the 7 of them had the protection of their ancestors' bloodline, which prevented Yang Fann from obtaining all of their secrets. As for the Grand Duke of Silvermoon and the 4 Titans Great Venerable, they had almost no secrets to speak of to Yang Fann. These 7 Grand Monarchs had hidden quite a number of secret forces in private, and controlled many marquisates and major powers. Excluding some of the marquisate kingdoms and powers that were exposed to the public, Yang Fann had taken over 6 marquisate kingdoms and 13 major powers with 9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign in charge. He didn't even need Yang Fann's real body to take care of them. He only sent out a few clones to easily take down the 6 marquisate kingdoms and 13 major powers. After advancing to the quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's overall combat strength was so strong that he could be considered to have stepped into the ranks of Tier 7 Great Sovereigns. In fact, he was even one of the best among them. Even if it was just a clone, his combat strength was not below that of some Tier 3 Great Sovereigns. Adding the memories of the 7 Great Sovereigns, including Duke Silvermoon, the Soul, it was extremely easy for him to subdue those marquisate countries and major factions, which only had 9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign in charge. With the help of the 6 great marquisates and the 13 major powers, Yang Fann had managed to obtain close to 1 level of resources from the 6 great marquisate countries and brought him close to 170 million Yang Fanns in just 80 million years' time. Poochie Poochie, Pucci. The remaining 90 million trillion great Tao divine sources began to shrink at a visible rate. 85 million trillion, 80 million trillion, 70 million trillion, 50 million trillion, 30 million trillion. 1 million, 6 million years later, 90 million trillion great Tao divine sources was less than 15 million trillion. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. After devouring nearly 7,600 trillion great Tao divine sources, his cultivation base finally stabilized at the low-grade 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. 10,000 years had passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. The divine light was dazzling and incomparably sharp. At this moment, even the ranked 6th great venerable, who was standing in front of Yang Fann, would have his divine body penetrated by the terrifying divine light and severely injure the soul. The 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign was the 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, and the quasi-4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign was the same. The two of them were like heaven and earth. Yang Fann had a feeling that he had the right to fight even an 8th grade great venerable, and he was even confident that he could win. 80 billion years later, Pucci. The last great Tao divine source was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the intermediate 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. Not only did the remaining 9 levels of resources become great Tao divine sources, but also the treasures of the 7 great venerables in the world. Apart from the treasures in the Tuyi kingdom, Yang Fann was afraid of the power of the Tuyi royal family, so he didn't touch them. As for the other treasures, he asked Yang Fann to bring them over. There were 3 holes in a cunning rabbit's hide. These old monsters had all hidden their trump cards. They weren't afraid of 10,000. They were afraid of 1 in 10,000. Even the high and mighty king of the great path had the possibility of perishing, let alone these great supremes. And these contingency plans were the guarantee that they would be resurrected in the future, and even rise to prominence once more. Of course, it was all in Yang Fann's favor now. In these 80 billion years, Yang Fann had brought a total of nearly 10 billion trillion great Tao divine sources. Otherwise, with just that bit of resources on the Duke of Silver Moon and the others, Yang Fann really would not have been able to break through a major rank. Now, I can only obediently devour and refine these exalts and exalts. Yang Fann laughed bitterly. Even the stockpiles of great Tao divine sources from the 6 great Marquisate countries and the 13 great powers had been emptied. Within a short period of time, they would not be able to obtain a huge amount of great Tao divine sources. They could only rely on these supreme beings and great sovereigns to increase their cultivation. It was a bit slow. However, compared to absorbing chaotic origin energy and cultivating step by step, it was still much faster. The next moment, swoosh, with a flash of light, a low-grade 9 heavens great Tao sovereign appeared within the devouring black hole. 10 billion years later, Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. For the past 10 billion years, including the first 9 heavens, the first Marquis, great Tao sovereign, all of the 9 heavens had been devoured by him. However, the result was not satisfactory. Not to mention advancing a grade, he had not even seen the shadow of a high-grade 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. He had barely made some progress. It seemed like these 9 heavens great Tao sovereign could give up in the future. Next, it will be up to these 7 great sovereigns. Don't disappoint me. In the next second, whoosh, a blue light flashed, and one of the 4 titans, Grand Monarch Xuanwu, appeared in the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged out of the black hole center like a chaotic tide, crazily devouring Grand Monarch Black Tortoise's strength of original life. C3171 high-grade 4th heaven great Tao paragons Tuyi Kingdom, Black Tortoise C. This was one of the 8 Cs within Tuyi Kingdom, controlled by the Black Tortoise clan. This was also the reason why the Black Tortoise Sea was called. Bang! Bang bang! All of a sudden, in the sea of black tortoises, the huge statues of Grand Monarch Black Tortoise started to crack, and finally exploded. In an instant, an indescribable sorrow filled the hearts of countless members of the Black Tortoise clan, causing their tears to fall like rain. Ah, ancestor! He has fallen. Old ancestor has fallen. No, how could he be so fast? How could he be so fast? Although they had already received the news that their ancestor, Grand Monarch Black Tortoise, had been suppressed by little son Yang Fann, but in their opinion, even if that little son Yang Fann was a ranked 6th Grand Monarch, to completely obliterate their ancestors, time is 100,000, 100 trillion eras, and even the Yanji dynasty. One had to know that their old ancestor was the best at defense. His survival ability was comparable to some fourth-order great sovereigns. He was not inferior to them at all. They still had time, and they still had a chance to save their old ancestor. The power that little son Yang Fann had offended. A large number of great sovereigns had their eyes fixed on the inheritance in his body. Even if this little son Yang Fann was a ranked 6th great sovereign, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, it had only been a short period of time. In just 10 eras, their old ancestor had been completely destroyed. Even a 7th grade Grand Monarch wouldn't necessarily be able to wipe out their patriarch in just 10 short eras, let alone a ranked 6 Grand Monarch. As Grand Monarchs, it was easy to defeat them, but only 5 or 6 grades were needed to kill them completely. Otherwise, a difference of 2 or 3 levels would only take a long time to wipe out their inextinguishable origin bit by bit. For Grand Monarchs, it could be said to be a long period of time, which was often based on the derivation of eras. Sob, sob, sob. What should we do? What should we do now? A mental breakdown. Countless black tortoises of the black tortoise race had completely collapsed. Grand Monarch Profound Marshal was the pillar of their clan. The reason why their clan was able to dominate the Black Tortoise Ocean was because they had the support of Grand Monarch Profound Marshal. Now that Grand Monarch Black Tortoise had fallen, let alone continue to dominate the Black Tortoise Ocean, it was unknown whether or not they would be able to preserve the clan's inheritance. Unless their clan was able to produce another Grand Monarch. However, it was easier said than done. After all, only Grand Monarch Black Tortoise had been able to become a Grand Monarch during the 3000 Evolutions era. Yi Kingdom, Divine Dawn Valley. This was the resting place of the top clan, the Divine Dawn clan. Even the top 3 Grand Dukes of the 8 Grand Dukes didn't dare to provoke the Divine Dawn clan. The ruler of the Divine Dawn Valley, the old ancestor of the Divine Dawn clan, was a ranked 7 Great Venerable. In the entire Yi Kingdom, he was ranked in the top 20, and he even had a chance to become one of the top 10 experts. Divine Dawn Valley, Myriad Dawn Divine Palace. Boom. A terrifying pressure that made even a 4th grade great honored warrior like Duke Silvermoon feel despair rose from the body of a young man who was dressed in a myriad of flowery robes and was surrounded by a myriad of rays of light that radiated in all directions. Even the Black Tortoise brat has fallen. It is likely that this noble one's granddaughter Xianxia will not be able to last for too many eras. What should I do? Could it be that this sovereign really wants to find that old thing? Lush Forest Kingdom, within the small world that Yang Fann had opened up. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. If I didn't waste 10 eras, then a Grand Monarch would be a Grand Monarch. It was far from what those 9 heavens great Tao sovereign could compare with. Just a single Grand Monarch had raised his cultivation base to the critical point of intermediate 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. As long as he could devour another 4 manifestations Grand Monarch, it should be enough for him to advance to the high-grade 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. If a 3rd grade Grand Monarch was already like that, what about Grand Duke Silvermoon and the other 4th grade Grand Dukes? Perhaps I really have a chance of advancing to the 5th Empyrean great Tao sovereign in one go. At that time, not to mention a 9th grade Great Venerable, even a peak 10th grade Great Venerable would probably have the strength to fight. At least, if he could not defeat him, the 10th order Great Honored Warrior would not be able to stop him. If the King of Great Tao didn't appear, the Qin Lin Great Chaos would really allow him to do whatever he wanted. He felt a little excited when he thought about it. Phew. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. The next moment, swoosh white light flashed, and Great Honored Warrior White Tiger appeared within the devouring black hole. 8 eras later, Yi Kingdom, Vermilion Bird Mountain. This was the lair of the Vermilion Bird clan. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed colors as blood clouds roiled. A terrifying rain of blood poured down, covering the entire Vermilion Bird God Mountain. Kai, 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 large, divine tree, divine hall, divine palace. It was corroded into ashes. Under the rain of blood, countless Vermilion Bird clansmen didn't even have the time to scream before they turned into flying ashes. No, old ancestor, she. Woo woo woo. Yang Fann, you're a virgin, you really have a ruthless heart. The surviving Vermilion Bird Supreme Beings let out heart-wrenching wails as if they had lost their parents. Although they had already mentally prepared themselves after Grand Monarch Black Tortoise and Grand Monarch White Tiger had fallen, they were afraid that their old ancestor wouldn't be able to escape as well. However, they still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. Divine Dawn Valley, Myriad Sunset Divine Palace. Wang. Divine light flashed in Ancestor Divine Dawn's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Grand Monarch White Tiger had been completely killed, and there were nearly 8 eras left between the two. However, this vermilion bird was different. It hadn't even been 100 trillion years since the death of Grand Monarch White Tiger. Even though his granddaughter, Grand Monarch Xianxia, was much stronger than the 4 symbols Grand Monarch, how many eras could she last? 1,000, 100, or even shorter? He truly didn't have much confidence in his heart. This little son Yang Fann completely did not play according to common sense. If it were any other ranked 6th grade honored warrior, not to mention 18 eras, even if they had a billion times more time, they might not have been able to completely kill 3 3rd grade great sovereigns. No, we can't wait any longer. We can't afford to lose Xianxia's granddaughter. Not only was she his favorite granddaughter, she was also the 3rd great venerable of the Divine Cloud clan, one of the pillars of their clan. Furthermore, with her talent, it wasn't impossible for her to break through to the 7th grade great venerable in the future, just like him. If she were to fall at little son Yang Fann's hands, it would be a devastating blow to their clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would cut off the future of the Divine Dawn clan. Forget it at the very most, I'll just let that old bastard slaughter me. So long as I'm able to save Xianxia's granddaughter, then I'll endure it. Wait, it isn't just my Xianxia's granddaughter that's in little son Yang Fann's hands, I can't allow that bear to take advantage of me. If I want to slaughter her, then we'll all be slaughtered by that old bastard together.